clear. It's a little more mechanical than it once was. It's a little more processing oriented than it once was. But it certainly is high volume. You know, whether it continues to be that way, I don't know. It feels like that's just part of our economy right now, is this churning.
And what about people going into the business itself, which is to say, if you were a brilliant kid 25 years ago, Wall Street was actually a place you wanted to go.
Yes.
Today, you may want to go somewhere else. Tech, I don't know. What do you think's happening just to the culture of it all?
I still feel, look, part of why I wrote my book, I think for younger people trying to chart a career in the future, I still think it's a great place to start. I think Wall Street gives you a broad understanding of how value is created, how companies make decisions, you know, how to structure transactions, and I think it's great training. Many of those kids, after 2 years as an analyst, go on to do something completely different, and that's great.
Scott Bach, it's a cool book. It's fascinating, and you've had a fascinating career, so thank you for coming on.
Thank you, my pleasure.
Appreciate it. Thanks.
All right, when we come back, Ford CEO Jim Farley will join us on the company's decision to suspend its 2025 guidance after first quarter profit fell by 64%. And later, toy maker Mattel also suspending its guidance and announcing plans to raise prices on American toys. The CEO of Mattel will join us in the 8 o'clock hour. Enon Cries. Squawk Box will be right back. Decision to suspend its 2025 guidance after first quarter profit fell by 64%. And later, toy maker Mattel also suspending its guidance and
Sir, it seems that the Gladiator is getting a lot of positive social sentiment.
Innovation changes everything. With one investment, you can access the NASDAQ 100 innovators who are rethinking the world. Before investing carefully, read and consider fund investment objectives, risks, charges, expenses, and more in prospectus at Invesco.com.
I guess I'm not the easiest person to please. I like things just right. That's why I love Redfin's home recommendations. They know what I want even before I do. A home that's just right.
Yes. Yes.
Introducing our icons, Peter Millar. Luxury meets performance.
I was tired of being told no to my dreams. But Shopify made it easy to get this brand going. Now we can take golf to a realm that we've never seen before. We're Eastside Golf, and we're powered by Shopify.
University of Maryland Global Campus believes in its students. You can get credit for life and job experience that translated to coursework and helps cut down the cost of school. UMGC helped me become a highly attractive candidate in the job market.
Welcome to CNBC Plus, market destination.
CNBC Plus, on-the-go access to global market data, news, and analysis as it happens. Start streaming at cnbc.com/plus.
We have apprehended a dangerous experiment.
He escaped.
On May 23rd.
You sure that's a dog?
Yeah.
Rough.
Agent Cobra Bubbles, I need to find out what kind of threat we're dealing with.
You can't take him.
Disney's Lilo and Stitch. Rated PG. In theaters May 23rd.
Dear Texas, this is Kona Fancy, part of our premium line of Cafe Au Lait Reserve. With notes of nectarine, maple, and macadamia, this full-bodied coffee was grown just for you. Cafe Au Lait Reserve, brought to Texas with love from HEB.
Welcome back to Squawk Box. Right now, let's get to Phil LeBeau. He joins us with a special guest. Hey, Phil.
Hey, Joe, let's bring in Jim Farley, CEO of the Ford Motor Company, joining us from the company's headquarters in Dearborn, Michigan. Jim, thanks for being here. I'm curious, Q1, you beat on the top and the bottom line, but you had a big drop in net profits. But it's the guidance that everybody's focused on. You are expecting an impact of $1.5 billion because of tariffs. this year. You've suspended your guidance. Do you expect these tariffs to be in place permanently?
We do, at least for the next 3 years. So we think it's, a significant issue for the company. The good news is we build 80% of our vehicles in the U.S., so we're the least affected and the most able to absorb them. But, they are significant for our company, and, we're doing everything we can to mitigate them. There's a lot of things that are still unclear, and that's why we suspended guidance.
So, Jim, you are in regular contact with the Trump administration, as is Bill Ford. You probably have had several conversations with the president. Has he ever said to you, move back some of these plants from Mexico? Has he explicitly said, I want to see these plants not in Mexico, but in the U.S.?
Well, absolutely. That is the administration's goals. I mean, we produce the most of any brand in the U.S. We produced last year 300,000 more vehicles in the U.S., and we're almost a net exporter, which is very unusual in our industry. But, I mean, the president wants to build more manufacturing jobs. Look, Phil, if every company was like Ford, they had the same footprint we did, that would be 15 more assembly plants in the U.S. and 4 million more vehicles produced in the United States, and that's what the president wants.
Well, let's talk about Mexico, and then we'll talk about foreign auto production in the U.S. With Mexico, you build the Maverick down there, an incredibly popular and successful small pickup truck. Are you thinking about moving Maverick production back to the U.S.?
Look, anything's on the table. We're building 2 brand new plants as we speak in the U.S., one in Ohio and one in Tennessee. So we're always building more capacity in the U.S. as we grow. The Maverick is our fastest turning vehicle so far, and we're going to look at everything, as you would expect as a shareholder.
At what point do you make decisions?
Well, when the financial numbers look compelling and we believe the policy is, permanent. We make these decisions on a 20-year basis, and so we'll have to make that judgment call. But the other thing we have to balance here is really important is affordability. We can move everything in the U.S., but if every Ford is $50,000, we're not going to win as a company. So that's what we're balancing. We are growing with our affordable vehicles like Maverick and Bronco Sport, and that's a balancing act that every OEM will have to do, even the most American company.
Hey, Jim, is it possible for you to make every part that goes into a Ford in the United States? And I don't know, where do the seats come from? Are those now USMCA compliant? I mean, are you excused when you talk to the Trump administration and say, hey, look, we want to keep prices where we can. We want to sell Fords in this country, but if we get a few things that we have to bring in from other countries, do they listen to you and say, we feel you, and give you some exemptions on things like that? Or do they just say, look, make it here or else?
This is a very important question. We find the Trump administration, very reasonable in this regard. They just did an executive order last week giving us about 15% exemption for parts, like you just mentioned, that are really difficult to source here in the U.S. Look, all of our major components are built in the U.S. or USMCA compliant. Seats, transmissions, engine, axles, braking systems, steering systems. But there's wiring looms, bolts, fasteners, and other, we have almost $5,000 of semiconductors that go into the average Ford car. And, that's hard to source, industrial grade semiconductors in the U.S. So, there's always a balance here. But you brought up the most important point, and this is what we've been saying to the administration. They've been listening. Look, there's 15 or 20% of the components of a vehicle that either is very hard to source in the U.S., like semiconductors at this point in time, or we have to keep affordability like the Maverick around $30,000. If we build everything in the U.S., American consumers won't have those affordable new vehicles like Ford. Is growing. So that's the balancing act here. We're working through this with the administration. The executive order last week helped a lot.
Hey, Jim, it's Becky. We've been speaking with some local auto sales dealerships, and they've talked about how prices seem to go up pretty quickly on things. I just wonder, how quickly have your prices gone up? When will we see that? What will it mean for the consumer in the end? I don't know how much control you have over that, the dealerships and everybody beyond.
Well, Becky, we've seen a real surge in sales for the last 60 days.
Yeah,
Our share has gone up. We've been running employee pricing from America for America. It's a great campaign. It's very well received. So we've had a real sales surge here, I think, for the industry, but especially at Ford with our employee pricing. We're committed to doing that through July 4th. We're going to watch the competitors. Look, every competitor who imports into the U.S., and about half the vehicles that consumers buy in the U.S. are imported, they have a big decision to make. They now have $5,000 or more of tariffs. That will really hit in the second quarter, like this summer, and all of them are going to have to decide on pricing. We're going to look at that situation and make the best choice for our shareholders and our customers and, of course, the employees of the company. It's too early to tell, I think, at this point what's going to happen. But, pretty easy to see with 25% tariffs on half the imported, half the volume which is imported, we're going to see prices go up. And I think that's probably an opportunity for Ford.
Well, Jim, talking about pricing, last night on the conference call, you talked about that fact that you have seen an increase in the number of customers who are using 84-month loans in order to finance the purchase of a new vehicle, a 7-year loan. There are more than a few economists out there, and we talk to them whenever the report comes out on delinquent auto loans or people who have straight up, their vehicles are at risk of repossession. 84 months. Are you concerned that we are at a breaking point in terms of the ability of the American consumer to afford a new vehicle?
Well, look, the F-150 is the best-selling vehicle in the U.S., has been for more than 40 years. And we watch that payment really carefully. It's about $800 a month. Customers are very rational. Look, Phil, for 40 years I've been watching the industry. I remember back when I started, everyone said 36-month financing. This is unbelievable. No way customers are going to wait 3 years to pay the loan back. Now we're at 7 years. I think, this just happens in our industry. Quality of the vehicles is up. The vehicles are lasting longer. They are more expensive, and so people are waiting 84 months. In Canada, 84 months has been a third of the business for quite some time now. So I think this is just a new reality of customers adjusting their payment because they act completely rational. And the quality of the vehicles is getting better and has for many years. But, we look at the stress of the consumer in that book in our credit company, and so far we're doing well, but we do see some stress. The good news for customers is that resale values are going up for used cars, and that will help them as they trade in their old car. Their old car is going to be worth more probably in the next 12 months.
Hey, Jim, I want to get back to your push, and you've been very vocal about this for some time, that the foreign automakers should be building more of their vehicles in the United States. But we really haven't seen a move yet. And that may change, but we haven't seen a move yet by them to do that. Should the Trump administration do what Ronald Reagan did in the 80s, when there was a real concern about Japanese imports, and he put a cap, a limit, on the number of vehicles that they could export to the United States? Would you like to see the Trump administration do that with some of the foreign automakers?
I'm not sure that's a great policy for the country, but I do believe that we should hold all of the OEMs accountable for having a reasonable amount of local production. We don't want free trade, we want fair trade. And fair trade is that the companies who import in the U.S., they add IP and jobs in the U.S., and we think that's fair. Around the world, we see that as a trend as well. I think the Trump administration is very serious about this policy, and I think they're going to wait and watch. And they're not going to look at just the billions of investments or the kind of America washing you see on TV with a plant here or a plant there to make it seem like these companies are really American. They're going to look at the substance. Are they building these 15 plants like Ford has already built? And some of the biggest importers aren't even, the foreign companies. They're companies here in the U.S. I think the Trump administration is going to hold those companies accountable for doing their fair share of growing the U.S. economy.
Jim Farley. Jim, thank you very much for joining us this morning, a day after Ford suspended its guidance because of the impact of tariffs, $1.5 billion impact this year. Guys, I'll send it back to you.
Great. Thanks, Phil. Appreciate that. And thank Ms. Farley. Coming up, travel chaos at Newark Airport. We're learning more about a scary incident last week that prompted some air traffic controllers to take trauma leave. Details are next. Then OMB Director Russ Vought is going to join us to talk about President Trump's budget. Squawk Box will be right back.
Congratulations, Mom and Dad. Your life now revolves around sports. Well, you wouldn't trade it for anything. Welcome to Sporthood. DSG, only at Dick's.
The FBI calls it house stealing, the latest scam where a cyber thief transfers the title of your home out of your name and steals your hard-earned equity.
It's roughly 60 to 90 days for that person to even figure out that they're the victim of this crime. You start getting foreclosure notices, and you realize you've got 4 mortgages on your house that you didn't even know existed.
Unfortunately, it's on you to protect yourself. You might already be a victim. Check your title status now at HomeTitleLock.com.
Why do couples choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can it keep me warm when I'm cold?
Wait, no, I'm always hot.
Sleep Number does that.
Can I make my side softer?
Can I make my side firmer?
Sleep Number does that. Your ideal firmness and effortless comfort all night.
Can it help us sleep better and better?
Please.
Sleep Number does that. It's the Sleep Number Everything Smart Bed Sale. Every smart bed and base are on sale during our Memorial Day event. Up to 50% off, plus free home delivery. Only at Sleep Number.
My doctor told me I needed to start prioritizing my liver health.
Dose for Your Liver is a clinically backed supplement that supports healthy liver function.
My stomach feels a lot better.
He has more energy. He sees his grandkids more.
Start your liver health journey today at dosedaily.co.
Look around. The markets have changed. Trillion-dollar companies are rising, falling, and rising again. Crypto is reshaping centuries of finance. Fractional bonds are a thing. Treasuries are somehow cool again. And AI is rewriting the rules of what's possible. The markets have changed. Your investing platform probably should too. Stocks, bonds, crypto, treasuries, options, and more. Public. Investing for those who take it seriously.
TimberTech decking looks like real wood.
But there's no hassle of maintaining it.
I just take the leaf blower and blow the leaves off of it. It's fantastic.
We have a sectional out there, and we'll sit out there with a glass of wine. We feel like we're in heaven.
I get my ideas from Mad Money everywhere. I look at everything as a stock. I study it all the time. My viewers are my bosses. You come to my show and you learn how to do stocks.
Mad Money, weeknight 6 Eastern, CNBC.
I love the viewer. It means everything.
Air traffic controllers temporarily lost communication with aircraft flying in and out of Newark Liberty Airport in New Jersey last week. An equipment malfunction caused an outage during which the air traffic controllers were unable to see, hear, or talk to aircraft traveling to and from the airport. Reports say that the outage lasts nearly 90 seconds. That incident has led to some controllers taking a leave under a federal rule that covers employees who experience traumatic events on the job. Since that incident, delays and cancellation of flights at Newark have been constant. We knew about this from last week, that there were problems happening on Monday at Newark Airport. The delays have continued, and now we're getting some of the details as to what was happening. You've even heard the Transportation Secretary talk a little bit about this and how this is very concerning, and that some of the technology that they've been using is from 1990. Here we are 35 years later, and none of this has been updated. In some cases at the FAA using floppy disks. I'd imagine this generation doesn't even know what these things are. But it is setting us up on a lot of levels for some pretty concerning issues. Andrew and I have both been snarled at Newark Airport over the last week.
Terrible delays.
Yeah, I had 4 or 5 hour delays on Thursday last week, delays yesterday coming in, and you got in very, very late. But what was more concerning to me is not the delays, but the concern. Tom Costello from NBC had someone tell him that you should avoid Newark at all costs, that it's not safe with some of the issues coming in and out. So trying to find out to make sure that we are getting our arms around this, trying to do this quickly. It's the lead editorial in the Wall Street Journal today. And they just talk about how some of these issues, the upgrades of the system, are taking decades to try and get things up and running. It's a problem we've known about for a long time, but seems to be hitting the forefront, and could be in for a very long summer of delays and concerns about the safety there, too.
Just means it's got to go out of LaGuardia and JFK.
Well, but
that's harder for some people in Jersey.
So much more traffic going into there. Those airports will also feel the strains from it.
I know. I was just looking at a couple flights I got to take, and
I know
it's going to be complicated this summer. Coming up later in the show, you do not want to miss an exclusive interview with legendary investor Paul Tudor Jones. That's coming up at 8:30 Eastern Time. A lot to talk to him about. Squawk Box coming back after this.
It's about political points. It's terrible. Politics seeps into everything.
What do you mean? Talk about climate change or the economy or, of course, elections.
You can't find out what we should really expect to happen.
But of course you can.
Go to IBKR's Forecast Trader. Put your money where your mouth is.
Decking and railing that stands up to whatever you ask and bends to your every whim. Trax, performance engineered for your life outdoors.
I know how to make slick-looking goggles/glasses, but I have no idea how to make slick-looking social media stuff.
But GoDaddy Aero uses AI to create social content out of thin air, like this one.
Walton Goggins goggle glasses are great gifts for all guys and gals.
Welcome to Club Champion. Welcome to lower scores, longer drives, and round after round of holy. Oh yeah. Full bag fittings are just $100 with code PERFECTFIT at clubchampion.com.
These bills are crazy.
She has no idea she's sitting on a gold mine.
Well, she doesn't know that if she owns a life insurance policy of $100,000 or more, she can sell all or part of it to Coventry for cash, even a term policy.
Even a term policy?
Even a term policy!
Find out if you're sitting on a gold mine. Call Coventry Direct today at 800-476-0100 or visit coventrydirect.com.
Dear Texas, this is Kona Fancy, part of our premium line of Cafe au lait Reserve. With notes of nectarine, maple, and macadamia, this full-bodied coffee was grown just for you. Cafe au lait Reserve, brought to Texas with love from HEB.
To the end zone for the touchdown. Oh my goodness.
What if I told you there's a place where I can birthday my way? Where there's the most games to play, good food, epic adventures, and a party host, so you can relax and enjoy it too. There are even parties for every budget. And did I mention epic adventures? It's a main event. They're like famous for birthdays.
All right, coming up, OMB Director Russ Vought will join us on President Trump's budget plan. That's coming next. And later, Mattel is making plans to raise prices on American toys in response to tariffs. The company's CEO will join us to explain in the next hour. We'll be right back.
We were born on the battlefield and answered the call when America needed us most. From the original Freedom machine came the original SUV. The Jeep brand has always stood for American freedom. Now we're standing with you with Employee Pricing Plus. Visit your Jeep brand dealer today and join the family. Jeep, America's most patriotic brand.
Now with Employee Pricing Plus, purchase and get an average of $4,400 below MSRP on these 2025 Jeep Wrangler gas models. Hurry in. Offer ends June 2nd.
Transform your water and live hydrated. Care or live more with Liquid IV.
Explain 17 years of outperformance in 30 seconds? It can't be done.
We can tell you that we founded Origin Investments because investors like us deserved a better option.
We're proud to be the largest investors at Origin.
Yet we've never made an investment decision in 30 seconds. We don't expect you to either.
So when you have more time, learn how Origin can help you generate passive income and grow your wealth.
Nearly home.
I just need more space. I feel like I'm suffocating.
Oh, no. Is this the episode with the breakup?
How will we find the one?
Okay, let's simmer down now. Y'all need Realtor.com, the app the pros trust most. With over 500,000 new listings every month, you could find the one today.
This could be it.
Better put a key ring on it.
You could say that again.
You better put a key ring on it. Make it real with Realtor.com.
My hair has gotten so much thicker ever since taking this.
I used to have a probiotic, a green juice. I replaced it all with this Arma colostrum.
Gotta take it.
First thing I noticed was the energy and recovery that it had after workout. You want to try it? Try Arma.com.
When you're the leader, disaster cleanup and restoration, how do you make like it never even happened happen? Fire it up, Randy! By being prepared for anything! Whatever comes your way, there's a pro for that.
Serve Pro, like it never even happened.
Every day, I'm checking the markets throughout the trading session, working the phones, talking to sources to share insights, information, and all of the details that you need to make money.
Closing bell overtime for Easter and streaming on CNBC+.
President Trump's newly released 2026 budget plan would slash non-defense domestic spending by $163 billion, while increasing spending on national security, but no word yet on details for income taxes, tariffs, entitlement programs, or the budget deficit. Join us now, OMB Director Russ Vought.
Order filled.
And Russ, it's good to see you this morning to try to get whatever details we can get. And many times the devil's in the details. I don't know if we have a lot of those to go around, but just reading some of your comments, you're talking about gutting a weaponized deep state. And that's where you're going to try and get the $163 billion in cuts. Like what?
Well, thanks for having me. I mean, the first stage of this is to focus on the annual appropriations process, which is your agencies, right? So this is not the entirety of our future budget. This is what's needed to go now to get the appropriations started. This is the part that Congress has a vote on every single year. So we believe it is totally appropriate to go back to pre-COVID levels, to have a 20% reduction to non-defense spending while we're increasing Homeland Security, while we're increasing Veterans Affairs, infrastructure, and the Department of Defense, and getting to a defense top line of $1 trillion. We also have a different line of effort going on with regard to reconciliation, with the tax cut extensions, with savings that are needed to be able to pay for a good chunk of that. And so that is happening right now. And so we don't want to confuse that debate, but we also need to get started, and we want to show Congress the extent to which we're finding savings through DOGE, which we just know that there is bureaucracy that needs to be cut back. And our view is that this is both a personnel issue, and President Trump has changed out all the personnel and leadership at these agencies, but there's underlying bureaucracies and programs that are wasteful and lead to both a country that has a federal government that's woke, dividing the American people, and weaponized. And that weaponized part can be regulatorily, it can be through enforcement. I've seen it at the CFPB, and that's something we're fundamentally changing with this budget.
Russ, I have to read this just because it's I don't know if I've ever seen anything like it. But over the last 4 years, government spending aggressively turned, this is you, I think a quote, aggressively turned against the American people. Trillions of dollars were used to fund cultural Marxism, radical green new scams, and even our own invasion. No agency was spared in the less taxpayer-funded cultural revolution. That's pretty strong language from the OMB.
It is strong, and it's based on the fact that the country saw and put President Trump in office to deal with the reality that when you have the Department of Education funding the indoctrination of preschoolers and funding the teaching of teachers to be revolutionaries in the classroom and have a health and human services that is trying to trans our kids through the grant programs and has research programs at NIH that is funding gain-of-function research that contributed to the last pandemic. You have something that is fundamentally wrong in this country, and we want to make sure that the Congress knows the extent to which we have concerns with many of these programs and agencies, and it's going to finally require them to cut spending.
You're going up. This is would be the largest defense increase in quite a while for defense spending, but you're also talking about air safety as well. You've seen some of the recent reports about Newark Airport and other places, so those would be increased.
We would do it. We increased the FAA. We will also be having a proposal that goes up in conjunction with the Secretary of Transportation to make sure we finally deal with the investment needs of the air traffic control modernization. I heard your report just now. We're hoping to take care of a major chunk of that as part of the reconciliation bill. So again, we have these two tracks. One is what is done through the annual appropriations process every single year, most of the funding of the bureaucracy, and one are the reconciliation, which are generally at the beginning of an administration. We want to make sure both tracks are moving forward, that they don't confuse each other, and we certainly are going to fund air traffic controls and infrastructure and every other needs that we believe is important.
You're going to need all Republicans. I can't imagine a Democrat, or you get anything, Democrat votes on a 13% increase in defense spending, while everything else, as you say, you actually use the word gutted.
Well, that's an important question and point. Like, we want to break the paradigm of relying on Democrats for defense increases and homeland security increases. That is why we consciously put those increases on the mandatory side to use reconciliation so that we don't have a bogged down process where we're moving towards a shutdown because Democrats are going to force our non-defense spending to go higher, or they flat out reject the homeland security dollar increases. We want to break that paradigm, use Republican-only votes to get the defense increases and make it much easier to have a focused fight on cutting non-defense spending through the appropriations process.
Russ, can you just speak to what you think is going to be I imagine, some blowback to reducing the budget for the FBI, what you think the impact will be as a function of that? I also see that the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives is also on the list to be cut, and I think quite meaningfully, and how you think about gun violence in America as a result in terms of just those folks, both the FBI and that other agency.
Yeah, both of those, we're not cutting law enforcement officials at all. All law enforcement officials are preserved. We're cutting back on bureaucracy. In the case of the Bureau of Alcohol and Tobacco Firearms, we saw a regulatory apparatus that tried to make it a crime to own a pistol brace used by disabled veterans in the last administration, impacting millions of individuals without any kind of due process that would allow them to speak into the process. I mean, we view that as the kind of thing that's a fundamentally flawed bureaucracy that, yes, our new leaders are changing over time, but we have to take steps to dismantle that bureaucracy that leads to those kinds of results. We see something similar in EPA. When EPA enforcement, when you have criminal statutes that are under the jurisdiction of EPA and they put a 77-year-old Navy veteran named Joe Robertson in jail for building 4 ponds on his ranch to fight wildfires, that is something that needs to be dismantled. And we go by agency to agency, and we see this everywhere, and that is what has informed our cuts.
I think one of the questions that I'd ask, for example, about the Bureau for Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms, I mean, gun deaths now are the leading cause for children and teens in America. So while I would agree with you that, you know, if there was a handle that was impacting people that shouldn't have been sold or shouldn't have been regulated, that's one thing. But if it's the leading cause of death in America for children and teens, you would think that would be an important agency, and whatever bureaucracy should be focused on that, no?
It's not going away. All of the law enforcement officials will continue to be there. They'll have adequate resources across the law enforcement agencies to be able to perform their key functions. But where we have seen bureaucracy that we have taken issue with, we're taking steps to deal with that.
All right, Russ, when I read it, the skinny budget, is because of the is referring to that because of the $163 billion that's being cut, or is this sort of just a framework for what to expect. It reminded me of a skinny margarita right away, which I see people ordering. What do you mean?
We mean a skinny budget is kind of the way we describe the budget for just the discretionary. So we acknowledge, and this is not meant to speak, that we have programs on mandatory side, our economic assumptions, our deficit path. That will come once we get through the lion's share of the work on reconciliation. All of that will come. But right now, we can't wait to get the appropriations process started.
To do that first, okay, and then because then it really gets hard with some of the entitlement programs. We've been talking about Medicaid and what to do with some of these bloated, I guess you'd call them entitlements, but that comes later. We appreciate you bringing this to us today. OMB Director Russ Vought, thanks.
Thank you.
It is just after 8 a.m. on the East Coast, and you're watching Squawk Box right here on CNBC. I'm Becky Quick, along with Joe Kernan and Andrew Ross Sorkin. Among today's top stories, President Trump signing an executive order to encourage drug manufacturing right here in the United States. Under that order, the FDA has been directed to cut unnecessary requirements, streamline reviews, and work with drug makers to cut down the time that it takes to approve manufacturing facilities. The Federal Reserve kicks off a two-day meeting today. According to the CME Group's FedWatch tool, traders were pricing in an over 95% chance of rates being left unchanged. And OpenAI dialing back a significant restructuring plan, announcing that its nonprofit parent will retain control of the company, even as it changes into a public benefit corporation.
Meantime, take a look at the futures right now. We do have some red on the screen. The Dow looking like it would open down about 264 points. The NASDAQ off about 212 points. The S&P 500 off about 43 points. I'm going to get straight over to Dom Chu. He's got a look at this morning's pre-market movers. Dom.
Hey, good morning, Andrew. Good morning, Becky. Good morning, Joe. We're going to start things off with shares of DoorDash, which are right now down just about 5.5% after reporting a beat on its earnings, but a miss on revenues for the quarter. Now, the company did also announce a $1.2 billion acquisition of restaurant booking platform 7Rooms. And then earlier this morning, British food delivery firm Deliveroo agreed to a $3.9 billion takeover by DoorDash, so an active takeover Tuesday. So DoorDash shares down 5.5%. Now, for more on that whole story around DoorDash, tune into Squawk Box tomorrow morning for a first on CNBC interview with the CEO of DoorDash, Tony Xu. Next up, we got shares of Marriott. Its shares are just about maybe 1.5% to 2% higher after it reported better than expected earnings and revenue. But the hotel giant lowered its outlook to account for slower demand in both the U.S. and Canada. Those shares right now down about, maybe 10% so far year to date. And we'll cap things off with shares of Palantir down about 8% despite beating first quarter revenue estimates and raising its full year earnings guidance. Earnings did come right in line with expectations. Now, CEO Alex Karp says the company is in the quote of a middle of a tectonic shift in the adoption of its software, citing 71% growth in its commercial revenues and 45% sales growth in its government segment. So, Joe, Palantir shares down 8%, but for a company that's capitalized so much on AI and is already up 50% year to date, it probably takes a really, really, really good earnings report and update to get that share moving higher.
Right. Keep it up. All right, Dom, thanks. Coming up, economist Ken Rogoff is warning that the U.S. dollar is in decline. He's going to join us to talk about the implications of a weaker dollar straight ahead. Plus, Mattel's CEO is going to join us on the company's plans to hike prices. Squawk Box will be right back.
At IHG Hotels and Resorts, you can stick to the agenda or experience something unexpected, all while earning points for free nights with IHG One Rewards. With IHG's 19 hotel brands, you can guest how you guest.
When we started feeding Bogey, the farmer's dog, he lost so much weight. Pre-portioned packs makes it really easy to keep him lean and healthy.
In the morning, he flies up the stairs and hops up on my bed. In the past, he would not have been able to do any of those things.
Prilosec knows for a fire, one fire extinguisher beats 10 buckets of water. And for zero heartburn, one Prilosec a day beats taking up to 10 antacids a day. It's that simple. For 24-hour heartburn relief, one beats 10. Prilosec OTC.
At Odyssey Trust, we're more than just a transfer agent. We're on a mission to deliver peace of mind by making things simple, fast, and easy. We're proud to be the trusted partner of over 1,000 clients in Canada and the United States.
Experience the power of CNBC Pro. Track your portfolio from every angle on one optimized platform. Become a smarter investor with the power of CNBC Pro. Go to cnbc.com/getpro now.
Life moves fast. You move faster. Work, family,
Order
training,
filled. Order
living.
submitted.
When time runs short, nutrition often does too. That's why we made Huel. Complete nutrition for your most
Order
inconvenient meal.
canceled.
Fast, easy, tasty. Packed with everything your body needs. We bring the fuel, you bring the fire. Huel, because every fire needs its fuel. Available nationwide at GNC and Costco.com.
Meet the new Ninja Swirl by Creamy. Turn almost anything into ice cream. And now, soft serve. Just prep, freeze, lock, spin, and swirl. Enjoy endless options of soft serve, fruit whip, frozen yogurt, and more. Scoop indulgent classics. Create mix-in masterpieces or enjoy low-calorie protein-packed treats. Unlock your imagination with the all-new Ninja Swirl by Creamy.
Harvard economics professor and former IMF chief economist Ken Rogoff is out with a new book today, Our Dollar, Your Problem. Joining us now is the author, Ken Rogoff. Good to see you. Good to have you on.
Good to have you. Good to see you. Sorry.
Is this orchestrated?
Your show, it's okay.
Yeah. Is this an orchestrated decline? Because it fits in so well with some of the goals of the Trump administration.
If we're talking about the decline of the value of the dollar, I think it was really high and set to come down. My book talks about that, but it's more about the dominance of the dollar, the fact it's like English, everything's trade is denominated in dollars, assets are denominated in dollars. We control the global financial system. And the rest of the world didn't like that very much. So we weren't orchestrating that. I think the
Are we
Chinese...
orchestrating the decline?
Well, I think Trump is a catalyst, an accelerant, but sort of saying it's because of him is wrong. Like, it was in play for more than a decade. We had reached this incredible peak. It's not that the dollar's disappearing, but sort of coming down from this incredibly dominant position. Affects the interest rate we pay, our ability to impose sanctions, many other things. I mean, it's a real turning point in the global economy.
Are we at the beginning of it or at the end of it?
No, we're near the beginning of it. This process is going to take
And what's the end result? And what becomes, who replaces, is it supplanted?
No, I mean, I think there'll be a transitional period, and there always is. And
the Bitcoin?
Bitcoin and crypto derivatives are in play in the underground economy where people avoid taxes, especially. And that already is a
But
big...
you don't see it, that won't, I mean, I've seen people saying it's going to be, I saw something the other day that it's going to have infinite value someday. That was obviously someone who's orange-pilled.
Definitely the orange pill. I mean, of course, if we don't regulate it at all, then eventually we'll have a huge financial crisis. We'll have trouble funding ourselves. But I don't see that. It's more fraying at the edges. The renminbi's breaking off already. That's been going on for a while. The euro, although it lost its footing in the euro crisis, is going to take a little more share. We'll still be first, but it's coming down. And then, 50 years from now, who knows?
Yeah, that's key, I think, though. So I was That's what I was grappling with. I wouldn't know what to replace the dollar. It seems like, we've heard this before. Almost reminds me of Malthusian predictions.
It's been going on for 10 years. This isn't a prediction at this point. I mean, the dollar's footprint's been in decline. You can look at any measure, simple ones, reserves, but they're more sophisticated.
Is it a problem right now, Ken? I mean, or was it a problem when it was too strong?
Now you're talking the value of the dollar, okay?
Right.
So that's something the Trump administration's been pushing, and like there's a little bit.
What about the dominant, not the value, the dominance of it on the globe?
It's great for us. I mean, of course, it's fantastic. It gives
there wasn't
us
any downside.
Yeah, we save on interest, your mortgage, your car loan, everything you save money on. Our ability not just to impose sanctions, but to know what's going on. An incredible amount of financial transactions route through the United States, and that's part of our spying.
Is that a decline of our civilization? You think about the British Navy and how that eventually brought it down, or is this something that is not going to cause all that much pain and suffering here?
Well, you know, after World War I, the dollar picked up equal to the pound, and we had a period like that, but it really took World War II to take out the pound. No, it's, so the other problem's not just the outside appetite to make it have other options, but on the inside, our debt, which I think is unsustainable, and your previous guest thinks they'll fix that, but I'm very skeptical. I don't think there's any appetite for that. And a lot of that has to do with a belief that interest rates will go back to very low levels. And I've come on for years onto your show and said, don't believe that. It also has to do with independence of the Federal Reserve, which is a relatively new thing, and both parties don't like it. It's not just Trump, verbalizing it. Believe me, the progressives, want to absorb the Fed into the Treasury.
Say that again? You think
it's too
because
shocking.
they want to be able to print
they want a central bank digital currency, soak everything up from the banks, which they don't like. Then the central bank will have all the money, and they'll, find who to lend it to. And there are various levels of these plans, but that's an idea been floating out there for a long time. And central bank digital currencies in some form, maybe stable coins, are coming. If we had stable coins that are Treasury backed, it does the same thing.
Can I ask you a different question? Do you think that our current Treasury Secretary, not our Treasury Secretary, our current Fed Chairman is the right chairman?
I think he's terrific.
You think he's great?
My goodness. I put myself in, could I have done better when I asked, did Bernanke make a mistake? And I go back to my chess days when I would look at move 33 in some game when I was a kid and say, oh, what a stupid move. I could have beaten them. And then I get to play the player and, oh, I didn't get to move 17. I mean, you have to look at the whole thing. If you pick 40 actions in a volatile world, they're going to make mistakes. So obviously the inflation that happened after the pandemic was bad. But no, I think Powell's done a great job.
So the preeminent status of the dollar, which you think has started to decline. This wasn't a book about Trump and how that other countries are now avoiding U.S.-based. It's not about that.
The last day I touched the book was Election Day. I didn't know who would be president. I didn't like either one, but it was much more, they're undercurrents. It's who we are. We don't want to balance our budget. It's not that the Democrats don't and the Republicans don't. It's that you can't win an election. Federal Reserve independence riles a lot of people. They don't like technocrats controlling things. It's pretty easy to attack. I could go on and on, but I think it's within us. That's the big problem, like the fall of Rome. But also the rest of the world, yeah, it's efficient to just use dollars, but that gives the U.S. too much political control, and they don't like it. It's not just the Chinese, it's not just the Russians. Believe me, the Europeans hate it, and they were moving to get away, lessen their dependence, to get the euro used more. I mean, I think, it was one point in maybe 2007, Shakira wanted to be paid in euro. Yeah. The euro was becoming a thing, and then the debt crisis happened, but, it'll come back.
Do you have a favorite chess piece?
Well, I have to say the Queen, because it's the only politically correct thing to say.
Without the king, you're dead. How could it not be the king?
Well,
do you like pawns? Underrated.
I mean, in my games,
He's ready to talk about this.
I like
me.
Knights.
It's not like asking you what.
I'm sorry. I have to say in this, you've asked me about chess over the years.
Yes.
And you asked me, am I always thinking about chess? I'm thinking about it right now.
I know you are.
And I answered half honestly, saying no. But the truth is, I do think about it a lot. And for the first time in my writing, I tried to bring that out a little bit, where are the analogies?
I love what you just said about Chairman Powell and thinking what move all the way through and getting to even move 40.
No, exactly. Like you can't just, look at one mistake somebody made. At chess, it's very hard to get every move right. And in managing the Federal Reserve, there's so many decisions you have to make. There's so many questions. And so, I think he's done a very professional job and communicates well. So I think it's been a great
analogies. We
More
like
chess.
this.
I didn't ask you what tree you'd like to be. I mean, someone actually asked someone that once. This was a fair game, I think, for you. And you're like, who wouldn't like the queen? That's a pretty obvious answer. She can do everything. Right? Except the
you
knight.
said knights?
I like knights. I like knights.
Because
they're a little tricky. They're a little tricky.
It's magic. What they do.
They're more magical. And
there's things in the way, and they still go.
It's creative.
It's hard to see the path.
It's creative. So.
You do all the forks.
But I'll go back to one chess thing. I feel there's a famous chess player, Ben Larsen. He was Danish, second best player in the world. And I was actually doing a joint interview with him once after a game we played. And he was asked, do you like better being good or lucky? And he thinks for a second. He says, both. And I feel Americans sort of realize we're good, but don't appreciate the turns, the luck we've had at several stages with competitors, with things that have gone on. And it could be different.
It's not guaranteed either. All right.
No, not now.
All right. Ken, thank you.
Thank you.
Knight to rook.
Coming up next, toy manufacturing giant Mattel saying it plans to raise prices due to tariffs. Company CEO is going to join us next, talking about selling 2 toys to every child instead of 30. And then later, investor and philanthropist Paul Tudor Jones is going to join us with his outlook on the markets and so much more, including AI. Squawk Box coming right back.
The Infiniti QX60. Comfort redefined, luxury rediscovered. Sit back and immerse yourself in the Infiniti QX60. Discover true luxury at InfinityUSA.com.
When I started Walton Goggins Goggle Glasses, I didn't know how to turn all this fancy prettiness into a classy-looking logo. But GoDaddy Aero does, with its magical AI powers. It not only creates it, it slaps that sweet thing everywhere.
You know, the TimberTech products compared to wood, it's really the only product that I've personally found that has that look and feel of wood. It's the closest thing to it in the world of composites.
You just really need to look at it. They've nailed the colors on this. There's a great range of color in there. The grain pattern, the comb look to it is fantastic.
It doesn't have that like weird plasticky look. It just looks like it's supposed to be there. It looks like what you want it to look like. It looks like your investment made sense.
Goldilocks needs a place of her own, and fast. Thankfully, she's on Redfin. They update their listings every 2 minutes. And with so many options, she's bound to find exactly what she wants.
This one's just right. Is she leaving? Yes.
Oh, it's happening. It is happening.
Did you know that somebody could literally steal your house? Yeah, that is a thing that happens. It is when a criminal forges your signature on one document, uses one fake notary stamp, they then take out loans using your home equity, and the worst part of it is, you don't even know it's happening until you start getting collections and foreclosure notices. This right here is why you need to use Home Title Lock.
Find out if you're already a victim. Go to HomeTitleLock.com now.
At Public.com, you can earn an industry-leading 4.1% APY with a high-yield cash account. There are no fees, minimums, or maximums either. It's just 4.1% APY, straight up with no strings attached. Plus, you get up to $5 million FDIC insurance. Put your cash to work. Earn an industry-leading 4.1% APY with a high-yield cash account. Only at Public.com.
CNBC Plus, a new streaming platform from the #1 source in business news. On-the-go access to international financial markets, business news, and analysis as it happens. Bell-to-bell global live stream, CNBC Plus real-time data, and full episodes of CNBC's Business Day lineup on demand. CNBC Plus. Access any market, anytime, anywhere. Start streaming at cnbc.com/plus.
Former NFL player Michael Strahan reportedly seeking an ownership stake in his former team, the New York Giants. It's according to a report from Sportico that says Strahan is teaming up with billionaire Mark Lazary to make a bid. The report says they are seeking a stake of up to 10% of the company. So, or I should say the team, really, but the team these days is a company. So we'll keep our eyes on that. Maybe we'll try to get Mark on the program and Mr. Strahan as well. We'll pull him over from GMA just across the street here. Coming up next, investor and philanthropist Paul Tudor Jones joining us with his market outlook about what he thinks is going on right now. Squawk Box coming right back.
He sure knows these parts well.
Folks say the planes whisper to him.
Outlaws in 500 feet. Rerouting.
Making a left!
Innovation changes everything.
Man, he's good.
With one investment, you can access the NASDAQ 100 innovators who are rethinking the world. Before investing, carefully read and consider fund investment objectives, risks, charges, expenses, and more in prospectus at Invesco.com.
You give eye exams.
I give fresh starts, better vision, healthy eyes. Everybody wants that.
Hero Doc saves vision.
Well,
Hero Owl saves money. Use your vision insurance for exams, glasses, and contacts, all at America's Best.
Ever worry that you're drinking too much? Take back control with Or Health. Or Health provides access to medication proven to help. A daily pill to drink less, or to quit drinking altogether. Text CNBC to 710-710 to learn more.
Opportunities don't stop when the market day ends. So neither do we. Schwab gives you round-the-clock access to over 800 of the most popular stocks and ETFs, plus a wide variety of futures markets. All with 24-hour support from trading specialists who understand the ins and outs of 24-hour trading. No matter the hour, you can trade brilliantly with Schwab.
With the president pressuring the Fed to cut rates and the outlook uncertain, how will the Fed balance the threat of lower growth and higher unemployment? Fed Chair Powell's message to investors. Power Lunch, tomorrow 2 Eastern, and streaming on CNBC.
Sarah Benzino, Brandon Coley, Jablonski Auto Body, LLC.
Yeah! Woo!
What'd she call Harper?
Oh, you mean Jablonski Auto Body, LLC.
We actually sold the Twins naming rights.
You know, like stadiums do. Kids are so expensive these days. Here he comes.
Oasis Breeze Tan and Spa.
If you need a tan, I'm your man. Could do business with you.
Or we can look at some investment options for you.
Works for us.
The right money moves aren't as absurd as you think.
Consumer Reports ranks car brands on more than 50 road tests, reliability surveys, owner satisfaction surveys, and safety ratings from IIHS. And for 2025, Consumer Reports' most reliable automotive brand is Subaru. It's no surprise they also named Subaru the best overall automotive brand. Safe, reliable, trusted, loved. Subaru.
Welcome back to Squawk Box. Rick Santulli here live at CME HQ with the breaking news of the morning on this first of a two-day Fed meeting. Trade balance for the month of March, another record, and these aren't necessarily good records, minus $140.5 billion. $140.5 billion with a minus sign. This record keeping goes back to 1992. It has never been bigger. And just to put a face on it, pre-COVID, the month before COVID, it was at minus 41 billion. The worst pre-COVID, the extreme pre-COVID, was minus 68 billion, and that was pre-credit crisis in summer of 06. So this really is a large number. We could all debate what it really means in the grand scheme of things, but one thing I can tell you is that it continually seems to be expanding at a record pace. Becky, back to you.
Okay, Rick, thank you very much. Barbie and Hot Wheels maker Mattel withdrawing its financial guidance and saying that it plans to increase prices for some products in the United States because of tariffs. The company also talking about accelerating moving some of its production out of China. Since the tariffs were announced on April 2nd, Mattel's stock is down by about 19%. The tariffs were steeper than most people, just about everybody, was anticipating with some of this, and you've seen the reaction in Mattel shares and in other companies as well. Joining us right now to talk more about what to expect is Ynon Kreiz. He's the chairman and the CEO of Mattel. And Ynon, thank you for being with us. We are looking at lots of moving pieces. You had your quarterly results, but I think people are trying to figure out what comes next because the tariffs were after the quarter ended. What have you seen? Because when we talked to you on March 4th, you thought you'd be able to navigate the tariffs fairly well. The tariffs were quite a bit more than anybody was anticipated. What did that higher tariff mean for your bottom line? Or what will it?
Hi, Becky. Great to be here. Let me start with the quarter. This was a strong first quarter with top-line growth, gross margin expansion, and continued operational excellence. We are also off to a strong start in the second quarter with consumer demand up double digits. Our brand portfolio, flexible supply chain, and balance sheet are clear advantages during this uncertain time, and we are maintaining our target of $600 billion of share repurchases this year. As it relates to tariffs, we are taking mitigating actions designed to fully offset potential incremental cost and continue to manage our business and look for a supply and provide quality product for our fans.
What are those actions? How do you mitigate the tariffs?
Well, there are three areas where we look to find efficiencies and mitigate for cost. We're looking to accelerate the diversification of our supply chain and further reduce reliance on China-sourced product. We're optimizing our product sourcing and product mix, and where necessary, we will be taking pricing action in the U.S.
Okay, let's talk about each of those. I know you've been trying to move your supply chain away from China for some time. Where are the majority of your products made at this point? How can you speed that up, and what countries will you go to do that with?
We've been on this journey for 7 years. This is not something that we've done overnight. We've diversified our manufacturing footprint and developed a flexible model to adapt to changing market conditions. We currently source product from a mix of own factories and third-party vendors in 7 different countries. By the end of this year, China will be below 40%. This year, China is below 40%, and in 2 years, no country will be at more than 25%. China currently represents less than, as I said, 40%, which is less than half of the industry average. And in terms of U.S. imports, China represents less than 20% of our global production, and we plan to reduce that further to less than 15% by next year and less than 10% by 2027, with additional contingency plans to accelerate that if we need to.
The president's point is to try and get production moved back to the United States. Is that going to happen with the toy industry?
We need to remember that a significant part of toy creation happens in America. Design, development, product engineering, brand management, all happens in America. Making product, producing product in other countries allows us to create quality product at affordable price points. And this is something we are committed to do, to continue to create quality product and find the right balance of price and value, all in the service of the consumer.
But if the tariffs come and they stay, would it be cheaper to manufacture toys in the United States?
We don't see that happening. We believe that production in other countries where we can be efficient and more productive is the best balance between manufacturing in international outside of the US and continue to develop product in terms of design and creativity in America.
The toy industry has pushed for exemptions from the tariffs. The president basically used toys as an example, though, that you know, kids can have 2 dolls instead of 30 or even more than that. So it doesn't sound like that's in the working. Have you had conversations with the administration about this?
Look, the 80% of toy production globally does happen in China. And what the Toy Association said is that many companies are exposed. If this continues, there will be a significant disruption in the industry. We do support the Toy Association advocacy for zero tariffs on toys to ensure that safe and affordable products remain accessible to everyone, given that toys are such an essential part of children's lives. It's important to say that.
Yeah, is Christmas at risk? We hear, you know, huge proclamations that back to school's at risk, that Halloween's at risk, that Christmas is at risk. Is Christmas at risk, or is this something that will be managed through?
Look, at Mattel, we are committed to the uninterrupted supply of quality products at a wide range of affordable price points to children and families everywhere, including Christmas.
Okay. Ynon Kreiz from Mattel, thank you for joining us this morning, Ynon. We hope to see you back in studio soon. Thank you.
Becky.
Andrew?
Thanks, Becky. Coming up next, Paul Tudor Jones is with us, founder and CIO of Tudor Investments, for an exclusive interview. He's got a lot to say. You do not want to miss it. Don't go anywhere. Squawk Box, we'll be right back.
I'm into comedy. I'm also
Order
into
canceled.
flambanging. What I'm not into is heartburn.
Order filled.
That's why I take Voquezna.
Here in Keenan's stomach, Voquezna can kick some acid and relieve heartburn related to non-erosive GERD.
Voquezna is the first and only FDA-approved treatment of its kind.
And it heals erosive esophagitis, known as erosive GERD.
Ooh la la.
93% of adults with erosive GERD were healed by 2 months. Of those healed, 79% stayed healed. Plus, Voquezna can provide heartburn-free days and nights. Other serious stomach conditions may exist. Don't take if allergic to Voquezna or while on rilpivirine. Serious allergic reactions include trouble breathing, rash, itching, and swelling of face, lips, tongue, or throat. Serious side effects may include kidney problems, intestinal infection, fractures, life-threatening skin reactions, low B12 or magnesium levels, and stomach growths. Tell your doctor about your medical conditions, medications, and if you have diarrhea, persistent stomach pain or fever, decreased or bloody urine, seizures, dizziness, irregular heartbeat, jitteriness, chills, shortness of breath, muscle aches or weakness, spasms of hands, feet, or voice.
Voquezna can help kick some acid, and so can you.
Ask your doctor about Voquezna.
Do you have a life insurance policy you no longer need? Now you can sell your policy, even a term policy, for an immediate cash payment. Call Coventry Direct to learn more.
We thought we had planned carefully for our retirement.
But we quickly realized we needed a way to supplement our income.
Our friends sold their policy to help pay their medical bills. And that got me thinking. Maybe selling our policy could help with our retirement.
I was skeptical. So I did some research and called Coventry Direct. They explained life insurance is a valuable asset that can be sold.
We learned we could sell all of our policy or keep part of it with no future payments. Who knew? We sold our policy. Now we can relax and enjoy our retirement as we had planned.
If you have $100,000 or more of life insurance, you may qualify to sell your policy. Don't cancel or let your policy lapse without finding out what it's worth.
Order
Visit
filled.
CoventryDirect.com
Order
to find out
submitted.
if your policy qualifies.
Order
or call
filled.
1-800-514-7800. Coventry Direct, redefining insurance.
Since 2007, Origin has been focused on the future.
A future that helps you build passive income from real estate.
One where we invest by your side without hidden fees or confusing structures.
Build the future you deserve with Origin Investments.
Tim Cook has made the Berkshire a lot more money than I've ever made Berkshire Hathaway. So,
Has your view on trade barriers
Order
changed?
filled.
trade should not be a weapon. How you control revenue and expenses, Congress does not seem good at doing it. The time has arrived where Greg should become the chief executive officer of the company at year
Order
end.
filled.
Order filled.
Order submitted. Order filled.
Order filled.
Order submitted.
Welcome back to Squawk Box this morning. We are joined by a very special guest right here at the NASDAQ to discuss the economy, markets, and so much more. Legendary investor Paul Tudor Jones is here, founder and chief investment officer of Tudor Investment Corporation, and he is, of course, the founder and a member of the board of the Robin Hood Foundation, which is going to be hosting its annual benefit next week. Always a big night in New York. A lot of money, hopefully, to be
Hopefully,
raised.
we're going to raise $75 million.
Well, we're going to talk about that in just a minute, but let's talk markets first. I was going to ask you about the stock market itself, but then you just said something to me which makes me a little bit nervous, which is you're focused less on that right this moment than you are about artificial intelligence. What do you mean?
Well, let me just say, I was minding my business. I went to this tech conference about 2 weeks ago out west.
Order
and I just want to share
canceled.
with you what I learned there. Chatham House rules, so we can talk about the content. So it was a small one, 40 notables, but real notables, like household names that you would recognize, the leaders in finance, politics, science, tech. And they had a variety of panels. I was on one on capitalism. And there was a tech panel that had 4 of the leading modelers of the AI models
Order
that
canceled.
we're all using today. So it'd be persons 1 through 5 of each of those 4 models. And the quick 3 takeaways from that are, 1, wow,
Order
AI
submitted.
can be such a force for good. And we're going to see it immediately in both health and education very quickly. It's going to be fantastic. That's the good news. 2, the neutral news. These models are increasing in their efficiency and performance between, on the very low end, 25%, on the high end, 500%, every 3 or 4 quarters. So it's not even curvilinear. It's a vertical lift in how powerful artificial intelligence is becoming.
Right.
And then thirdly, and the one that disturbed me the most, is that AI clearly poses an imminent threat, security threat, imminent in our lifetimes to humanity. And that was the one that really, really got me going.
When you say imminent threat, what do you mean?
So I'll get to it. So they had a
Order
panel
filled.
of, again, 4 of the leading tech experts. And kind of about halfway through, someone asked them on AI security. Well, what are you doing on AI security? And they said the competitive dynamic is so intense among the companies, and then geopolitically between Russia and China, that there's no agency, no ability to stop and say, maybe we should think about what actually we're creating and building here. And so, and the follow-up question is, well, what are you doing about it? And he said, well, I'm buying 100 acres in the Midwest. I'm getting cattle and chickens, and I'm laying in provisions.
For real?
For real. For real. And that was obviously a little disconcerting. And then he went on to say, I think it's going to take an accident where 50 to 100 million people die to make the world take the threat of this really seriously. Well, that was a freaky deek to me, and no one pushed back on him on that panel. And then afterwards, we had a breakout session, which was really interesting. All 40 people got up in a room like this, and they had a series of propositions, and you had to either agree with or disagree with the proposition. And one of the propositions was, there's a 10% chance in the next 20 years that AI will kill 50% of humanity. So there's a 10% chance that AI will kill 50% of humanity in the next 20 years. Agree or disagree?
Order filled.
Order filled.
So I'd say the vast majority of the room moved to the disagree side. I had just heard Joe Rogan and Elon Musk 2 months ago, where Elon Musk said, there's only a 20% chance that AI can annihilate humanity. Now I know why he wants to go to Mars, right? And so about 6 or 7 of us went to the agree side, and I'd gone there because of what I'd heard Elon Musk say, who's maybe the most brilliant engineer of our time. All 4 modelers were on the agree side of that. All 4 of the leading developers of the AI models were on that side. And then we debated. Then the two sides got to debate. And one of the modelers says to the disagree side, if you don't think there's a 10% chance, as fast as these models are growing, and how quickly they're commoditizing knowledge, how easily they're making it accessible, that someone couldn't biohack, because that's where the real weakness is. A weapon that could take out half of humanity. I don't know. 10% seems reasonable to me.
Okay, so thank you for bringing us this great news over breakfast.
No. Can I just say, I'm not a tech expert.
Order canceled.
But
Target
order
filled.
My whole life managing risk. That's why I'm here today, is because I'm as good as there is on macro risk management. And we just have to realize, to their credit, all these folks in AI are telling us we're creating something that's really dangerous. It's going to be really great too, but we're helpless to do anything about it. That's, to their credit, what they're telling us. And yet we're doing nothing right now, and it's really disturbing.
Okay, so let me ask you then two follow-ups. What would you be doing from a sort of policy regulatory perspective, and what would you be doing as a risk manager investor perspective?
Well, first of all, again, I think markets are irrelevant with regard to this particular topic.
Because it's existential.
It's existential, and they're telling us that. And so there are three things that we have to do. First is, 2024, there was about $250 billion spent on AI by the Mag 7, maybe $500 billion totally globally. According to those four models, the AI spend on security was less than $1 billion. So a 0.25% on AI security versus out of $250 billion spent. So these companies, started by great men, great moral men of great character, they need to step forward and show the ethical and moral leadership, and need to spend at least, well, Jeffrey Hinton, the godfather of AI, he's the one who developed neural nets, which is the precursor. He just had a podcast a month ago, he was on a newscast a month ago where he agreed with Elon Musk's assessment that 10 to 20% is about the right number for it to annihilate humanity. But he said they should be spending 1/3.
Okay.
So we've got it somewhere between 0.25% and 1/3. At least 10% needs to be on AI security by the people who are creating and profiting from these models. That's one. Two, President Trump has to get in the game. He has to be in the game. You can have good deregulation and good regulation side by side. They're not mutually exclusive. So in this particular instance, on his watch and on President Xi's watch, in the next 4 years, we'll probably have artificial superintelligence, which means you take one of these algorithms that's smarter than any human on Earth, have more than a PhD equivalent, and then you link them with 1 million others, and we're going to have that big bang. We're going to have artificial superintelligence. So he has to get in the game. I mean, if you think about it, right? We have cars that can go twice the speed limit. We have planes that can break the sound barrier, but we have created regulations for our safety and for social cohesion to live within that. So we have this large language model has been around for 30 months. It took the greatest generation 18 months for the Atomic Energy Commission to be formed. He has to get in the game and focus like he does on tariffs and on the border. He has to get in the game and regulate this.
While I have you here,
yes.
I want to ask you about tariffs and regulation and the markets just right now before we talk about Robinhood.
Yeah, I just want to say one last thing. I'm really concerned about these open source models and how they are commoditizing and making what were previously indecipherable pockets of knowledge easily accessible. You can have a bad actor like Osama bin Laden take these things with his cult following somewhere down the road. Or you can have innocent actors like, hopefully, those researchers in Wuhan laboratory make a mistake, who made a mistake, and they can be real threats to humanity. So we really, and then finally, we have to do something. You individually, every time a tech expert comes on this show, you better ask him, what are you doing on AI security? We individually have to ask our elected officials, what are you doing today on AI security? We're being called out. They're telling us that they want to be regulated. We have to do something now.
Okay, because we're going to run out of time.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of folks who watch you, and they want to know what you think about these markets. They want to know what you think about tariffs. They want to know about what you think about what's going to happen over the next 12 months.
Right.
Where are we?
For me, it's pretty clear. You have Trump, who's locked in on tariffs. You have the Fed, who's locked in on not cutting rates. That's not good for the stock market. We'll probably go down to new lows until even when Trump dials back China to 50%.
And that's what you're expecting?
Oh, I'm sure he'll dial it back to 50 at some time. I mean, I think that's kind of in the market right now. So he'll dial it back to 50 or 40, whatever. Even when he does that, you got those tariffs, the equivalent of a 2%. It'd be the largest, they're a tax. It's like the largest tax increase since the 60s. So you can kind of take 2 to 3% off growth. And then you got the Fed, who's, unless they got really dovish and really, really cut, you're probably going to, you're probably going to new lows. And then when we're in new lows, the hard data will start to follow, and it'll probably create the Fed to move, create Trump to move, and then we'll get some kind of rally.
Is there an optimism, though, do you see a rainbow at the other side of this policy on tariffs?
Well, can I just say, correcting the trade imbalance was a great idea. Tariffs used, I think, surgically, not to the extent that conceivably he's used, would have been great also. If you think about China coming to the WTO, we had free trade, but we didn't have freely floating exchange rates. So this problem started 20-some-odd years ago. It's just manifested itself finally, really, to the tipping point right now.
We're going to have to go and run out of time. I just want to talk about Robinhood for a moment. Also wanted to ask you, by the way, about not-for-profit statuses of not-for-profits in America today and how much you're concerned about what's going on there.
Well, can I just say, good Lord, not-for-profits are the linchpin of the social safety net that keeps America great. It's the linchpin. There's nothing more important. The intellectual capital that comes out of not-for-profits is so important to guide what we do socially, both from a governmental standpoint as well as what we do privately. Just incredibly important. $500 billion of philanthropic giving. I think realistically, you put a multiple on it. I think at Robinhood, we think our giving has a 9 multiple. Let's just say that we're the top of the heap and it's really a 3 or 4 multiple. You're still talking about $2 trillion of capital for goodness. So they're really important. Robinhood, here's the key takeaway for us this year, and I think why this year is maybe our most important year. You look at the budget cuts that are planned, and then what you really got is you got an 8% drop in incomes for the lower 20%. That's what we're looking at, an 8% drop for the lower 20%, while you and I and probably most of your listeners are going to come out of this unscathed. So does that sound right to you?
Of course not. Okay.
So I can't control what happens in Washington. I can control what I do. And I'm hopeful that like in 2008, when we were on our ass in New York City, that was our biggest fundraising year ever. People that were down 30% in their net worth gave more than they ever did because they saw what was happening to the least among us. And I fully anticipate that this year, that particularly the people that are benefiting from this particular policy are going to give more, and I pray they do next Monday night, are going to give more than they ever had. We've got, just so you know, the best lineup we've ever had. We've got the weekend. We've got Seth MacFarlane. We've got Oz the Mentalist, who's going to come out and predict who
we love Oz.
Who Trump is going to replace Powell with. So we got all kinds of. Keith Urban is coming out of the country to play in the city. It's going to be great.
Paul Tudor Jones, thank you for scaring us and inspiring us.
I did not scare you. I illuminated us so that you have a responsibility to ask every tech person on here, what are we doing on security?
You got a deal. Paul, thank you. Appreciate it. We got a lot more coming up on Squawk. Coming up after this.
Double check that. That's pretty good. Yee. Not crying, are you? Let's tighten that. Ooh. Wait, what was that? What? No, don't worry about that. Here we go.
Asking the right question can greatly impact your future.
Are you qualified to do this? What?
Especially when it comes to your finances.
Do you have a question?
Are you a certified financial planner?
Yes, I'm a CFP professional.
CFP professionals are committed to acting in your best interest. That's why it's gotta be a CFP. Find your CFP professional at letsmakeaplan.org.
It is amazing. It used to have collagen, it used to have a probiotic, a green juice. I replaced it all with this Arma colostrum. You don't know what colostrum is, it is amazing, but it is a bioactive whole food. It has all the essential nutrients you need for your skin, your gut, energy, focus, mood, performance, your hair, like immune system. It strengthens, supports all of that. I think the first thing I noticed was the energy and recovery that it had after workout, but if you want to try it, we'll try armor.com.
My name is Dave, and I hate money, which is why I don't like Rocket Money. Rocket Money notified me I could save money by finding and canceling unwanted subscriptions in the app, which is great for people who love money. But that's not me.
At Ace, we know whether you grill with charcoal, gas, pellet, or griddle, we've got the perfect grill for you. Because only your local Ace has all the best brands in one place, like Weber, Big Green Egg, Traeger, and Blackstone. With free assembly and delivery of your new grill, along with all the sauces, rubs, and grilling extras, you'll have everything you need for your perfect barbecue. That sounds pretty perfect. Around the block, what you need in stock, with service so good it's guaranteed.
Ace is the place with the helpful hardware, folks.
I look different. I play different.
We were the greatest defense ever to play the game.
Winning becomes a lifestyle.
All right, let's take one more look at the markets this morning. You'll see that we are still in negative territory. Dow futures off by about 260 points now. S&P futures down by 43. You've got the NASDAQ down by 214. Treasury yields, I think, still continues to be higher for the, actually, the 10-year's given back a little bit, too. It's at 4.33. The 2-year yield at 3.79. And then if you take a look at what's been happening with oil prices rebounding a bit, up by about 2.6% for WTI. It's back up $1.50 to $58.63 a barrel. And crypto, we haven't really looked at Bitcoin much this morning. You can see this morning it's just below $94,000 for Bitcoin. A little bit lower for Ethereum and Solana. They're down by a little bit, as is XRP. And the dollar that we talked about with Ken Rogoff earlier this morning, looks like the dollar this morning is down against the pound. It is up, down against the dollar, and it's down against the euro as well. Finally, gold prices this morning. You'll see that right now it looks like gold is up by about 2.3%.
Back up.
Yeah, almost $3,400.
Almost another new high, yep.
All right, that does it for us today. Make sure you join us back here tomorrow. Right now it's time for Squawk on the Street.
Good Tuesday morning. Welcome to Squawk on the Street. I'm Carl Quintanilla with Mike Santoli at Post 9 of the New York Stock Exchange. David Favors at the Milken Institute Global Conference in Beverly Hills. Kramer has the morning off. Futures are a bit soft as more companies cut or suspend their guidance today. It's either Ford or Mattel, Marriott, and Clorox. 10-year yield hits about a 10-day high this morning. Our roadmap begins with the Dow and the S&P snapping that 9-day win streak as the Fed kicks off its 2-day meeting later today.
Plus, Palantir is the best performing S&P name so far this year. It was out with its quarterly results after the bell, and that has sent shares a bit lower in the pre-market. And we are live, day 2 for us for the Milken Global Conference. Coming up, we've got the CEO of alternative asset manager Ares. We have Morgan Stanley's co-president, and we'll also get a read on the Fed and the markets ahead of tomorrow's rate decision with Rockefeller Capital's Greg Fleming.
Let's begin with the markets and the Fed after the end of that 9-day win streak for stocks. Mike, something, put almost together, almost 11% in a very short period of time.
I was going to say, there have been 9-day win streaks actually almost a year ago, but this is a particularly strong one. So you get a little bit of the extreme snapback effect because the decline into that low on April 7th was also very steep and sudden. Now it's a matter of what's next, because the positioning has at least become less negative. People have probably become a little more comfortable. Volatility is down, but it's not really drained away, considering how far we've come off the low 17%. At a logical place to wait and see here. I think we're back to the April 2nd levels. We got to contend with those a little bit. And despite the 9-day win streak, as I say, like even though credit spreads came in, the anticipated volatility, all these little signs of anxiety. You have the dollar down and yields are kind of flattish, but you had some of that dollar down, treasury yields up action before. Asian currencies moving fast. So I think we're back in the mode of saying, is macro moving around too quickly? And, wait to see what the Fed might have to say. I think that the market has kind of drained away any hope that some imminent move is coming from the Fed. But I think the body language and the leaning of Powell tomorrow could maybe fill in some of the blanks.
Yeah. David, it'll be interesting to get the view from your world out there this morning, especially given, for example, this Goldman report.
Hello.
Jan Hatzius keeps his recession odds around 45, says it makes sense that hard data, especially after an event-driven outcome, often lags.
Survey work that we've seen lately. Yeah, I mean, that is kind of the key question to a certain extent, the lag. So the conversation here, and I think we got a lot of it yesterday, and a sampling, we'll give people a sampling of the guests that we heard from yesterday as well, as similar as you take a look at Hatzi's note there in terms of soft data and sort of where we are in an event-driven recession, is that we're getting closer here to sort of a key point, I think it's fair to say. It's funny, Mike, coming into earnings season, I think I had the expectation, given a lot of the things I was hearing from leaders of organizations, that there would be suspension of guidance across the board. It didn't happen quite as much. Certainly not many of the companies that reported that we followed closely, but it does seem to be building steam to some extent. I don't know how much or to what extent that's giving investors any pause, but in some ways you could have...
Is it loud on the YouTube?
Frankly, I thought we would get a lot more uncertainty than we did. Yeah. I mean, you've seen anything that really is directly tariff impacted, anything that's kind of retail or industrial, they have either backed away from guidance or they've expressed lower conviction in how it's going to play out. And there has been some guidance suspensions, and really, to me, that's more just bowing to what the reality of the market has already been sort of pricing in. I do think that
Okay, good. Yeah.
does really raise the question, raise the stakes for second earnings estimates right now. I mean, the overall yearly numbers have been coming down. Yet first quarter really strong, right? Up 12% or thereabouts. It's expected to be up 6%, but it's really lumpy. Barclays this morning basically says Alphabet alone is responsible for 2 percentage points of the 6 percentage point outperformance. So again, it's a very top-heavy market. By the way, it's also one of the reasons we get all these streaks and this kind of never befores and not since long time ago. I think if you have this much of the market that's driven by a handful of stocks. So I do think that mostly companies the starting point was fine for the most part. Where it goes from here, obviously it's going to track the whole hard data path. And so far, employment's hanging in there, some fraying around consumer credit and consumer confidence. I mean, we're not going to be able to wash through the pull forward effects, exactly how much inventory build we've had, therefore how much time we have before tariffs get into consumer price.
Yeah, the BofA today actually has a list of companies that have either chosen not to guide or pulled, and it's Cummins, Delta, Ford, GM, Hog, JetBlue, Masco, Mattel, Polaris, Skechers, UPS, you name it.
And I think you could say, okay, that's a lot, and it makes sense. But what does it say that the market as a whole has not sold back off on this or decided to withhold its enthusiasm on this rally? Well, does it mean we're just looking on the bright side now and everybody is sort of cognizant of upside risk that whatever trade deal might come down the way? Or are we sort of trying to sort of sequester tariff impacted parts of this economy, somehow thinking, it's kind of like, under certain circumstances, the tree can grow through the fence, and we just don't know if that's going to be the case.
By the way, David, Mark Carney of Canada goes to the White House today. Lutnick was asked about the meeting yesterday and said that Canada was a, quote, socialist regime that has been, quote, basically feeding off America. Expectation for this meeting today, pretty low.
Yeah, that's not exactly conciliatory kind of language, I guess. Plenty at stake for the Canadians as well. Obviously, Carney, as our viewers know, just having his party having won the election, when not long ago they were seen, frankly, as something of a long shot, but that's changed dramatically, sort of given the sort of nationalism in that country. I mean, obviously, the idea of deals on a lot of with a lot of countries is still the key underlying bullish thesis in the market. Not seeing it necessarily reflected in the futures right now, but Mike, it's what the expectation I think is at this point. If you don't get some sort of de-escalation with China, let's call it, over the next few weeks, if you don't at least get something. It's not going to be a signed and sealed deal with Japan or India or South Korea, but it's going to be something that leads to that. If you don't get those, I think there certainly might be at this point. You pointed out, it's the risk has sort of changed a bit in terms of how everybody is so deeply hedged. It could conceivably be met with more selling.
For sure. And, I think everyone's going to have something that's quantifiable in terms of some agreement, some deal, and say, is it worse or better than where we started before we initiated the tariffs? And then we'll flow it through to S&P 500 earnings. I do keep pointing out that, for as much focus as we're given to the trade balance and trade policy, the U.S. is not a very trade-dependent economy on the whole. It's not the big swing factor. Usually, it's $1 trillion trade deficit on a $30 trillion economy. We have a huge surplus in services. We're kind of an internally sourced and internally kind of consuming service-based economy. So in theory, if it's manageable, then it just works its way through those parts of the S&P that are directly impacted. But that's the bright side here, obviously, because the confidence shock is something that we just don't know the implications of.
Meantime, Ford's moving lower in the pre-market. Despite this quarterly beat, the automakers are suspending full-year guidance in the wake of all this the tariff uncertainty. Let's get to Phil LeBeau, who talked to Jim Farley this morning. Phil, fascinating to hear Farley tell you that he fully expects these tariffs to be in place for the next 3 years.
He's coming out and saying what most people in the auto industry have come to the conclusion of, which is it ain't changing anytime soon. And if you're thinking, well, let's kick it down the road to the fall, to maybe winter, and then perhaps the Trump administration will decide, tariffs, who needs them anymore? That's not the thought process within the auto industry. Here's the first quarter for Ford. They did beat on the top and the bottom line, but keep in mind, the estimates have been brought down dramatically. Net profits down 64% compared to the first quarter of last year. And as you mentioned, the company has suspended its full-year guidance. In terms of dollars and cents, even with offsets of $1 billion, that's steps that Ford has taken to offset the impact of tariffs of $1 billion. As you take a look at shares of Ford, part of the reason it's under pressure is because the company has said, we're going to see a hit of $1.5 billion this year. Here's Jim Farley talking about how they're managing this and their expectation for the permanency of these tariffs.
We do, at least for the next 2 years. So we think it's, a significant issue for the company. The good news is we build 80% of our vehicles in the U.S. So we're the least effective and the most able to absorb them. But, they are significant for our company, and, we're doing everything we can to mitigate them. There's a lot of things that are still unclear, and that's why we suspended guidance.
One of the things that Ford is looking at is evaluating its manufacturing footprint. Now, they have not announced moving any products or plants from foreign locations here to the United States, but they are analyzing everything in terms of what makes the most sense?
I'm tempted to go long before open.
With Jim Farley. Very popular vehicle. It's a mid-sized pickup truck that is selling for around
I'll set in at 8:07.
Orders submitted. About $30,000. So that's part of what they're doing. Remember, Ford has 2 plants being built here in the U.S. They'll come online over the next couple of years. But in the meantime, guys, what Jim Farley is saying is what we increasingly hear, at least not on camera, but off camera, from those within the auto industry. These tariffs are here to stay.
Interesting, Phil. That price tag that they put on the tariff headwind, obviously a lot lower than the one we got out of GM. We think that sort of correlates with their mix of foreign and domestic content?
Correct, because they build so much here in the United States, and 80% of their manufacturing is here. Now, they still bring in non-U.S. supply, and that content, those components, some of that they can offset, but they're still going to spill an impact, and there's your $1.5 billion.
Meantime, I don't know. Are you watching these Tesla sales numbers for April out of Europe, Bill? I mean,
yes.
We knew March was bad, but Sweden down 80, Denmark down 67, France down 60.
And this is at a time when Europe is pivoting towards electric vehicles because of incentives to meet certain rules when it comes to emissions. So at a time when the continent is pivoting that way, Ford's year-over-year sales are falling. Some of that is the automakers in Europe, the established ones, have rolled out new EVs. Some of that is also because of the Chinese automakers. Europe is where they are going to town in terms of expansion, especially with lower-priced models. Those lower-priced electric vehicles from China, I mean, that's going to be it's an issue for Tesla right now in Europe. It'll be an issue for all automakers over there. That's part of the reason why the EU is in talks with China about figuring out some way of allowing the Chinese to sell within Europe, but not to undercut everybody as much as they are.
Right. That's a concern for Europe in many different sectors, not just cars. The flood of capacity and the stuff that has to go somewhere.
Yep.
Phil, busy day for you again. I appreciate it, Phil, as well. Talking Ford and some Tesla. When we come back, David's got some highlights from Milken this week. You'll hear what some top executives have to say to him about the macro environment. Take a look at the pre-market. A little softness here as we have given back a little bit of that rally from the closing part of last week. More Squawk on the Street straight ahead.
You have a life insurance policy you no longer need. Now you can sell your policy, even a term policy, for an immediate cash payment. Call Coventry Direct to learn more.
We thought we had planned carefully for our retirement.
But we quickly realized we needed a way to supplement our income.
Our friends sold their policy to help pay their medical bills. It got me
Hello?
thinking, maybe selling our policy could help with our retirement.
Not a thing.
So I did some research and called Coventry Direct.
I want to long before open, so I have 8:07 set in.
Sell all of our policy or keep part of it with no future payments. Who knew? We sold our policy. Now we can relax and enjoy our retirement as we
Order filled.
It hit.
Qualified to sell your policy.
Orders
Don't
submitted.
cancel and let your policy lapse without
Just trying to get the pump and then get out at open.
find out if your policy qualifies. Or call 1-800.
Yeah.
Get binding insurance.
I'm getting out at 8:14.
Ultra high absorption turmeric to support my joint health. It's the #1 doctor recommended form of turmeric that helps you keep doing the things you love at every age. Cuno.
Dear Texas, at HEB, we partner with farmers around the world to bring you Cafe Au Lait, made from 100% Arabica beans. And from the world's finest coffee beans, we create blends in over 40 different flavors that Texans love. From whole and ground beans to single serve.
3 minutes doesn't look good, but oh well.
Every time you take a sip,
What up?
just for you. Cafe Au Lait, sourced around the world, brought to Texas with love from HEB.
At Ace, we know whether you grill with charcoal, gas, pellet, or griddle, we've got the perfect grill for you.
Because only your local Ace has all the best brands in one place, like Weber, Big Green Egg, Traeger, and Blackstone. With free extended delivery of your new
Yeah.
coffee, scrubs, and grilling.
It's okay. It's only 3 MQ, so we'll be good.
That sounds pretty perfect. Around the block, what you need in stock, with service so good it's
It pumped yesterday, didn't it? That open? Yeah.
That's your go-to for Mother's Day gifts to its mom. Shop original home pieces like candles handmade by Carla for under $25. Or personalized
15 minutes look ugly, and then 3 minutes looks bad too.
purchased by a man under 50.
Is that Wizard?
Mom's Day with style.
Oh shit, it's gonna lose 800.
Or accessories from one-of-a-kind sellers. For gifts and
Order
special
film.
deals.
I'm gonna try some top step.
Welcome back to Squawk on the Street. We are live from the Milken Global Conference right here in Beverly Hills. Yesterday, I sat down with the CEOs of Apollo, Wells Fargo, and Blackstone President John Gray. Each, of course, giving their own read in terms of where they
It can't happen.
in the economy and the markets as well, and of course, where they see things going here.
We've created uncertainty. Uncertainty slows down investment. Uncertainty slows down hiring. We have ground things to a halt. And we've also, in the longer term, just damaged the brand because we've introduced so many unexpected outcomes for people.
Things are still strong, stronger than people talk about, but this
10 minutes.
uncertainty puts us close to an edge where we're either going to start to see a slowdown, or things will either continue to muddle along the way they are as people wait for the outcome, or things, people see that these things are getting behind us and feel better about the actual economic situation that really does exist today. So I think those things can go either way.
People are looking for terra firma, and I think the faster the government, the administration gets to that, the more the economy can find its footing. I do think some of the breadcrumbs they've laid out, that there is a path to deal with a number of countries. I think that has been very helpful, as you know, in markets.
And of course, we have seen the market recover a lot of the ground it lost after April 2nd. Guys, we were talking about this earlier. Of course, I referenced there, and it had sort of been a broader conversation. I held a panel as well with a lot of other leaders of large financial organizations, whether it be Prudential or Citi or Carlyle, who similarly
Gap down overnight.
things are they're actually not as bad as perhaps had been feared, but nonetheless, we're getting closer and closer. It's always difficult to determine exactly what we're talking about. We'll kind of know it, I guess, when we see it. But if we don't get some of those deals,
There we
at least
go.
an announcement, again, Mike, I think there could be more volatility, to say the least.
Yeah, 814.
That hesitation that's kind of working across the economy is reflected in things like a very low hiring rate. Right? We're not seeing layoffs in big numbers from the private sector, but we're not also seeing aggressive hiring. There's always reports of open positions. Stated CapEx intentions have gone down, even though some of the biggest spenders, obviously, like the Max 7, are maintaining them. So I guess what we're talking about here is kind of a wait and see, with the market having won back half of its, or a little more than half of its losses, and operating right on the outer edges of what a bear market rally could be, as opposed to the resumption of that uptrend.
Yeah, interesting piece on the tape today about M&A deal signings around the world. 20-year low.
Exactly.
Order fill.
Woohoo!
Nobody sees the end for this to make
Yeah.
Take another look at the free market here. More Squawk on the Street continues in just a moment.
Go back to the same level. Put it 804 now. What? I don't know.
Order fill.
Yeah. I don't know what it. Every point is $2, so about 40. It might just hit again.
Cooking revolution. Making
Let me see what I have on the.
bring people together, creating better backyard celebrations big enough for the whole neighborhood with an endless variety of your favorite foods. When you cook on a
So it's 50 tick.
incredible cooking experience.
Order filled.
Seafood with your Blackstone will make
Order
every
submitted.
breakfast, lunch, and dinner unforgettable. With more ways to cook
Order
and more
submitted.
tools to cook with all across the nation, Blackstone is the way America cooks outdoors. You cook anything, anytime, anyway. And we're never done cooking for more. More flavor, more innovation, more fun. Go to your nearest Blackstone retailer or log on to blackstoneproducts.com.
Order
filled. Everything better on a Blackstone.
Is this your dream of retirement? How about this week?
Order submitted.
I like fishing. Or is this a little more your style? Retiring well isn't a guarantee, it's a goal. It's easy when markets are going up. But what about when they're not? That's why
Order
we
filled.
need this. Goal for Fisher's
Order
Retirement
submitted.
Survival Kit, featuring your guide to surviving market volatility, our stock market outlook, plus the Fisher Investments Difference. 3 indispensable guides, yours free for calling 1-800-213-5317. Fisher Investments' disciplined approach will help see you through the market's ups and downs and give you the confidence you need to reach a comfortable retirement. And our fees are structured so we do better when our clients do better. Call now for your free retirement survival kit. 1-800-213-5317. See if your dream retirement is on track. If your portfolio is $1 million or more, call Fisher today. Call 1-800-213-5317.
Welcome to CNBC Plus.
Order canceled.
CNBC Plus. On-the-go access to global market data, news, and analysis as it happens. Start streaming at cnbc.com/plus.
Take a look at some S&P laggards pre-market. We're going to dive into Palantir, which was a Q1 sales beat up 44, and they do raise the guide, but the expectations pretty lofty. Stock's down almost 9%. We'll get to DoorDash as well with results, a couple of acquisitions. Opening bells coming up in a few moments. And don't forget, you can catch us anytime, anywhere. Just listen to and follow the Squawk on the Street Opening Bell podcast.
Earnings news, AMD, Win, Disney, Warner Brothers, reporting, market reaction, expert analysis, strategies for your portfolio. This week on CNBC and streaming on CNBC Plus.
Finding a perfect balance of performance over the life is the key to a truly unforgettable mountain vacation. And there's one place tucked away in the mountains, high above and beyond the expected, where you're sure to find it. At Beaver Creek. Book your getaway today.
$5 duo at BK. Step up to the plate and have it your way. Get 2 of your favorites up to.
Are you funded on my funded futures or no? Oh damn,
May is Maytag month.
that sucks.
Order
The biggest
submitted.
Maytag sale of the year is bigger than big, even bigger than Huckle Plus hairballs. Keep on shedding. Save during the biggest Maytag sale of the year. Now through
Order
May 30th.
filled.
You were born on the battlefield and answered the call when America needed
Order
it most.
submitted.
From the original Freedom machine came the original SUV. The Jeep brand has always stood for American freedom. Now we're standing with you with Employee Pricing Plus. Visit your Jeep brand dealer today. Join the family. Jeep, America's most patriotic brand.
Now with Employee Pricing Plus, purchase and get an average of $8,200 below MSRP on 2025 Jeep.
Order canceled.
Hurry in. Offer ends June 2nd.
What up, Gambit?
This is my coffee shop. We just moved into a bigger space, brought on another employee, and ordered new branded gear for the team. It was so easy. I just chose my products, added our logo, and placed my order. Bring your own team together with custom gear. Get started today at custommate.com.
Ew, that don't look good.
We'll start to vision, to anticipate the needs of future generations. To build strong portfolios that deliver lasting legacies. To energize and adapt for what's just around.
Oh, it's still short. It's up like 60 points. I'm stuck in a long 805, but I'm just waiting for open.
Invest like the future is watching.
The opening bell is brought to you
I know, right?
Invest like the future is
Yeah.
watching.
There's a 10% chance that AI will kill 50% of humanity in the next 20 years. Agree or disagree?
87.
I'd say the vast majority.
Oh, fuck, my headset is here. Ow. Amazon. Yeah, I got it.
Which of course is something I think we all need to be aware of. All the guardrails going to be put in place. I think that's still very much a question, guys.
Order
As we
submitted.
watch this develop so quickly. And by the way, I mean, in a conversation with John Gray yesterday, we were talking about what's
Why'd I go against the bot?
enormous societal change, whether it actually destroys civilization or not.
Too late, I'm stuck.
And it's coming quickly.
No, it's 2 minutes. I got it.
At the same time, I do think that there's
3. 805. It's not that bad.
Order canceled.
People saying, okay, maybe we've decelerated in terms of the pace of advance. Maybe, it's not just about, increasing data center capacity and that's going to magically.
I'm using the evals to test it out, and it goes lower. I go back in with the funded and take a couple $10, $15.
Really should go after that. We should have a government convene. Well, is that going to happen? Is that what we're doing right now? Is going to experts and deciding what the science says and what the probabilities are? I mean, I don't know. It feels like the market's going to have to sort this out for short term.
Yeah.
Well, Mike, it argues private enterprise is leading the way here as opposed to the U.S. government.
Yeah, Project X I do, but not Ninja Trader.
Kind of a different thing. We haven't really seen any regulatory. We had
Yeah.
some conversations certainly during the Biden administration. I think I don't really know. Senator Jones and Parliament are really get involved. We're relying on the likes of Sam Altman and Elon Musk and others to treat it responsibly. But he did have, as he said there, some real concerns as well about open source. That, of course, Obama is open source, as is DeepSeek. It's going to be a new world. We talked about it, of course, the impact it's going to have on the enterprise, the efficiencies that conceivably it will be bringing, the increased potential margins, of course, the decrease perhaps in employment, though you get a lot of debate about that, as we always hear, because every technology increase or every technology, introduction ultimately results in more jobs. I don't know, so many things to talk about and debate here, but of course, when it does come to the end of civilization, that's something we might want to focus on. Yeah. I do think Musk is going to take that rocket up there with all of his descendants, and then he's going to call Mars Musk, right? Isn't he going to just change the name of the planet, please? Oh, that would be good.
That's messed up, Doc.
The other thing about Tudor Jones is he didn't seem to discount the notion of revisiting the world. Absolutely. Yeah, there's no doubt. He basically says, markets do this. You have this kind of false dawn. All this was an overthinking.
All right, come on, get me out of here. Let's go. There we go.
Got the recovery off that. 80% of those, you have some form of retest. You have some kind
Yo,
of
fuck the bot. Yeah, 13. I better get out now. Yeah, I got out. Oh, it hit. I'm out. Yeah, I'm gonna go back in again. Put in 87, 88. There we go.
Orders filled. Not just because you have this sort of
Yeah, I'm just long at 88. Keep getting out. It's getting good money. It's moving.
Basically the very tip of the spear of that retail trader enthusiasm bit.
What's up, man?
I think it's an extraordinary split between professional sentiment and retail sentiment.
Where's Fish? He's late.
It's shown by the company itself. They kind of mock Wall Street and play to the retail trader. But it does target
88's good. Keep hitting. Keep coming back up.
orders submitted. Is doing this and you look at all the kind of ride along shots that do matter. So if you're just being gut check, Ballinger got up to a $800 billion market cap. It's like 60 times next year's revenue, right? So forget about valuation justification. It's all about fundamental momentum. And then even in this past quarter, it's still
Yeah, I'm all out now.
the big part of the story. It's getting encouraged in there, but the peak was mostly. I think there's an open question as to how much over time people are going to be willing to pay a super premium for that. I do think that just more broadly on retail, Weekly Mortgage Desk this morning actually had this comment, basically saying some investors
That's a good pump.
retail investors to capitulate near the lows as a signal the market formed the bottom, but the retail invest behavior was a continuation of the recent buying trend. April record month of net inflows.
Woohoo, my tick is green now. Let's go.
We're not going to get a full flush. I'm still in that camp that says, you know, it's a long shot to say we're going to have a deep correction, and retail was unflappable the entire way, never surrendered, and gets rewarded immediately for it. We'll say, they have been stubborn. Even the Treasury Secretary mentioned positioning at the White House briefing last week. As for Palantir, Alex Carr did talk about the benefits that clients continue to get.
It might go down. 15 and 3 minutes still choppy. Can't even tell.
Consensus in the market that Palantir owns value creation. And what does that actually mean? It means that when you use our software,
I was just playing a morning pump. That's it.
You will get demonstrably more value than what you're paying for, and you will share some of that value with us. And then I would say also, culturally, we just don't see the resistance to the way we roll that we did in the past. We would show up in the past.
Are you shorting?
Show trying to get things to work, not
okay, I see it.
access to the wrong people at the wrong time. And that was by intent. And people were very uncomfortable at all levels of the enterprise working with us. Now we have engaged with us. Inside government, outside government, on the most critical issues.
David, interesting. Of course, we talked with Jim a lot about sort of in government, sort of working that angle of bringing efficiency in an era of cost cutting.
Yes, and potentially being a beneficiary, as you say, of those and the efforts that have been undertaken there too.
Okay, it looks like the 3 minutes gonna go up more. It's trying.
You know, Mike, this is a retail name.
Yeah, let me know what you do.
We're $300 billion or almost $300 billion company, correct?
Absolutely, and the sell side, only 1 out of 4 analysts has a buy rating on it. And it's interesting, I looked through all the reactions of the quarter, and almost none of the analysts is saying
What up?
punching holes in the fundamental story or saying they don't have
Babu.
aggressive commercial adoption.
So you good on your long? You got out?
Because it's been
What are you long?
Just a super momentum name, and it's been self-fulfilling for a while.
Okay, you're good. It might go up more.
Much of a bull bear debate on the substance as it is on what.
I want to go down so I can long again, but I don't think it's gonna happen.
Momentum gut check in the first.
Yeah.
Before we got April 2nd, that was the big story in the markets. Why we were having a correction, it was just that you had this kind of overshoot.
You longing?
You know, David, I mean, we talked about that for a month or so. It seemed like it was all
I put an 820. Just definitely hits.
And now it's about whether that part of the market can maybe take over again, or if in fact it's on more.
Damn it, we missed out.
Yeah. What are the other names that come to mind, or when you look at a momentum?
No, I put in 820. Yeah, it didn't hit.
Mention obviously Robinhood, which the platform on which certainly Palantir trades as well. But, are there other names in that basket, so to speak?
What's fascinating is that it was the non-tech names that
I need to focus on this one. Got $80 until payout. So
once Walmart had that warning, and it really wasn't that big a warning, but the stock price.
yeah, I'm on 31 days on it.
So it's
Yeah, I'll take it slow.
I would say because Tesla is also rolled.
Yeah.
I mean, that was the other one that used to move along with it. Nvidia's been dead money for almost a year, even though it's had its kind of ups and downs. So it is interesting how it's more about the statistical momentum factor as opposed to the exciting news story in tech.
Bunch of stories in consumer today, Mike. There's Mattel, which does suspend the guidance as well. We're thinking very much about how much inventory a lot of retailers have as the inbound traffic from foreign-made goods starts to collapse. Marriott, although doing well, they did cut their RevPAR guide, and the U.S. underperformed international. Kellogg cuts their organic for the year. There's a few more.
There are. I was just looking at the consumer discretionary versus consumer staples, that relationship, which really is a pretty good bellwether of what the market's saying about the macro. And it hasn't really regained most of what it's lost over the last couple of months. It's had a nice bounce, but it might just be cresting here. And it's a little bit of a situation where you kind of know why. I mean, everything you've been saying. But again, it sort of brings up this: are we playing defense again or not? And is it just a stutter step with the consumer? Because the jobs numbers show it. Aggregate payrolls, which is jobs
This is
plus
boring.
very healthy level. It's still up near that 5% annual growth. That's a proxy for nominal GDP. We should be okay. We should have the capacity to spend, but there's been hesitation. It's not going through the economy.
Right. Interesting reaction, David. You're in LA, so you know more about this than we do. But the reaction to that notion of a movie tariff has been challenged by some as to whether or not it's carved out of the statute that the president might be citing. White House says they're looking into the legality of it all. But Gavin Newsom's weighed in, and Jimmy Kimmel said the next season of White Lotus might take place at a Hampton Inn.
Yeah, as I related, I was, timing-wise, at a dinner that was attended by quite a few people who were involved with that business, if not running those businesses as well. And in the room, there was just a lot of quizzical faces, let's put it at that, and comments in terms of how would this work? Does this really benefit in any way Hollywood? You could imagine tax incentives certainly bringing back perhaps some production, and then the whole idea: is it really just movie making?
I'm just going along.
Order Bill.
Wait.
Order submitted.
Review, frankly, that many movies, White Lotus being amongst them. Does it include that? So there were plenty of questions, not to mention, of course, there is an enormous amount of production that is not done in this
Order
country.
canceled.
And I'm out.
Again, it doesn't seem clear at all, but you're seeing a very little bit of relief to a certain extent. Some of the names that were hit, not that much yesterday, of course, because it remains.
No, it's gonna go up. 3-minute looks really good.
Posting from
Look at that. Oh, I got out too early. Nice shit, dude.
Yeah, we got Disney tomorrow morning. I think they report 7:30. Yeah, they changed. Remember when Hugh Johnson came to the CFO? I think he changed the release time. So now we get the mornings.
Which is what?
But not just important there, obviously, for video, for streaming, but also to get a decent check on consumer sentiment in terms of the parks, cruises, and you can see where stock stands sort of coming into this quarter. Mike, I think it's fair to say expectations are not particularly.
Let me check the 15 minutes. 15 minutes looks like. Yeah, I think it's gonna go up and back down later. Can't tell on a longer time.
We'll continue to look at all the trends that we've been looking at for so many years. We'll continue to decline the linear.
You stop at 55 or still 41?
They have already obviously attained profitability for some period of time.
Yeah, I mean,
That's gonna hit. Yeah.
This group is just,
Yeah, it hit.
by Netflix, and they're down about a lot of the other things driving the rest of the company.
Yeah.
So I think that's a pretty good debate in terms of whether people have overplayed the Netflix hand. And obviously, it's going to be the core of the future of streaming and all the rest of it. The question is how much is left for the rest. And is it super defensive? Is Netflix essentially immune to macro influences and all the rest? So, maybe Disney, in terms of the streaming business, can have something to say on that. We can
Yeah, no Trump today, right?
trade off of Netflix. DoorDash might be worth looking at. Pretty crowded name in the internet space. GOV up 20 year on year. Just beat the high end of the guide. Actually, double M&A in this case, where they are buying 7 rooms, which you probably, as I think it's City today, says you might have used it to book a restaurant
Today?
table. Oh, right, yeah. Along with
Oh, damn.
yeah, they obviously feel like they can be the consolidator here. It's sort of a commodity business. They're there, Uber's there, and stock's not being treated too well on some of this news, some of these moves. So down 8%, so, but it actually wasn't far from its high before this. So again, it's a name that's really outperformed on a year-to-date basis. People like the sort of general category.
I'm gonna long again. I'm gonna put at 40. Cancel this. Put in 38. There we go.
So do you have a downgrade out of McDonald's today, for example? Order canceled. Focusing on margins in a rising environment.
I think bot's going long. Nope, that's ES.
Long and has also been playing with the high end of recent days. 10-year right now, right around 4.35. As for sectors and equities, only utilities and energy.
NQ bot's gonna go long in a little bit. Next candle, I think, is gonna go long.
The Bonds Report is brought to you by PIMCO, a global leader in active fixed income.
Order submitted.
Hello.
Itching, crusties, and swelling.
Goodbye.
It could be Demodex blepharitis, and we're Demodex mites. We're very common and super irritating to your eyelids, but we love making ourselves comfortable here. Oh, see down. Your eyelids, it's how to eliminate the root of the problem with Extended. With 1 drop in each eye twice a day, you can fill
Hello.
just 6 weeks. Extended is the first and only
Good. What's up?
treatment that kills the mites that cause Demodex blepharitis.
What, the long? I have an 840.
Avoid touching the tip of the bottle to your eye or other surfaces to minimize contamination. Wait 15 minutes before inserting contact
45.
Clinical trials, the most common side
Yeah, long. Long looks good. Bot's gonna long in a little bit. I should put an 85 too. I'll come with it.
Order canceled.
What's 80? No, 45, right?
Order submitted.
45. Oh, I thought I'm at 845. It's gonna hit.
When it comes to your finances,
Do you have a question?
are you a certified financial planner?
Yes, I'm a CFP professional.
CFP professionals are committed to acting in your best interest. That's why it's gotta be a CFP. Find your CFP professional and let's make a plan happen.
Small business owners, you gotta stop doing what you're doing. Why? Because bookkeeping sucks.
Don't take off without me.
So go to Zendu.com, and what you're gonna get there is a trusted financial partner, so you can do what you do best: run your business. Zendu.com.
Omaha Steaks has taken the smash burger and flipped it on its head. Introducing Omaha Steaks Smash Burgers. These sizzling beauties are built for the grill. They come pre-smashed, so you don't need a griddle. From freezer to burn in just 5 minutes. And if that doesn't make you flip out, the taste definitely will. For a limited time, you'll get 16 free smash burgers at omahasteaks.com/smash.
Order filled.
Order filled. Meal delivery subscription free a year after we broke out.
Order
I'd still be
submitted.
paying for it if it wasn't for Occupy, an app that shows you
Order
all your
filled.
subscriptions in one place.
That should hit.
Cancel the ones you don't
Let's
want.
go. Hello, hello. There we go. It's working now.
Ahead of course tomorrow's Fed rate decision as well. Joining me now, Greg Fleming. He's CEO of Rockefeller Capital Management. It's been a while for us, at least, and you as well. For our viewers, I mean, your firm, which you built over the last 8 years.
Order canceled.
There we go.
Individuals, families, and the like. What are you seeing?
Got 2 more to go and I can be out.
Let's call it over the last couple of months. Yeah. So, David, our focus is
Damn fish.
exclusively high net worth and ultra high net worth, and mostly American families at this point. Our footprint is really in the U.S. Even though we have this name Rockefeller that can travel to other places. Those clients work with us on a long-term plan. So our private advisors are working with these clients literally for decades and often across generations on investments, on generational and tax planning. So in a time like this, they start off being
Orders
Oh,
held.
I'm getting 805 on this.
reacting to
Orders
the
submitted.
markets. And that's the advice they get a lot of the time from our private
Damn.
advisors.
Order
Stay
filled.
steady. Let's see what happens here. So that's
Oh,
really what defines the client base right now. Having said that, we get a lot of feedback on the word that is used by everybody right now, uncertainty. And that does affect new investment decisions. It affects confidence a little bit on the consumer side. You're starting to see that.
Yeah, this doesn't look good at all. Oh, is that news? It is ugly.
Unwilling to deploy new capital, for example, as a result of that. Not unwilling, but cautiousness
Wow.
will start to set in.
I have to average down on this one. I'm down a lot. I say 79 and 780. Average down.
Order submitted.
Seems like it's kind of reached a stasis where it's watching, okay, what's going to happen now? But the word uncertainty is still there for our clients and, in the business world as well. And that's really what everybody's waiting for. Yeah. All right. Well, I mean, you're a fan of them, but I certainly do your long career, of course, whether you're at Merrill Lynch or Bank of America, but of course, Morgan Stanley as well for a number of years. So what's your take on the current state of things right now, Greg?
Lower date's going to hit.
Well, I would say 2 things. David,
Order
I wanted
filled.
to talk about the American economy a little bit against that backdrop.
Order
Because
canceled.
there's a whole bunch of questions
Now the average is 811 on the long. Shit, I just want to get out.
2 thoughts here. One is,
Order
US economy
submitted.
is going to remain the largest, most dynamic economy in the world for a long time. And it is still the
2. I only have 1. That's my funded one.
5 million small businesses in this
So it's not too bad.
employing really half the workforce, 60 million.
That looks ugly.
Businesses every year. AI,
I got 2 at 811, so
biopharma, and all
hopefully,
of that. So that's the positive.
yeah, I think it's going to go down more.
This notion of did the exceptionalism go too far? Over 70% of capital flows were coming into the U.S. market in the last couple of years. Yeah. In some cases, maybe reaching 80%. The notion, the economist had that cover story 6 months ago, the American economy, the envy of the world. It went too far in terms of the notion that there weren't other parts of the world that could do things well that people should be investing in. So there was going to be a pullback here, and we were going to see capital flows go to where they've been. But wasn't this a self-inflicted wound to a certain extent in terms of the current trade policy being such a reversal of what we've seen? I think, and aren't small businesses in part right in the center of the concerns right now when it comes to 100% in the latter. Let's come back to that. The question was, what was going to be the trigger? Could it have stayed indefinitely at 70% plus? We had equity markets that were up over 50% the last 2 years. Last time that happened was 98 and 99. You had a new administration coming in, whatever the administration was going to be, there was going to be a pullback here, an adjustment, a balancing between the U.S. and the rest of the world. So I think the tariffs turned out to be the trigger.
Order submitted.
Dramatic. In terms of small business, that is something that's not getting enough attention when it comes to the tariff. So you have every day now you have large companies, Ford, Mattel, all the
Order
companies.
submitted.
They take charges. Apple, they move for the cost and then they move forward. If you're a small business, you can't just take charge. If your cost of goods sold just
Order
went up
submitted.
150% or even 50%, what do? And that impact is still out there in terms of the American economy. That is still in front of us, depending upon how long the tariffs stay in place and right. Well, when the rollback. Your firm does advise some of these. Obviously, some people have become very wealthy from their
their small businesses.
Order
They're a little
filled.
filled. I assume you're reflecting some of their concerns.
Order submitted.
100%. And actually, one of the things that we built from the start at our firm
Hello?
was an investment banking capability because we wanted to advise these families.
Order
So
canceled.
many American families make wealth through building a business.
I gotta average down my
We provide them a lot
tick
of
tick
advice
now
on that.
too.
Small business is very concerned about the level of returns.
Order canceled.
789.
Order submitted.
Some rollback here. Some of these
Who's
bilateral
long?
deals.
Is that you, Babu?
The situation with China. I think everybody would like to see a
What?
bigger step back.
He was at 830, didn't get out.
Some expectation that over the next few
Yeah, it went up to like 860. Greedy.
or something at least.
Yeah, that 830 is gonna be toast.
How are you thinking about things and vis-a-vis the Fed as well in terms of whether we get the box that they're in?
Yeah, I don't know what happened. It just cliff dive.
David, we have to get the de-escalation because we have a midterm election in 18 months. We heard Secretary Bessent yesterday. When he started, they talked about 3, 3, and 3. 3% inflation, 3% real growth, which is ambitious, and maybe that comes back to AI. Maybe it's possible with AI, and a 3% budget deficit, which he talked about again yesterday. If those things are going to happen,
Should have just short every pump with a bot instead of going long.
and remove it from being front and center. And you can see they're also trying to do that. They're now talking about the taxes and the budget process. So I think there has to be some amelioration on the whole tariff side, bilateral deals, and hopefully a big step back with
has to be. So you're not even considering the possibility that there won't be.
Well, it's the political world, so it could be. But they need when you look ahead to that midterm election, if they're
Order submitted.
these goals of 3%, 3%, and 3% by 2028, which he basically reaffirmed yesterday, those are going to be very hard to hit.
Yeah. Now that said, we do have dollar potentially going to continue to be weaker, and oil is below 60. Those are potentially helpful at least.
So on the inflationary side, no question, the oil is. But the budget deficit is one of the things that they still have a lot in front of them, and I know that's just starting. But one of the statistics that I think that Americans need to keep in mind on the budget deficit, in the period from 1945 to 2024, almost 80 years, receipts as a percentage of the GDP were 17%, and spending was 19%. You had deficits, but generally it wasn't too far apart. In fact, when Clinton left office in 2000, right,
789. I can get out.
in the 2019 to 2024,
Let's go.
receipts as a percentage of GDP were 17%, and spending 27%, up from the 19 over the long period. We have got to get spending under control in this country, and that may be their biggest challenge when they start to hopefully make the tariff situation a little less threatening. They've got to move on to how are they going to get the 3% deficit. And again, Secretary Bessent said yesterday, I think he said 3.5. And he did say also, and it's interesting, David, it comes back to the big picture. He said some of that would be growth in the denominator. They're expecting this 6% growth, 3% real growth to help bring down the deficit as a percentage of GDP. Yeah. And then you mentioned the Fed. Let's go to the Fed.
I'm out of time, right?
Okay.
So I apologize, but hopefully we'll be able to continue the
Great.
conversation.
It's great to see you.
Okay. Nice to have you.
All right,
Greg Fleming.
Thank you very much.
Rockefeller. Carl, I'll send it back to you.
All right, David, thanks, Mike. So thanks to you. I'm Mike Santoli. Coming up in the next hour, Goldman's David Costin on what to make of the market volatility. We've got one Dow component in the green. That is Verizon. We're back in a minute.
Oh shit. Are you okay? I'm incredible. So many in-network docs on Doc. This one never rushes appointments, and that one makes patients feel heard. What?
You got options.
Your record label is taking off, but so is your sound engineer. You need to hire.
Indeed.
Indeed, you do. Our advanced matching helps find talented candidates, so you can connect with them fast. Visit Indeed.com/hire.
Introducing AG1 Next Gen. The daily health drink backed by 4 rigorously designed clinical trials. Next Gen is clinically shown to increase healthy gut bacteria by over 10 times. and to close common nutrient gaps.
Order
Pick
canceled.
one drink for whole body health. The next generation of HE1 is here.
Order submitted.
At OxyTrust, we're more than just a transfer agent. We're on a mission to deliver peace of mind by making things simple, fast, and easy. We're proud to be the trusted partner of over 1,000 clients in Canada and the United States.
If you have a life insurance policy you no longer need, now you can sell your policy, even a term policy, for an immediate benefit. Call Coventry Direct to learn more.
Plan carefully for our retirement.
But we quickly realized we needed a way to supplement our income.
Our friends sold their policy to help pay their medical bills. That got me thinking. Maybe selling our policy could help with our retirement.
I was skeptical, so I did some research and called Coventry Direct. They explained life insurance is a valuable asset that can be sold.
We learned we could sell all of our policy or keep part of it with no future payments. Who knew? We sold our policy. Now we can relax and enjoy our retirement as we had planned.
If you have $100,000 or more of life insurance, you may qualify to sell your policy. Don't cancel or let your policy lapse without finding out what it's worth. Visit CoventryDirect.com to find out if your policy qualifies, or call 1-800-514.
Bought is short on SPY.
Defining insurance. Introducing CNBC Plus, a new screening platform from the #1 source in business news. On-the-go access to international financial markets.
Order filled.
Oh, damn.
CNBC Plus real-time data.
Order filled.
Episodes of CNBC's Business Day lineup on demand. When global business is booming, you need booming Wi-Fi from Xfinity. So you
This long is gonna hurt.
Order submitted.
The what? Hold on.
Order submitted. Order canceled.
I just need 789. I can get out. It's not that. It's gonna hit later. Just gotta hold on to it. It's weird. It just dropped like out of the blue and then doesn't make any sense.
S&P down a full percent, NASDAQ down a little bit more, 10-year 435. Some of the big movers we're watching. Palantir's under pressure despite this beat on sales and raised guidance. Earnings coming in right in line. Shares trading at a forward price to earnings multiple near 200 still. Ford pulling its forecast for the year because of uncertainty over tariffs, saying they could cost the company about $1.5 billion.
And that dropped and it came back up. That's just weird.
Consumer front, Mattel planning price increases. Clorox cutting forecasts on some weak demand.
I better take my payout tonight on my funded before I blow the account.
Let's send it up to you in LA.
Thanks, Carl. Well, good morning from Milken, day 2, where we've had a lot of great conversations about what's happening.
There we go.
One thing that surprised me, David, so far from what I've heard, is that people are relatively calm. I think in the financial world, in the CEO sector, if this were happening a few weeks ago, I think there'd be a lot more worries.
Order filled.
Yeah, I'm out. 2 more to go. Let's go.
The bond market stabilized.
Order canceled.
As the dollar and some of the de-escalation moves that the administration has put in place.
Yeah, I had to go poop.
Order submitted.
There's certainly uncertainty and risk that people are aware of, but it's not a doom
What's
and
up?
gloom or necessarily a recession. Yesterday I spoke to Jane Fraser, CEO of Citigroup, and asked her for an update on what she's seeing from the consumer as far as card spending. Listen to this.
There's nothing there that is a cause for alarm. The consumer is still showing themselves resilient and discerning. And similarly on the corporate side, that there are no real signs in the hard data in April.
In April, so that was a real time look.
I almost got it too.
Caution that you could see in the consumer or in corporate spending, and she just said you're not.
Almost got out.
The hard data was the key, because hard data means actual spending and actual economic activity.
No, the 89's gone. The 811, 822 is next. And I'll be done.
There's no denying that. You know, Katie Huberty of Morgan Stanley, who is the head of research, put together a really nice look at some of the confidence surveys on financial situations, U.S. economy, University of Michigan consumer.
Oh, Apex on sale again.
taken a sharp turn. Will that result in lower consumer spending? We don't know yet. And Jane Fraser doesn't know. She's not seeing it yet. I don't think anybody's really seeing that fall off a cliff like they are on the confidence. That's one of the biggest questions I think the Fed's going to have to debate as they kick off this meeting.
Yeah, I was struck similarly by the calm to a certain extent, or the lack of panic in any way. That said, everybody is sort of looking at the next few weeks. I would think, in some ways, is somewhat crucial to their view that things are going to continue to be calm and get better. The de-escalation you talk about, the real one will be with China, and/or seeing some actual announcements of deals or prospective deals with some of our trading partners as well. And so, whether it was Charlie Sharp or John Gray or Mark Rowan, or during my panel as well, Jane, as you had, and others, I think there's an expectation that if something doesn't happen over really the next few weeks, we may start to see volatility return.
Sure, and I got some reassurance from the Treasury Secretary on that front yesterday. He did talk about the 17 key trade deals that they're looking at with trading partners progressing well. He said, I have asymmetric information, so I'm not uncertain because I know things are going well. And I said, what do you mean? And he said, well, the deals are progressing, and there's some credible plans on the table. Reiterated President Trump's message that we could see a framework as early as this week. On China, he said, they have to de-escalate first, but
almost there. Yeah, get me out. Get me out.
Within weeks, I think was somewhat optimistic. And then there's also this reframing that we spoke about a little bit yesterday, but he really hammered on the administration's approach and how they're putting trade in with the other policies, the tax deal, the deregulation. He spoke here at Milken and gave this credit to U.S. investors and companies. And I pulled out this quote because
even Abe is long. There we go.
To convince companies and what they're trying to do. Tariffs, he says, are engineered to encourage companies like yours to invest directly in the United States. You'll be glad you did, not only because we have the most productive workforce in the world, but because we will soon have the most favorable tax and regulatory environment as well, which is a way to frame tariffs as incentivizing investment in the United States. And we are seeing that.
Log off.
They just announced a $150 billion investment in the United States to build quantum computers. And
investments. Obviously, it's over time. I always do wonder with those investments, and I'd be curious how much of that was already in the plan and how much is incremental as a result of current policy changes. It's always a key question. I'm sure you'll ask it.
I will ask that. But I think the argument on taxes is that gives reassurance and business incentives in two ways. One, the expensing, which the administration sees as stimulative, which is new in the tax bill, and also the permanence. That was a point that the Treasury Secretary made. The permanence of the 2017 tax cuts gives businesses clarity on long-term planning.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So they see those as helpful.
I will say, and obviously, in terms of currencies and fixed income, but when it comes to the equity market, what I continue to hear, or the question is, how much is already in there in terms of the de-escalation of China? And what would the month be if, in fact, we do get that announcement that many do expect? Investment seems to almost be pointing to, at least over the next few weeks, of, well, I'm having a meeting and we're going to de-escalate. We're going to take it down to some number. I don't know. We'll find out, perhaps. But it's an interesting question that a lot of, obviously, market participants are asking right now.
And he's using the word unsustainable repeatedly now to talk about the situation with China, which also signals that they want those rates to come down. I think one key will be what the data shows. Right, the spending data, the weekly jobless claims numbers, which have really continued to point to strength and not some surge in layoffs. The unemployment numbers last month were good. So we'll see first of all, how inflationary these tariffs are, if they are so. Energy slammed, so that's working against it.
We haven't seen the impact really yet. We're just starting to move into it, I think, right, Sam?
Well, we're just starting to move into it, but on the tariff front, right? So we have to see, but energy, I'm saying, will push back on inflation,
yeah, absolutely.
in a positive way, in a helpful way. And we're going into this Fed meeting, and inflation is the ugly word of the day.
There we go. Come on.
I'm not sure that the market's going to be, but a nagging feeling that maybe we will have a little bit elevated inflation or flare up and weaker economic growth. Treasury Secretary pushed back against that as well. But look at the Fed's engagement.
Yeah, it's gonna hit.
Inflation expectations.
There we go. Give me out. Give me out. Give me out. I have 814. I need that 22.
Which is is a favorable one. But to your
Fuck
point,
it, I'm out.
let's see what happens.
So I got one more left at 822.
So we do have a trade deal today. Actually, it's between the UK and India, but that's a different story. Let's turn to the broader markets today. The S&P and the Dow snapping this 9-day win streak as tariffs continue to weigh on the markets. Joining us here at Post 9, talk about his outlook for the market is David Costin, Goldman Sachs chief U.S. equity strategist. David, welcome. Good to have you at a different chair today. Yes, it's Ferris chair, co-anchor. What do you make of? We were talking this morning about the number of companies that
Nice.
are declined to give a full
Hey, come on out.
Trend is a little bit less than normally it is. Normally you get something like 40% of companies
Babu, you still holding?
subsequent year looking forward. And now
Oh, it's not even in here.
fewer companies are actually leaning into that and raising their forecasts. So 57% of companies are just reiterating the guidance that they had already previously given. And basically what they're saying is on a baseline expectation, without the big impact of tariffs or without a scenario of recession, basically they're holding the fort. But I don't know if they actually believe that internally. All the conversations we have with corporates are a lot of concern on what's taking place. And the equity market is pricing really the very best outcome that we
I wanted to dump so I can go back on long.
pricing the worst to the best in a hurry.
Pretty much, you basically hit that reverse in a matter of a week or two. And so I think the
Why are you short?
expectation that the number one question we get from clients is the U.S. stock market trades at 21 times forward earnings. In an environment where, which is historically a pretty high multiple, in an environment with maybe 50-50 probability, 50% probability that there's a recession in the next 12 months.
45.
Jan Hatzius, our chief economist, assigned
3-minute looks like it's gonna go up.
so therefore the baseline expectation is we do not have a downturn. But in that environment, which is pretty optimistic, the earnings are going to decline, or earnings will grow by around 3%, and you have a valuation of the market that's a little bit lower than today. Earnings will grow, and so you get an index that maybe is 4% up from here in the next 12 months. So not a lot of upside from these current levels. On the other hand, if you have a scenario where you do have a contraction in the economy, then you have a scenario where the S&P 500 index-wise should be closer to, say, 4,500. So we're 5650 versus 4,500, and if we probability weight that outcome, it'd be something in the vicinity of 5,000, something like that, round number. And so that is the fundamental debate, discussion point. And I think in London last week, all the conversations with fund managers are really about this dynamic. What's priced? And when we look at cyclical stocks relative to defensive stocks, it would suggest, in fact, that the economic outlook that the stock market is implying is something above 1%, and the baseline forecast we have is a little bit lower than that.
I wonder if you could speak to something that Hatzius writes about today. That is the lag from the soft data survey work to the hard data. He says, he argues it's not uncommon in event-driven outcomes to see, you have to wait.
That's right. And that's where the uncertainty rises in market volatility. So the expectation is that the soft data, some of the survey-based economic data, that tends to show weakness pretty quickly after the event, maybe the next first 30 days, 30 to 60 days, where economic data
are you long?
Weakness in the 60 to 90 day period.
Damn it, I just got out.
Translate, if you will, sometime into June/July. That is the period of time we see.
Yeah, I was sweating.
Is
Cause the fund that I had was like down $200. Like, damn.
60 days, couple months.
I might go long when that drops.
If there's some type of trade deal, maybe
Damn, if I held, it may pay out.
But the stock market is pricing that, right? They're pricing the outcome, the right tail, which is fine. But the risk is not necessarily pricing the market of.
Hello.
In the meantime, Palantir notwithstanding, what
Who's this?
Seven's ability to so-called come to the rescue last week?
Oh, Fob.
Most surprising to most portfolio managers is the fact that
Are you on your phone or headset?
before the whole tariff.
Okay, that's why it's pretty bad.
The consequence of the DeepSeek announcement and the question. All of 97 companies are engaged in right now, and it's doubling from what it was 2 years ago. It was $167 billion 2 years ago. It's going to be $300
Konnichiwa.
Those companies this year. It's an extraordinary increase, doubling in 2 years. And investors are starting to ask the question, what is the return on that capital? On the other hand, they've had big bounce back, but the typical stock, Carl, 493 stocks. The S&P 493 is actually up.
It's too expensive though. $800 for eval? It's crazy.
The Bank 7 has rallied. They were down 20%. Now they're down, basically low double digits, right? 12, more than 12%. But that still leaves the idea that the broad end of the market, one of our key
She's still long, right? I might go back in.
more of an equal-weighted strategy as opposed to a cap-weighted strategy, likely to deliver better returns for portfolio managers.
Understanding
Oh,
by that is
you getting stopped out? Am I?
David, good to see you as always. Thanks for helping us to the season. David, let's get back to you. Vilka.
All right, yeah, up next we're going to talk about the state of alternative investing, of course, and what else? Private credit as well. We got the CEO of Ares Management.
Orders submitted.
$52 billion market cap company at this point. We got a lot more from Milken straight ahead.
Order filled.
I'm long at 825. I'll get out at 31.
Next up, Chris. I see he searched how to tell if your cat loves
It's okay. It's not fun, so it doesn't matter.
The dog today.
Yeah, they know, but not with Surfshark VPN. Take back your online privacy with Surfshark.
Sarah Benzino. Rare and Foley. Jablonski Auto Body, LLC.
What do you mean Jablonski Auto Body LLC?
We actually sold the twins' name.
There we go.
Stadiums did. Kids are so expensive these days. Yes.
Oasis Greens Tan and Spa.
Need a tan? I'm your man to do business.
Order
Order
canceled.
filled. We can look at some investment options for you.
What's stress?
I need to rotate the ads.
It's chicken made for dinner. So bye-bye, bun. Hello, the crispy strips. Now at McDonald's. Etsy is your go-to.
There we go.
Mother's Day gifts as special as mine. Shop original home pieces like candles handmade by Carla for under $25. Or personalized jewelry designed by Jill for under $75. And custom sweatshirts by Amanda under $50. Make Mom's Day with style. Home decor. Or accessories from one-of-a-kind sellers. For gifts as special as she is. Etsy has it. Life moves fast. You move faster. Work, family, training, living. When time runs short, nutrition often does too. That's why we made Fuel.
Orders submitted.
For your most inconvenient meal. Fast, easy, tasty. Packed with everything your body needs. We bring the fuel, you bring the fire. Fuel. Because every fire needs fuel. Available nationwide at GNC and Costco.com.
What up? Are you
Alternative asset manager Ares out with earnings yesterday now has
Are you long?
$46 billion in assets under executive.
Are you long? Me?
Given quote limited exposure to tariff rate change. Joining me now is Michael Arrighetti. He's the CEO of Ares. Good to see you. Great to see you. And nice to have you coming off earnings. Sorry, almost $550 billion in assets. Obviously, you and I have talked for years. I can remember when it was a far smaller number. Does that in any way mitigate your ability to continue to generate what I would argue have been somewhat outsized returns? One of the key reasons for your success, because you're a big boy now. You're not playing in a small pond.
It's so fascinating because every time you grow at the rate that we've been growing, 20 to 25% per year for a really long time, you ask yourself, where's the outer bound? I think what we've learned in alternatives, and particularly in private credit, size actually enhances performance. And the reason is we just are able to put more people in more offices around the world with more products. So we have more relevance to a bigger client base and a bigger investor base. So in some respects, growing off of the $500 billion plus AUM base is easier than growing when we were 50.
You could just source more opportunities.
It's a lot of movement today. Way better than yesterday.
More scale, deeper relationship networks, broader distribution. And then you get this network effect that gets created when you have these portfolios at scale. So one of the things people don't fully appreciate when you look at our credit business, half of our deployment is into the existing
portfolio. Yeah. So you just create these big compounding portfolios.
And you don't think you need to kind of climb the risk ladder to a certain extent to generate similar returns?
I don't think so. I mean, alternatives have expanded over the last 20, 30 years from what used to be very high absolute return product relative to the liquid markets.
How long?
Alternative span
820 if it hits.
down to private equity and all things in between. So you don't necessarily need to reach for risk to grow. In some respects, growing the lower risk, lower return things is probably the easiest to do.
Yeah. You added, I think, 20 billion in assets.
Yeah, we added 20 billion. We're coming off of a record last year. We raised 90.
Yeah, that's a good long there.
Can you continue at that rate?
Yeah, I think we can. We told the market to expect that we would come at or near what we did last year. We have got 35 funds in market around the globe. The product set is diversified.
I hope you get out.
Institutional channel. We're deep in the wealth and retail channel, deep in insurance. So the broadening out of the product set and the broadening out of the distribution is making those numbers pretty consistent.
Yeah, 15 minutes looks like it's going to go up too, so just give it some time.
Retail to a certain extent. Yesterday I spoke with Mark Rowan from Apollo. They launched that ETF. Yep. Blackstone seems potentially doing something similar. BlackRock probably not far. Is that something you think about? And how do you address this question of providing daily liquidity for what is underlying? And
There's a lot to unpack, so I'll try to keep it brief. Sorry, Paul. No. Ares is very, very significant in the wealth channel. So we have about 170 people around the globe with 10 products that are giving people diversified access to what we think is the best of Ares. Durable income product, differentiated equity, tax advantaged infrastructure.
Damn, we missed out. It's gone.
Asset origination in the wealth channel this quarter alone.
That's not a daily liquid product.
No, they tend to be monthly or quarterly. So we are huge believers in broadening access to our areas for the retail investor. Should not just be the purview of the institutional investor. I think what makes them so valuable is, in some respects, the lower liquidity, right? I mean, part of what has happened.
Bot is long. No, that's ES.
Mortgage REITs, yieldcos, MLPs. The retail investor has tended to buy procyclically and sell when the market is probably most attractive. So in some respects, locking up that capital is able to protect the investor from themselves and drive higher return. Yes.
Not
I
yet.
personally am not sold on the idea of making illiquid products liquid. Why not? I think there's already a diversity of product in the market. So if you take ARCC, which is our traded BDC, $30 billion portfolio, 20-year track record, daily liquidity, trades on NAV. So that technology exists. It's proven. There's no need for.
When you said Trump's coming on at 11 Eastern time? Okay.
Energy going innovate how to make illiquid assets liquid, and I feel like that technology already exists.
Yeah.
Makes me think of Marks, and what I'll hear from some of your competitors in the commercial banking arena is, hey, when we do a financing for a similar company or bigger,
If he's on time.
we're marking it at a different level than they are in private credit. They're getting away with it. How do you respond?
I'm not sure that that's true. I mean, the valuation methodology.
And keeps going though.
Pretty tested, tried and true. It is frustrating for people who spend their lives in the public markets with daily marks. I think they're trained to believe that that's the intrinsic value of an asset. I think most private market practitioners will say they care about the price of an asset twice in its lifetime, the day they buy it and the day they sell it, and all of the vagaries and ups and downs in between.
Later.
We have the luxury of not having to or to worry about that, but I don't think that that's a fair comment.
And how should I view things, the split coupons I'm being told now, where it's cash pay some, but there's also a pay in kind portion of it, which would seem to indicate the underlying credit is more risky over time, given they seem to be accreting in terms of interest payments. How should we view that?
I think it's the opposite. I think the equity is more risky because when you're using PIK, particularly in a moment like this, it's typically because
There's 900 on NQ now.
A disproportionate share of a company's free cash flows going to service debt rather than growth. So the equity owner is willing to pay a little bit more in
Halfway done on Lucid.
Growth and drive equity value. Right. So if you think about the PIK, it's actually happening on top of the equity. senior in the capital structure, so as it's accreting, it's
Are you
actually
still on? Nice.
equity at the
Good shit.
Understood. So do you expect that will continue in this rate environment?
I think if rates persist at this level, you'll continue to see it, particularly given that we haven't necessarily seen valuations in private market come down as much as you would expect, given what's going on in the world. But once you see valuations contract and rates come down, you'll see a lot less of that.
You'll see a lot more just cash pay. Yeah. I want to move on to something that you mentioned in the call. It's a different area, of course. It's secondaries market, the LP interest in private equity, where you're
Kudos.
making a more concerted effort, I guess. Is that fair to say?
Yes, and we acquired a firm called Landmark about 5.5 years ago.
I want to short.
Space. Bought it with a view that secondary.
Just because I'm bored, I'm just gonna short.
Or we cancel them.
Shift from LP led
Short at 97 if it hits.
And real assets, and all of that has happened. What we didn't fully anticipate was how gummed up the private equity world would be in terms of rapid monetization.
They can't get exits, whether it's IPOs.
So secondaries is front and center now.
Dude, that kid is annoying.
We're seeing that in the institutional market. We're seeing it in the endowment community. We're seeing it in the GP community, where GPs, in order to get to their next fund, need to get some monetization themselves.
I did want to come to you on endowments because I think that's
Order fill.
That's my short.
spoke about it
Order
in the call,
submitted.
in terms of significant reductions in research funding, anxiety around their tax status potentially. Are the endowments actually looking to sell some of their private equity interests?
Yeah, we're absolutely seeing that. And again, I think we're trying to be a collaborative, creative partner. I think the good news for the more established research universities, they have large endowments with, attractive assets. They also have other attractive assets, intellectual property, patent portfolios, real estate. So we're trying to approach those relationships, and we have decade-long relationships with them as a creative.
Yeah, I just got two, so it's okay.
Secondary buyer, but yeah, I think given the state of the world for them, they absolutely have to be looking at expected.
There we go.
I don't think
Order fill.
I think that's a real threat to them.
Yeah.
7 points.
For more than the universities that are currently being targeted? I'm just curious.
I think most are planning if they're not being targeted, because like any company or any investor right now, you have to start scenario planning. There's a lot of uncertainty in the world. You don't know which way it's going to break. And particularly if research is permanently, off the table, and your endowment is challenged, you're going to have to look for liquidity somewhere else.
Speaking of, we don't know how things are going to break. Let me end on the macro economy. I'm just curious as to whether you have a view right now and what it is.
Yeah, my hope is that this will resolve itself shortly. I think that we're getting good messaging out of the administration that we should expect, some positive news here in the next week or two. My own view is the most beautiful word in the English language is tariff certainty, and I think the minute that the market gets some, kernel of clarity, that we'll get back to a normalized base.
So yeah, short's still good.
That we're all having as investors.
I'm gonna put another one in at 905.
Order submitted.
There you
The
go.
economy today is still on excellent footing. Consumers resilient. The fundamentals are there. So I think it's really just a question of time. If we move quickly to a higher level of certainty, I think we can push through this. If it goes on, significantly longer, then obviously it'll have.
And what are you hearing from your portfolio companies saying?
Same. I think everyone's kind of taking a breath. Deal activity slowed down. CapEx has slowed down. Hiring has slowed down. There's no benefit to making any kind of a major strategic decision right now. But it's been a couple of weeks, and I think the markets can handle that type of a pause. So again, if we start to see some momentum on the trade front, I think that this could all clear up.
Michael, always appreciate to see you.
Thank you.
Michael Aradeti, CEO of Ares. We've got a lot more from Milken this hour. I'm going to sit down with Morgan Stanley's co-president, Dan Simkowitz. We'll talk a lot about, of course, capital markets. Not going to want to miss that, right? Squawk in the streets right back.
Is this how you're hoping to retire? Well, hope isn't a good retirement strategy. You've worked for a comfortable retirement for years. Now you need to plan for retirement income. Learn ways to avoid common mistakes, like being too conservative or not setting retirement goals. Have someone on your side to keep you on track. Call for Fisher's Comfortable Retirement Kit with the help you need to make your retirement a success.
Damn.
Comfortable retirement. 13 retirement blunders to avoid and maximize your Social Security. Call 1-800-759-4477. Fisher tailored the plan to keep you on track for retirement you want. And as a fiduciary, we do better when our clients do better. Call now for your comfortable retirement kit. Call 1-800-759-4477. Call us today. You don't have it coming to you unless you plan for it. If your portfolio is $1 million or more, call 1-800-759-4477.
We just signed the lease on our third shop. My assistant went to customink.com to get new uniforms with all the locations. He found great products, uploaded new art, and had boxes sent to all the shops. Custom Ink makes it so easy. Get started today at customink.com.
You're the leader in disaster cleanup and restoration. How do you make like it never even happen?
The Keepsake Frames app makes it ridiculously easy to frame your favorite photos. Just choose a photo that you love, select the perfect frame, and you'll have your frame print delivered and ready to hang. Download the free Keepsake Frames app and start framing today.
The game has changed. Public companies are now using convertible bonds to stack Bitcoin on their balance sheets. Once reserved for Wall Street's elite, these are now
Order filled.
Back in a short.
Next, a person's kind
Order submitted.
convertible bonds of Bitcoin-related companies. Learn more about the Rex Bitcoin Corporate Treasury Convertible Bond ETF VMAX at rexshares.com.
Order canceled.
And I'm out. That was quick.
Activities and charges and expenses. Visit rexshares.com to obtain it. Carefully before investing. Distributed by Foresight Fund Services. Don't miss a CNBC episode.
No.
CNBC.
It's on my funded, but it's average. Gotta be under 15 seconds. Yeah, so they don't really care.
Closing bell overtime. Weekdays 4 Eastern and streaming on CNBC Plus.
Welcome back. I'm Silvana now with your CNBC News update. Israel said it disabled Yemen's airport with strikes today as tensions rise between Tel Aviv and Yemen's Iran-backed Houthi rebels. The attack came after the Houthis launched a missile Sunday that struck near Israel's airport. The rebel group has been targeting Israel in response to its expanded military operation in the Gaza Strip. The Trump administration asked a federal judge to toss out a lawsuit that seeks to restrict access to the abortion pill mifepristone. The move yesterday continues the Biden administration's defense of the drug. Missouri, Kansas, and Idaho are trying to stop the pill from being able to be prescribed by telemedicine and dispensed by mail. The Justice Department argues the states don't have the legal right to sue. And the cardinals who will take part in the secret conclave to elect a new Catholic pope have entered seclusion. They will be barred from contact with the outside world as they decide who should become Pope Francis' successor. The conclave is set to officially begin tomorrow afternoon, Carl.
And the wait will begin for the white smoke. That's Silvana Banks, Silvana Hanau. As we go to break, watch shares of Ferrari today. The company posting a double-digit jump in net profits, warning, though, that Trump's tariffs on cars imported into this country could hit overall profitability. The company said back in March it would also raise prices by as much as 10% on certain models as a result. Still to come, recession odds are rising. That's according to CNBC's latest Fed survey. We'll get those numbers when we're back in a moment.
The FBI calls it house stealing, the latest scam where a cyber thief transfers the title of your home out of your name and steals your hard-earned equity.
It's roughly 60 to 90 days for that person even figure out that they're the victim of this crime. You start getting foreclosure notices and you realize you've got 4 mortgages on your house that you didn't even know existed.
Unfortunately, it's on you to protect yourself. You might already be a victim. Check your title status now at HomeTitleLock.com.
9:05 on the next short again.
Now you can sell your policy, even a term policy, for an immediate cash payment. Call Coventry Direct to learn more.
We thought we had planned carefully for our retirement.
But we quickly realized we needed a way to supplement our income.
Our friends sold their policy to help pay their medical bills. And that got me thinking. Maybe selling our policy
Order
will help
filled.
with our retirement.
Go.
I was skeptical, so I did some
Out
research and
of
called Coventry Direct.
98.
But life insurance is a valuable asset that can be sold.
We learned we could sell all of our policy or keep part of it with no future payments. Who knew? We sold our policy. Now we can relax and enjoy our retirement as we had planned.
If you have $100,000 or more of life insurance, you may qualify to sell your policy. Don't cancel or let your policy lapse without finding out what it's worth. Visit CoventryDirect.com to find out if your policy qualifies or call 1-800-514-7800.
Howdy.
Redefining insurance.
I am. I'm short at 905.
Take an unexpected turn. Brings you change. We have
I don't know why.
ups and downs to help guide you.
It's not looking good. Oh, shit. I'm just bored. TTM is looking like should go down, but that's just me.
We all knew 2025 didn't be like most luxurious way to travel.
Where's your book map? It's telling you.
That should hold it for now.
Order filled.
Oh shit! Hold on.
Order filled.
Cool. Got out. There we go. 10 for 10. I should be done now. Oh yeah. Taking my payout tonight.
Saving a day is easy.
Mm-hmm.
CashNet USA.
When you need money fast, you need Euro. Go to CashNetUSA.com to
Why?
the money.
The Fed kicking off its two-day meeting on rates today.
Order
Recession
filled.
odds have
Order
skyrocketed since the
submitted.
beginning of the year. That's according to results from our
Order
latest
filled.
Order filled.
Let's get to Steve Leisman with those
Order
numbers that
submitted.
it might mean for the Fed decision tomorrow. Morning, Steve.
Good morning, Carl. Yeah, the latest CNBC Fed survey shows a surging probability of recession in the next year, an increased outlook for inflation and unemployment and lower growth. And most respondents don't think the stock market is priced for it. Just 3% say stocks are fully priced right now for recession.
Order
52%
filled.
say somewhat priced.
Bot hasn't long, so I'm just gonna short all these pump.
Stocks are seen as overpriced by 59%.
I know.
In the March survey.
How much do I need for this one? I need $60 more for this payout.
Or just 17%. Little change from the last time. Not a lot of value seen right there.
Oh no, that's all it said. I'm gonna cash out. Take 900 tonight.
Hugh Johnson Economics writes in with the survey.
So the other one's 500, so I might cash both out. I don't know. It's not a lot, but
Most likely there are further
it's money.
recession probability rising to 53%. That's up 22% back.
Yeah.
It's the biggest two survey move we've seen since the Fed hike rates in 2022. So one way to think about it is the tariffs are viewed now as a similar kind of economic shock as those sharp rate hikes. The S&P outlook looking to be unchanged about the current levels. Ending
You got bananas?
but not a bad jump seen for next year.
Yeah, I'll take one.
61, that's about 10%. Thomas Simons from Jefferies, he writes in, by the second half of 2026, we expect that the tax deregulation policies pursued by the administration will return the economy to a better trajectory of growth.
What?
Faced with higher inflation,
No coffee.
rates later this year, but respondents are divided on whether that first cut comes in June or July. So, guys, not a lot of preemption expected from the Fed, but they are expected to respond more to inflation, more weakness than to inflation.
Interesting. Meantime, Becton's in front of the House today.
No.
Says there's no signs of recession right now. He expects Q1 to get revised higher. No talks with China.
That was gonna be fun.
That's who pays tariffs. Said it's a complicated mix of factors.
Well, I mean, that is ultimately true. We'll have to watch how much of each of all these prices end up at the consumer level. There's expectations that people will try to pass on as much of the price hikes as they can. Whether or not they're successful, that will depend on a whole bunch of things, trying to make some.
I'm gonna get off the mic so I can eat. I don't be sound like a pig on the mic. Be back.
Consumers, sometimes all of it. Most of the surveys show that companies want to pass as much down as they possibly can. As for the
It's not about dreams. It's about making them possible. It's investments. It's growth. It's confident access to capital. It's building up business. It's job creation. It's the stadium, the hospital, the new school gymnasium, the factories, the farmers, our first responders. It's making the future. It's our story, our country. For over 100 years, Moody's has brought clarity to capital markets so that economies can grow with confidence. Moody's makes it possible.
Life is always changing, and our Lovesac couch adapts to it all. Gathering around for game day one moment, reconfiguring for entertaining the next. And tomorrow, a new look entirely. Because Lovesac adapts to life, our life.
For plant-based, healthy blood pressure support, there's one brand that stands above the rest. It's Superbeats by Human, the #1 doctor, pharmacist, and cardiologist recommended beet brand for heart health support. Find out how to get a free month with your first order at livehuman.com.
Custom Ink helps us motivate our students with custom gear. We love how Custom Ink takes care of everything we need so we can focus on the kids.
We make it easy to wow all your groups with high-quality custom apparel, accessories, and promo products, all backed by our guarantee at customink.com.
Your shipping manager left to find themselves, leaving you lost. You need to hire.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Sponsored jobs on Indeed are 2.5 times faster to first hire. Visit Indeed.com/hire.
Tim Cook has made the Berkshire a lot more money than I've ever made Berkshire Hathaway. So,
has your view on trade barriers changed?
Trade should not be a weapon. How you control revenue and expenses, Congress does not seem good at doing it. The time has arrived where Greg should become the chief executive officer of the company at year end. That's the news hook for the day. Thanks for coming.
While many traders and investors are trained on what's happening in the Treasury and corporate bond side of things, one private banker is seeing a lot of interest from clients for another big part of the fixed income side of things, and recent sell-offs may have created an interesting tax-advantaged opportunity. Tune into our Market Navigator segment later on today on Power Lunch to find out where, 2 p.m. Eastern Time.
Trading at Schwab is now powered by Ameritrade, giving traders even more ways to sharpen their skills with tailored education. Get an expanding library filled with new online videos, webcasts, articles, courses, and more. All crafted just for traders. And with guided learning paths, stacked with content curated to fit your unique goals. You can spend less time searching and more time learning. Trade brilliantly with Schwab.
It's a smart move to get a second opinion. You do it when you're looking for a contractor. You definitely do it with medical advice. So why not with your stock market investments? We can help you see opportunities you may be missing. At Henyon & Walsh, it only takes a second to schedule your free second opinion. So what's there to lose? Speak to Henyon & Walsh, the second opinion people.
Welcome back to Squawk on the Street. We are live from Beverly Hills. We're at the Milken Conference. Joining me now is Dan Simkowitz. He's the co-president of Morgan Stanley. Capital markets coming under your purview, M&A, IPOs. Let's start with the credit markets, sure. If we can. What are you seeing right now? You know, obviously, only a few weeks ago, there was a lot of concern. But generally speaking, spreads seem to be behaving themselves.
Yeah, I think, David, first of all, thanks for having us here at Milken. The spreads have rebounded pretty dramatically in the last couple of weeks, but I think the The big issue is the secular dynamics in the credit market, which is, financial repression is over, so rates are higher, maybe structurally. At the same time, there's bank regulation and bank shareholder pressure on banks. So there is capital moving, out of the bank system. Insurance companies are outsourcing some of their credit, all to asset managers. And so the depth of that market, the old endowment model had very little credit. So sovereign wealth funds, pension funds, endowments now have a bigger allocation of credit, and you're seeing that support the market. And so I think one of your guests yesterday talked about it. When the public market traded off in early April, they stepped in, traditionally sort of viewed as a private credit manager, and stepped in the market. And so you see a real secular shift. And to a degree, we don't really think the distinctions between public and private are really that real.
Why not?
Because credit is credit. And I think corporate credit in particular, but I think it extends into real estate credit. Some of it will trade, and what we're seeing is that shift out of the insurance sort of in-house management, out of the banking system to asset managers, and then they all partner with us.
Right.
So what we're seeing is they want to see assets in both investment grade as well as non-investment grade, traded, non-traded, but there is a big secular shift into the asset managers, and it means we and our issuers have a deeper market to access in the credit market.
Order filled.
Order filled.
You referenced, of course, Mark Rohn, who also said he thinks investment grade, fixed income, you're not going to see a differentiation in 18 months between private and public. You agree with that?
Well, I think what Mark has done and some of his peers, and
Order
they're
submitted.
all here, is what they've done, especially with insurance capital, is they've taken it as pure buy and hold, relatively plain vanilla, and they've moved it into much more actively managed portfolios. And actively managed could be private or it could be public, but what they're able to do is bring better solutions, frankly, into the market around structure, around asset-backed, and other elements. A lot of what they're doing with investment grade is they're bringing secured elements that have been used in the high-yield market or the leveraged finance market into the investment grade market. Now, it's not going to be as large. A big cap company that doesn't have the same needs as, let's say, a data center situation, or maybe a asset
just
a company
still
on
hit the
cusp,
public markets with a.
they'll just keep going. But there is more sophistication going because the capital is moving to great credit managers.
Yeah.
And that's, that's not just Apollo, that's Blackstone and Ares. Mike was just here.
He was.
As an example, it's at PIMCO, it's at BlackRock. It gives us a lot more partners to work with, more sophisticated, a little bit more velocity.
Your clients in terms of how to access these markets. So it's here to stay, no doubt about that. I mean, we've been talking about it for years now, Dan, but obviously even more so.
Yeah, it's interesting. The energy here this year at Milken, I think, is high, largely coming out of the credit managers. And what's great is it's reflective of the legacy of Mike, right? He started this, the move of credit out of, let's say, traditional systems. He did it with the high-yield bonds, and then it moved to leveraged loans. But now the distinctions are blurring, and just the credit market is growing pretty dramatically as it relates to how it gets deployed by asset managers.
You have a view on this other thing we discussed a lot yesterday, liquidity, and whether you can really create these ETFs in some sort of ubiquitous way that are going to be able to give the retail investor access to.
I think what these managers in partnership with us, again, we're the largest wealth manager in the world, which means we're the largest allocator to the asset management industry, but also the largest allocator to private markets. And what these movement and pools means is the innovation is increasing. So as you think about whether it's the democratization of private markets or even the deployment of credit, there's innovation happening. And so you see partnerships happening. Our clients, Blackstone, Vanguard, and Wellington have done a partnership.
Right.
You see KKR and Capital Group, BlackRock, PIMCO are innovating, and then Mark has got the ETFs. I'm not sure which ones are going to succeed, but some of them are around bringing more of that credit market to the hybrid between public and private. What we see is we're helping these asset managers raise capital. We help them R&D around structure. We source the assets for them. We finance some of them. We structure them. And then some of them, to Mark's point yesterday, some of them are going to trade and some of them won't. But to a degree, when we go raise capital for our issuers, whether it's 100 investors or half a dozen, the same underlier and to a degree the same process that we're engaging. And even in that half a dozen situation, some of that's going to trade on the back end going forward.
All right, I want to change up the discussion.
Technology change, there's supply chain change, there's energy elements that are seeing announcements. I saw some announcements yesterday. Oh, yeah, today, fairly large deal. And today, not today. Yeah. And what's interesting is we've announced three $20 billion plus M&A deals since the beginning of March at Morgan Stanley alone. March, as an overall matter, was the busiest since May of 22.
There you go. Let me get out.
And I think that's important. What is more important up versus the last few years, our M&A mandates are accelerating the last month. And I think this is really important, which is the mandates are
You guys trading?
but the move out of those mandates to either bilateral or auction processes, there's no
From where?
there's a pause in that context. And I think that dynamic
Yeah, nice.
what Secretary Dutton was talking about yesterday, which is this administration is still pro-growth and it's pro.
Yes, Apex didn't decrease the funded fee.
Taxes, the extension.
I keep forgetting to cancel those limit orders when you leave.
In the first prior
Yeah.
talked about
There you go. I'm out.
some expensing. That is pro-growth. Regulatory or deregulation is happening even right now. So the fulcrum issue is tariffs and trade.
Everything's
and
screen.
Throughout this near and intermediate term, the underpinnings around M&A are still all there. Credit markets, we just talked about, very liquid. Regulation in a much better place.
Buy or sell?
A lot to sell to get
Sorry.
portfolios cleaned up. We talked about that earlier. And also at the same time, they have a lot of dry powder. And they need to deploy that to raise the next
At 820?
things we thought were going to happen, but it has to happen. But we were unexpectedly hit with the tariff. Unexpected, but the math is still intact.
I need to find that YouTube you gave me yesterday.
If we get certainty, and M&A takes a while from the approach all the way through announcement, but if we get trade certainty, I think 26 may take till then to get announcements. But all that sort of projections we saw at the end of the year will play through.
Can you link me?
Not deleted and the underreaction.
It's easier typing it. I can't find it. I'm just stupid.
Seemed to be a one-off. OpenAI brings $40 billion.
Thanks, homie.
Yes. Is that day over where we see the large IPO in the way that we once did? I think the day is not over. I mean, we've had periods like this before. There's no doubt there's a private capital market, which we're very much embedded in around raising the capital and distributing that and democratizing that as well. But I think as you get certainty, we already see it in our sort of that book of pipeline, that if you have some of this trade certainty, again, you will have a and I think it's very important for
Which one?
to have a really vibrant, functioning market. And when
Yeah, I subscribe to the Alex kid.
Executives over time, they will transition. But again, I think credit is great.
That's
M&A is
that's
down,
good.
IPOs are both.
Are you promoting them on Twitter or something?
Well, Dan, all right, I'm going to check in with you in 6 months. All right, I look forward to it. Thank you again, David. You're very welcome. Yes, was co-president of Morgan Stanley. Carl, thank you.
All right, David, thanks. Services worldwide working coverage continues next hour, starting with Oak Tree Capital Howard Marks, breaking down where to find some value in this market. That kicks off in just about 8 minutes. Don't go away.
That's pretty cool. You just leave it on, doesn't do anything, and people just come watch his book map. How much is it?
Sorry. Proceed. So that's a slide. Any questions?
And now with Workday, we can
Yeah, like a yearly thing.
I'm sorry. Were they? Oh, interns.
We're interns.
That's not bad.
See you tomorrow. You explain. We know how.
Like lifetime?
which connects you to a real banker.
Hmm.
Save smarter. Even premiums.
I might do that. Yeah, I can put on like half the screen book map, instead of that stupid charts and advertising.
Celebrating social worker. Self-appointed social chair.
Oh, you can't do it?
Last call. Yeah, she's on it.
Oh, yeah. I got you. Copyright.
Care is unmatched. Meet Patty. Patty needs a retirement plan. Work with principals so we can help you help Patty with a retirement
Dang.
plan. It's right for her. But I heard bad money everywhere. I look at everything. I study it all the time. My future,
You can't, like, they don't know who's doing it, you know what I mean?
He's every Texas at ATV.
Ah,
Around the world to bring you Cafe au lait, made from 100% Arabica.
gotcha.
And from the world's finest coffee beans with 3 brands in over 40 different flavors. It's served cups, iced coffee, and cold brew. No matter how you drink your coffee, every time you take a sip, you'll know it was grown just for you. Cafe au lait.
Wait, all those are your payout?
Love, ATV. Happy birthday, one of a kind.
$60.
Always elegant. Dog mom's reality.
I might long in a little bit. Just waiting on a bot to long on NQ.
There's a 10% chance that AI will kill 50% of humanity in the next 20 years. Agree or disagree? So, I'd say the vast majority of the room,
You what?
the disagree side. I had just
Mm-hmm.
Elon Musk 2 months ago, where Elon Musk said, there's only a 20% chance that AI can annihilate humanity. Now nobody wants to go to Mars.
It is. After a little pullback, but lunchtime chop.
Going to be a topic of discussion with John Ford. Sits down exclusively with NVIDIA's Jensen Huang and ServiceNow's Bill McDermott in Las Vegas later today. David, I mean, BTJ is a great macro trader, but this is trying to price in the biggest macro trade of all time. It's true. I guess, I mean, the trade is just own everything.
You look at the Oscillator at the 15 minutes, it's got more room to go up. The one on the stream.
Same thing for a long time.
On the YouTube. My YouTube.
For-profit company, by the way.
That first one, the first chart is at 15 minutes. Here, I'll screenshot you.
Worthwhile discussion yet again is, well, what's changed? Our fears.
Yeah.
Sam Altman's and everybody else that at least were a certain
The
extent.
top one is 15, the bottom one is 3 minutes, so 15 got more upside.
We'll keep talking about it, I'm sure. Yeah. Well,
Now, hold on, let me show you another one I have.
The next was to people in tech. What are we doing on security? That's for sure. Meantime, once again, the dip gets bought. As Besson says, we might see some trade deals potentially this week. Money Readers begins after this.
This is easier to tell.
Nuveen invests with a foresight and vision to anticipate the needs of future generations.
But for sure, 950 is going to hit.
To deliver lasting legacies. It's just over the top. Because after 125 years of yesterdays, who knows your ultimate stakeholder is tomorrow. Nuveen invests like the future is watching.
Mm-hmm.
Global Cancers believes in students and what they can offer the world. You get credit for the experience. I didn't have to start at the bottom. I had life experience and I had actual job experience that translated to coursework and helped cut down the cost of school. UMGC honor
We're on a 3 minute. It's towards the top, so it's kind of scary long.
part of the American dream, and I couldn't be prouder.
If you spend years building your investments on mutual
I do want it long though, before it takes off. But then he said Trump's coming on, right?
always better options than mutual funds. Improved tax efficiency are cheaper and more specifically customizable. Mutual funds are a perfectly fine way for beginning investors, but Fisher Investments can give you ideas
Yeah.
that you where you are now.
Call now for our essential guide, 6 Pitfalls of Funds, with insights from best-selling author and legendary money manager Ken Fisher. Call now, 1-800-831-0650.
At Fisher Investments, we help you with the process of graduating to a better future.
Call for this important guide, 6 Pitfalls of Funds. You'll learn about their disadvantages and why it may be time for a new approach. Call now.
You can achieve your investment goals, and Fisher Investments can help you get there.
If your portfolio is $1 million or more, call 1-800-831-0650.
One of my favorite supplements is Qunol Turmeric. Turmeric helps with healthy joints and inflammation support, and Qunol has the #1 doctor-recommended form of turmeric. Qunol, the brain I trust.
The NBC Pro. Never miss a moment with exclusive access to market-moving interviews and stock picks. The NBC Pro. Visit NBC.com. Pro now.
Good Tuesday morning. Welcome to Money Move.
At 925 is really hard for NQ. Just keep dropping at 925. That's good.
You also, you said the U.S. is still exceptional, just maybe a little less so. So I wonder, are there better opportunities abroad right now that you guys are looking at, or
Well,
stay focused here?
two things. When you say is it exceptional, in my opinion, you're talking about the fundamentals. And I think, as I said before, that the U.S. is still the best place in the world to invest. The combination of the attentiveness,
You went long, Babu?
economic vigor, innovation, technology advances, rule of law, functioning capital.
Why you follow that? Just look at the thing. You look at the 3 minutes. It's curving down. You see it?
In my semantics, you're now talking about carbon. And
Oh, I'll type it in here.
but on the whole, no place is fundamentally better.
Bargain right now.
I'm talking about individual companies and industries and security. I'm not talking about countries.
You're about to be green. Get out.
Opportunity still in credit. Is that still the biggest opportunity for you?
Well, that's
what you guys do.
If you ask a barber if you need a haircut, so you do. We're a credit firm for the most part, and we stick to our knitting.
Well, Howard, it's always good to catch up with you and hear about how you're thinking about the world. Thank
Great
you.
to be, Sarah.
Yeah, Howard Marks of Oaktree. So the come this hour, we're going to continue the conversation about what the bond market is signaling and the equity market. TCW CEO Katie Cox joins us with more than $200 billion in assets under management. Why she says it's time to look outside of U.S. tech and what she would be recommending instead. Stay with us here on CNBC Live from the Milken Institute conference in Los Angeles. We'll be right back.
ETFs. With over 70 ETFs, we have solutions for every market, helping advisors build the portfolios of the future today. Franklin Templeton, your trusted partner for what's ahead.
Our new book shows you how our simple option strategies offer you a lower cost way to trade stocks with limited downside risk and remarkable upside rewards. Get your free copy today at itsnotanoption.com. That's itsnotanoption.com.
Do you have a life insurance policy you no longer need? Now you can sell your policy, even a term.
You got out? I heard that.
Call Coventry Direct to learn more.
We thought we had planned carefully for our retirement,
but we quickly realized we needed a way to supplement our income.
Our friends sold their policy to help pay their medical bills. That got me thinking. Maybe selling our policy could help with our retirement.
I'm skeptical, so I did some research and called Coventry Direct. They explained life insurance is a valuable asset that can be sold.
We learned we could sell all of our policy or keep part of it with no future payments. Who knew? We sold our policy. Now we can relax and enjoy our retirement as we had planned.
If you have $100,000 or more of life insurance, you may qualify to sell your policy. Don't cancel or let your policy lapse without finding out what it's worth. Visit CoventryDirect.com to find out if your policy qualifies, or call 1-800-500.
I'm not long. That's not me. I don't have anything open. I have a long 840 if we hit. If we hit 930, I'm gonna short again.
Now, breaking news: AMD, Win, Disney, Warner Brothers, reporting, market reaction, expert analysis, strategies for your portfolio. This week on CNBC and streaming on CNBC Plus.
History only repeats itself every so often. Classic Chevrolet. Every dealer in the world, they are undeniable. With more new Chevys than ever before, all the trucks to drive you forward always. It's eliminated. That's why we'll put in the work to win again. This is Texas. This is classic. Shop for your winning upgrade today.
As a business owner, I've got a lot on my plate. That's why I use ZipRecruiter to hire. ZipRecruiter has this feature called Zip Intro. I chose the time, and it did all the work of finding and scheduling the candidates for me. I just picked my top choices and talked to great people the very next day. The plan was to hire 2 people, but the candidate quality was so good, I wound up hiring 4 in a week.
Zip Intro. Post jobs today, talk to qualified candidates tomorrow. Try it free only at ziprecruiter.com/try.
Meantime, I'll be right back.
Playing a lot of options lately, huh?
But before I started Angie's List, different story. A lot has changed for us at Angie since then, but the issues facing homeowners.
I think I shorted too early, but we'll see.
Get started at Angie.com. We love being outside, but the sun makes our deck and patio too.
I mean, I shouldn't short because the other thing said long, but
Select full sun or instant
just
shade.
no, not yet. Bot's still short. Let me see if it's gonna go long anytime soon. It might go long. If we keep staying up like 9:25, it might go long. The next candle might.
Been the best-selling retractable awning in America.
Call now for this free awning
If you don't know yet, just wait.
awning solutions. Plus, get this $350 discount
Order cancel
to get your sunsetter for as little as
I mean, Bot dip was good,
so many incredible styles to
but look at
custom build awning without the custom build.
the 3 minutes is near the top, so I'm thinking we might go back down. That's why I have it short. I'm at short at 9:13, and then the other account's at 9:20, so I'm still green on one of them.
But what happens when you no longer need it or you can't afford it any
It's
longer?
not funded, so I don't care.
They chose to sell their policy for $200,000 cash. Now
Yeah, my funded pretty good on it right now, so I don't want to overtrade those.
you may be able to sell it for cash. Get an instant estimate at openlife.com or scan the QR code on your screen. Or call 1-800-502-0100. That's 1-800-502-0100. Double check that. That's pretty good. Not bad, huh? What was that? What? Asking the right question can greatly affect your future. Are you qualified to do this? What? Especially when it comes to your finances.
Do you have a question?
Are you a certified financial planner?
Yes, I'm a CFP professional.
CFP professionals are committed to acting in your best interest. That's why it's got to be a CFP. Find your CFP professional at letsmakeaplan.org. Found a sweet dentist on ZocDoc. Stop and shop with the real beauty, and people say he's passionate about dentistry. Stop and sales on 33rd Street. You can practically skate there. Look at sweet. You've got options. Look now.
Oh, damn. Uh-oh. That sure don't look good.
It's when a criminal forges your signature on one document, uses one fake notary's name, they then take out loans using your equity, and the worst part of it is, you don't even know what's happening until you start getting collections and foreclosure notices. This right here is why you need to use home title law.
Find out if you're already a victim. Go to hometitlelock.com.
And Jim Cook is made the Berkshire a lot more money than I've ever been insurance by himself.
As your view on trade barriers changed,
Trade should not be a weapon. All revenue and expenses. Government does not seem that they're doing it. Where arranged to become the chief executive officer of the company at year end. That's the move up for the day. That's the very
Crypto watches
What happened?
by Crypto.com.
He's on finally?
Crypto.com.
Gotta dump it so I can get out. There we go.
Not all multimillionaires build their wealth the same way. Fearless investment. Attack any CPA.
Bootstrapper. The boot maker.
Yeah. But many do have something in common. We all have swag with our wealth. Thanks to our award-winning service, low cost, and transparent advice. Every day, over 1 million multimillionaires trust Schwab with $3 trillion of their wealth.
Don't you hate that dirty old hose? It kinks, splits, and it always leaks. And it's way too heavy to carry around. It's time to get the brand new pocket hose copper in. Just turn on the water and watch it grow to a full-size hose. It stretches and expands like a rubber band. Old-fashioned hoses get kinks and creases at the spigot. But the new pocket pivot swivels 360 degrees. Just connect to the spigot and watch it pivot. And when you turn off the water, away it goes, shrinking back to a pocket-sized hose. And it makes it easy to carry and put away. Copperhead. It's the hose that grows and pivots, flexes, and sprays. It puts itself away for another day. The pocket hose is so unique and so innovative. It was awarded over 100 patents. Call or go online now to get the super light 25-foot pocket hose Copperhead today for only $39.99. But wait, order right now and you'll receive an instant $10 discount. So it's only $29.99. And it gets better. Order right now and get our copper spray nozzle with our exclusive thumb drive free. Simply use your thumb. Turn it on. And you'll have a setting for every job. A $30 value. Yours free with every 50-foot Copperhead. Plus, Copperhead comes in a
I want to short on my funded if we get 945. So I can make $60.
right here, right now.
Nice.
This may be your last chance at this low price.
Oh, I may pay out for whatever company it is. 500? Not payout, but affiliate.
7136881, or does it get
Like half a year. The one that keep giving us freebies.
How many subscriptions are you paying for? 3? Let's download Rocket Money and see if you're right. Oh, you're actually paying for 15 subscriptions. What? The app is telling you all this? Yeah, it shows you all your upcoming expenses in one place, including subscriptions to data. And if you see a subscription you no longer want, cancel that. That's great. Can I get out now? Yeah, I can.
Oh shit, I should short. Let me see. Yeah, let me short real quickie on my funded so I can get out. Just don't pump anymore.
Custom solutions provide increased privacy, protection from the elements, and keeps out insects, yard debris, and pests. Let us help you create the perfect room for the things you love. Right now,
Order
get up
submitted.
to $5,000 off your sun.
Uh-oh.
Call today.
Order submitted.
Yeah. What was that? That's actually smart.
Coverage of the Milken Institute Global Conference is sponsored by DJIL, a leading global asset manager across public and private markets.
As a global leader in alternatives today, Vigo is capturing the potential of tomorrow. With over $320 billion in alts across
Your fault or just a ghost order?
Hey, small business owners, pickleball's kind of like bookkeeping.
Ghost.
Right? Lots of strategy, lots of effort, and if you don't have the right partner, you just won't win. It's time to team up with a winning partner. Call Zendu. Well, let's get that win today. Zendu, the official bookkeeper and accountant for small businesses.
Starting the farmer's dog, Bogart has lost so much weight, and he has so much more energy. It's like a puppy again. So before picture of Bogart, such a big boy, 3-portion. Makes it really easy to keep them lean and healthy. Look at it.
Yeah. Apex did that to me a couple of times before Day Trader came out. You know what I mean?
That's a trade-in overflow, and you call
Was it Tradeovate or was which platform was it? Yeah, yeah, I had that on mine too. I don't know, maybe it is the platform. It's kind of garbage. Not Tradeovate, but the other one.
discussing odors in your home, but it also causes your AC to clog up and ultimately shut down. Look, using corrosive bleach or vinegar to clean your drain line,
Really?
your air conditioning coil, and will cost you thousands. Using wet vac or pouring other chemicals every month doesn't get rid of the odors. It makes a slave out of you to your AC. Get iFlow. iFlow is a smart device that easily installs in less than 15 minutes and automatically dispenses a non-corrosive, highly effective cleaning solution into your drain pan, breaks it up, and then flushes it out of your drain line, keeping your AC clean, clog-free, and odor-free all year long.
Yeah, they won't do anything.
Tens of thousands of iFlows installed nationally, and
How much was the cost for the funding on Day Trader?
the drain lines out outside the house and inside the house. Purchased an iFlow device, installed it back in June, and have yet to have a backup in my AC. What a wonderful product. Thank you, iFlow. Right, vinegar and industrial degreaser and nothing works. But the actual system.
Yeah, still a lot. It's like $200 down the drain. You know what I mean?
Wasted time, money, and aggravation over your AC system. Last summer was our first summer to not have it. We currently have 4 iFlows installed, 1 in Delray Beach and 3 in Michigan. I had my AC contractor come in to do the annual maintenance.
Apex is a lot better now.
Came back with 100% clear lines. Go online now to unlock our best offer ever on iFlow. Available at these fine retailers, or learn more.
If I get some free Apex, I'll let you know. I'll get you one. That ain't gonna happen. Have you used my funding? Those guys are pretty good.
Text Check is sponsored by Comcast Business, powering
I'm gonna put a
possibilities.
9.15. I'm gonna short.
Digital assets, custom tax management. We're helping advisors build a portfolio to the future today. Franklin Templeton, your trusted partner for what's ahead. You have a life insurance policy you no longer need. Now you can sell your policy, even a current policy, for an immediate cash payment. Call Coventry Direct for further details. We thought we had planned carefully for our retirement.
But we quickly realized we needed a way to supplement our income.
Our friends sold their policy to help pay.
Canada?
Got me thinking. Maybe selling our policy could help with our retirement.
Still.
So I did some research.
Is he on? No, he's not on yet.
Insurance is a valuable asset that can be sold.
We learned we could sell all of our policy or keep part of it with no future payments. Who knew? We sold our policy. Now we can relax and enjoy our retirement as we had planned. If you have $100,000 or more of life insurance, you may qualify to sell your
But
policy.
still not long.
Without finding out what it's worth. Visit CoventryDirect.com to find out if your policy qualifies.
Yeah, it was flashing, said it's gonna go long, but it's not.
Coventry Direct.
Yeah.
Because you love the ocean, not spreadsheets. You need to hire. I need Indeed. Indeed,
Yeah.
you do. When you sponsor a job on Indeed, candidates can find it easier, so you can hire easier.
Let me see the other charts. That one looks like it's gonna go down. TQQ looks like it's gonna go up. SQQ is gonna go down, so it might pump later.
Can't help us sleep better and better. Sleep Number does that. It's the Sleep Number Everyday Smart Bed Set. Every smart bed and base are on sale during our Memorial Day event, up to 50% off, plus free home delivery. Only at Sleep Number.
Good night, buddy.
First on CNBC, Uber's CEO, quarterly results, consumer demand, and the outlook for growth. Before he talks to Wall Street, he talks to Squawk Box. Tomorrow starting 6 a.m.
Yeah, Manila.
CNBC Plus.
I think that's where he's at.
To all Americans. Here, how dear happens together.
To buy or not to buy? That is their question. And nobody knows shopper better.
Oh, let me go on that channel.
Undisputed, undefeated. Check out.
I'm watching it now.
This living legend can boost conversion to
Yeah, yeah. No, YouTube, the one you gave me.
way less attendance and way more data.
See my squat box, they're not even talking about it. I see Trump now. Let me mute the squat box. There we go.
In there in other capacities, you understand? And also not his first time meeting Donald Trump. They've also met before in previous capacities, but not like this and not under these circumstances. The U.S. president hosting the show told us moments ago that he doesn't want to, quote, subsidize Canada any further. Okay, here is your rival.
That's a new Canadian guy? What is it, Prime Minister? He looks like a nice, honest old man.
There you go. That is Prime Minister Carney arriving at the White House. The U.S. president welcoming him there with some questions.
Yeah, it's been bad lately, dude.
Handshake went fine. Austin.
I had to go see my mom this weekend. It's Mother's Day.
See also the cabinet ministers arriving, the ambassador, some of the
Yeah, Sunday.
council.
You got your mom anything? Gambit?
And some other officials also.
That's a no. It's too late now. Yeah, Sunday.
Aides there with him as they make their way into the White House to begin these conversations, important conversations between the president and the prime minister.
Yeah, let me cancel my short just in case he's gonna pump. I'm gonna stay flat.
Brief, and then they will proceed to meetings.
Everything's off, making sure.
From the prime minister directly
at 3 p.m. Eastern Time.
He lives with his mom.
Where he will take questions. As David said, the Prime Minister wants to be the sole Canadian voice on this issue today. But
He's only 18.
Friendly there, Paul. I'm not going to read. I'm not going to try to interpret that language. Yeah. No, let's not. But you do know when things go wrong, and they did seem genuinely happy to see each other.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to find a point on it, but it was a friendly greeting for Vladimir Zelensky as well. And that is not to say it's going to go the way that one went. I know this is standard fare. It is part of the process. It's staged, it's choreographed, and now it really begins. Well, it'll begin soon enough. They walk into the foyer, make their way to the Oval Office, which is just a few steps beyond that. And then, interestingly, as we've been noting this morning, the photo op in the Oval Office will come first before the meeting, which again gives the two leaders a chance to, be polite and generous without having to give details of what they talked about. It's more what they hope to achieve and where they hope this to go, and then take pointed questions, one hopes and presumes. And by the way, just to keep expectations where they are, the questions may or may not be all about Canada. It's a chance for U.S. reporters and other reporters who are in there from other countries to ask the president or Mark Carney anything they choose.
Still nothing
we
yet.
should hear a lot on the expectations of Mark Carney and Donald Trump for that working luncheon that comes ahead. This is a big moment for Mark Carney. You're right to say this is he wants to be the guy on this. He is the prime minister. We heard in his press conference after the election in Ottawa that he wants to get things done, big things done. This is his chance to make headway on the biggest thing on his plate right now, which is the Canada-U.S. relationship. And he is in the room with the president. This is that moment for that to begin.
Yeah, a critical moment for him and for the country as the Prime Minister tried to reset the relationship between the two countries after, of course, the outbreak of the vaccine election, where this was very much the issue that was top of mind for so many Canadians, and the expectations that they have with this Prime Minister are real. Katie Simpson is on the White House ground now, too. Katie, give us your sense about how you think this might unfold between the president and the prime minister. Oh, I can't hear you, Katie. There you go. Oh, there you go. Things are probably going to move very quickly. So I've done a couple of these before, and as soon as that greeting happens, I actually saw the Canadian Forces, I believe they did after into the building, so I would not be surprised if very soon we start to see a live image from inside the Oval Office once everyone is sat down and everything gets underway. And then, of course, we'll be having that moment where a reporter will have an opportunity to ask questions of President Trump as well as Prime Minister Carney. The expectations on the Canadian side versus the American side are somewhat, the goals are somewhat different, but expectations all around have seemed to be set low. And, in the moments just before Mark Carney was scheduled to arrive, Donald Trump posted on his social media page an idea, a suggestion of where he is going to go in this conversation. We can actually pull that up for you. It says, I look forward to meeting the new Prime Minister of Canada, Mark Carney. I very much want to work with him, but cannot understand one simple truth. Why is America subsidizing Canada by $200 billion a year, in addition to giving them free military protection? And
This ain't going nowhere.
we don't need their lumber. We don't need anything they have.
Huh? What do you mean?
Which hopefully we will always maintain. They, on the other hand, always need everything.
Oh.
The Prime Minister will likely be arriving shortly, and that will be most likely my only question of consequence. So Donald Trump is setting the stage there to air his long-standing grievances with Canada. He throws around that $200 billion number. The number has changed from time to time. Times he's specifically talking about.
He's joking around.
Canada does have a trade deficit with the United States when it comes to sales of energy, because Canada sells energy into the United States at a discounted rate. But if you take away the energy, there's actually a trade surplus for the Americans on goods and services. However, this is a long-standing point of
Yo.
Between Canada and the United States,
What?
Canada does not put as much money into national defense as
No, it's a song. I'm trying to find it.
not sort of how NATO works. Countries agree to pledge a certain percent of GDP. Right now, it's 2% of GDP
No, not that song.
spending to be a part of the alliance. Canada does not meet that target. Not met that target. So that is something that Canada has said it will work toward.
Oh, my bad. It's wrong. I had it wrong.
Just being the Trump administration, though this is something that Donald Trump really seems to focus on. But if that Truth Social post is any indication, Donald Trump is prepared to possibly have a very difficult discussion with Mark Carney about the grievances that Donald Trump has so very publicly spoken about in interviews on social media, not directly to the Prime Minister's face, as could be the case here. But again, predicting how Donald Trump is going to behave, you can't do that. You just have to walk. That's the only thing you can do. Yeah, I mean, I also take some encouragement from that.
Market's not going anywhere.
Because I'm naive, Katie. I mean, he says he wants to work with Mark Carney. He says that if we have each other's friendship, hopefully we can maintain that. There are some signs of positivity here, and we should point to those as well. It would also remind Canadians that the Prime Minister campaigned to get to that NATO goal of 2% before the previous government did. So perhaps he will have that to say to the president as well. Because as you rightly point out, when the president talks about that $300 billion, he is likely also including the military spending, which has long been a problem for the United States. And I wonder, I'll let you go after this, but
What's up?
Promise or being able to point to and accelerate.
It's raining outside. I don't drive in the rain.
Something that would be welcomed by the president.
I gotta lose weight.
Encouraging for him.
He's been asking it.
Always
in Texas, yeah.
Say, look what I achieved, look what I won. That's Donald Trump thinks in terms of wins and losses. So if Canada steps up its military spending, defense spending, and meets the NATO target, or somehow gets to a point where Donald Trump can point to say something and say,
So then it's nothing now, huh?
Because of me, look, voters, what I accomplished.
Should I short? I'm so bored. I'm gonna short. There we go. I'm short at 9:13 again. Get out at 9:07.
That worries so many auto workers, people who work in different sectors. They say we don't need their cars.
He's boring. Changing the channel.
And I think earnings have been.
Damn, I'm good. And I'm out.
We're seeing some removal of guidance over the last few days. Obviously, Mattel this morning, Ford this morning as well.
And go short again. Yeah, like 20, 30 minutes. I stood him up so many times.
The 200-day at 5,700. So what is the catalyst? I think to Malcolm's point, that's what I think is actually really. What's the catalyst now? Can we get a deal with China? Because I think what's probably baked into the cake is 145% tariff. We will come down from that. I think that is baked into the cake, whether it's 50% or 40%.
You still owe me Chipotle, man.
Set it up that way because as I come to you, Brandon, Paul Tudor Jones was on Squawk Box this morning, always worth a listen, and said even with the de-escalation of this trade war with China,
I could go for that right now. And today's Taco Tuesday too, but I can't leave the house because it's wet.
It's not good for the market. Listen, we can react on the other side of that. Even when he does that, you got
never.
A 2%. It'd be the largest. Their tax is like the largest tax increase since the 60s.
What up,
so you can kind of
wizard?
3% off growth, and then you got the Fed, who's unless they got really dovish and really cut, you're probably going to need.
I want a long, stupid botany to do something.
Create Trump to move, and then we'll get some kind of rally.
So, Brandon, what do I do with that? You can't dispute really what Paul Tudor Jones says. Tariffs are a tax made by somebody and maybe multiple parties. That's not a political statement. It just is. You can, depending on what side of the political aisle you might be on, you can say, well, it's worth it. Because I believe in what you
I didn't like it much. Well, it's fun, but there's a lot of kids on that one, like 2,200 little kids. And the casino is not that crowded.
I think you have to look at, first of all, Paul Tudor Jones, amazing
Uh,
driver. So
I don't know, but they're annoying.
it's one of the athletes. And so, but I
And
do
those
think it's
people,
you know, Betsson especially, in Betsson we trust.
some do, but like the workers told me all the icon class is mostly for family. So you want to go to like lower tier, like the smaller boat, be less kids and more adults.
The consumer spends over 30% of their income on goods.
Oh yeah, and there's like a lot of racist young people, man. Yeah, in Miami, yeah. Yeah. The fucking racist as hell. Just Trump effects, I don't know.
And so to that, and that's what we trust. I think
Yeah, it's supposed to be a lot of Cubans, but the young people are like really bad.
okay, chart that shows all of the tariffs we have with every country. Net tariffs in the U.S. are 2.5%. There's some low hanging fruit like India, which is around 12%. China's a whole different thing. But if you go down the list, we basically have reciprocal tariffs already. These are about these non-tariff trade barriers, which I think are very complicated outside of India. And
Trump's on?
you know, that's insane. I have asymmetric insides with asymmetric. I think Ultra Growth has a scenario which you can't dismiss, but I do not think we even remotely are going to get there. I think the challenge is from a market perspective, we're below the 200-day moving average. So the daily
Fish, you're back.
50 is a ceiling, and you're going to need a catalyst. And I think that
You done eating?
a small country Bangladesh trade agreement. You're going to need something meaningful that to get the S&P to move up there, but also understand who's going to short this market. So the CTAs and hedge funds, very, very dangerous scenario to try to short the market. And so I think the energy is actually to the upside, you know, later on this year, because we all know one tweet and one big announcement, the energy is going to be the move up there. So I think in the meantime, there's a 2018 scenario where there's lots of volatility and range bound, but this is not a time for me to get negative and be a seller. Like buy on the weakness. We will get through this, and I think that going into midterms next year, don't forget about that. Congress
Dang, my shirt was good.
Republican members, they're not going to let Trump have emergency authority and torpedo the economy for some Peter Navarro installation of viewpoint that none of us in America.
The flows
Ooh.
are pretty representative of Britain's point of view. According to Bank of America,
Dude, it's storming hard, Gambit.
shows buying across nearly every sector, led by the obvious, maybe. Clients bought stocks in 10 of 11 sectors. They say the biggest profit something like 10 months.
It's a good day to sleep in.
Optimism to what's gotten a little bit better, sentiment's gotten better. And we're seeing some outflows now. You have rates moving back up. So
I can't read.
purchases throughout the month of April. That's pretty much the momentum. What we're talking about, the positive momentum since so-called Liberation Day. But I think it's important to focus on something you just pointed out, Scott, which is that order fill.
What the fuck? My short hit. Holy shit. I'm short at 960. Is Trump on? Well, oh well. I'm green. And I'm out. Ah, nice. Let me go put another short at 920 this time.
There, sort of the safe haven trade. I'm wondering if you don't see that shaping up again, where the safe haven trade is hiding within tech. Maybe it's a Netflix, which is not directly tech, but it's pretty closely related. Maybe it's a Microsoft, something like that. When we look at those forces balance sheets and say, even in the worst of times,
Are you green yet? Short hit. Let me get out at 9:12. Oh, you long? Shit, I'm short. Uh-oh. It's okay. It's not. It's just eval.
Some would suggest to be justifiable valuations that are higher than a lot of other stocks within the S&P 500. They showed you why.
Shocking. Trump's pumping it.
Yeah, which is why U.S. exceptionalism is alive and well. We have
We click on that YouTube link. No, they're speaking on YouTube. You can read? Yeah, that fucker. They go dump. Let's see, the NQ bot's gonna go long. Not looking good for my short. I'm gonna average down. Wow, that's a big pump. Wow. Good job, fish. Looks like it's gonna go more. See, that 15 minute is new. That's still, it's gonna go up more.
Order submitted. Order filled. Order filled.
Bam, that was quick. I'm down 400.
Order filled.
Uh-oh. I might have to get out before I blow this account. Damn. Lucky Trump. Damn.
Order submitted.
Good shit, fish. Might go back down, but everything else looks really good right now, so I think bot's gonna go long.
We're going to be friends with Canada. Regardless of anything, we're going to be friends with Canada. Canada is a very special place to me. I know so many people that live in Canada.
Drop.
My mother in particular.
I averaged down, so I have 4 now at 940. It's still green on that account, so it's okay.
Right here on the Capitals, who I have a lottery. He is a big tough looking kid that broke the record, and he's a great guy. And we had the team here.
I wish the fish bot can tag everybody, you know what I mean? I hate that about Ninja Trader. You can't add it to TradingView, can you? I think the coding is the same, kinda. Oh, it's going back down. Get me out. Get me out.
Be a massive tax cut, and it's also a beautiful, as a real estate developer,
Yeah, I bet you a bunch of people blew their accounts for that long and the short. That's crazy. What? It hit 220, 20,020, and then went back down. Another 60 points. That's just crazy.
that's the way we to be. But I guess I do feel it's much better for Canada.
I bet you PW is happy.
Somebody wants to discuss it. I think that it's tremendously lower taxes, free military, which honestly would give you a century anyway, because we're protecting that.
940.
because it's two places that get along very well. They like each other a lot. Well,
Let's go. We got this.
We're sitting in one right now. We're above the ballot. Visited as well.
Trump looks happy. I like that Canadian guy. He looks good.
The opportunity is in the partnership that we'll build together. We have done it in the past. And part of that, as the president just said, is with respect to our own security. And my government is committed for a step change.
Oh, come on, don't stop.
Partnership. I'll say this as well, that the president has revitalized international security, revitalized NATO, and us playing our full weight in NATO, and that will be part of it.
Canada is stepping up the military participation because not they were low and now they're stepping it up, and that's a very important trend. But never say
Who you talking to? Oh, what?
well, we'll be talking about different things.
No. What are you seeing? I don't see anything.
Any country, we have Alaska alone, Anwar's been reopened.
I don't see it.
But we have tremendous amounts of energy. Other countries,
You know what? You sound like mấy người người Bắc. You know what that is, right? Yeah, you do.
More than we could ever sell, actually, and you have the same thing. So with
Is it? I don't know.
China, they don't have that. It's a big disadvantage. Other countries, most countries don't have. Most countries don't have.
Ah,
So
that's what it is. Okay, I see it now. Gambit. He said Canada's not for sale. That's bad, right? Come on, drop it.
But I say, I've had many things that were not doable, and they ended up being doable, and only doable in a very friendly way. But if it's to everybody,
Not the country. That's kind of wrong.
one thing that's important. But we'll see. I mean,
No, it's not. I like Canada. Canada's nice. My bit sound like a young boy.
Ships are turning around in the Pacific Ocean. We're turning over about 10 miles to turn. And, we lost $1 trillion to China on trade because of an incompetent president that we had. Excuse me, grossly incompetent. You're finding it out more and more now. And by not trading, we're losing nothing. So
Chip, is that you on YouTube?
A lot. But they want to negotiate and they want to have a meeting, and we'll be meeting with them at the right time.
Yeah, let me get out. I'm out. I'm out. I'm out.
They're suffering greatly. Their economy is suffering greatly because they're not doing trade with the U.S. And they made most of their money off the U.S. Don't kid yourself. They don't make the money off other countries.
Damn, what a dump. Fucking Trump. No, I got out. Took profit. I'm gonna short again. But you know what? But never went long.
Because of 145%, that's the only reason. But because they have now 145%, there's no trading. You can't trade with 145%. We are therefore making, in a certain way, I guess, $1.1 trillion. In other words, we're not losing $1.1 trillion. Our deficit is much better. When I started, I said we were losing billions of dollars a day on trade. That's rapidly turning around. We looked at numbers this morning. So we were losing, the United States during Biden was losing more than.
Damn, that's a 100-point drop.
It's so embarrassing, but billions of dollars a day on trade.
Those numbers are rapidly turning between the tariffs. Don't forget, we're now getting 25% on cars,
Did Trump say something?
25% on aluminum, 25% on steel.
I wasn't listening.
Massive numbers of companies are moving into
Oh.
on aluminum.
I tell you, Trump is a bear. I don't know why he pumped.
Massive numbers of companies are moving into the United States. Honda, we have tremendous, the car companies are moving in at levels we've never seen before. The biggest
So 3 minutes is kind of choppy. 15 minutes looks like it might go back up. So I do want a long later.
You could go back to other presidents. They haven't had $1 trillion for their entire term. Look at Biden. Here, their countries, people are leaving. They weren't coming in. They were leaving with Biden, and he didn't know the difference. The only thing he knew is people coming in. You know who they were? Illegal immigrants.
Yeah, I'm not gonna long until the bot goes long. I don't want to fuck up again.
From all sorts of places that weren't good, from gangs, from Venezuela.
Mm-hmm.
They were coming in and they were criminals and murderers. 11,000.
Yeah, it might.
88 people that murdered, and at least half of them
At least
more than one person. This is what Biden led into our country. I'm bringing.
it is today's movement is pretty good. A lot better than yesterday.
Jensen, as you know, is going to be 500 biggest chip maker, or chip thinker, I call him. He's really a thinker more than a maker. But we also have the maker, Mr. Way. We get to know them all in the last. It was a cram course, but they're all moving into America because of the tariffs. And I don't think people have appreciated it. Some people do. Some of the smart people do.
Man, that Kafose, that makes you pee so much.
We have more money being invested in the United
Oh.
States.
Damn, that was a good short too. Are you long, Fish, or no?
The real number could be 9 or 10 trillion.
Are you trying to long? We're at 9:05.
It's being built right now.
I'll come in. I'm at 9:07. I'll get out 9:17. I'm so scared.
This is the market. That's it. This is the market where everyone wants.
In Fish we trust. I'm gonna put another long at 896. I'm gonna try long on my funded account.
Saying it's yesterday. Going to the
Where?
Spent over the next few days, and that spent that
Good.
so incredible, so positive. And I'm not saying I don't want you to think it's
Cancel.
I put 915 to get out.
A situation because everyone says, when are you going to sign deals? We don't have to sign deals.
Good.
We can sign 25 deals right now, Howard, if we wanted. We don't have to sign deals. They have to sign deals with us. They want a piece of our market. We don't want a piece of their market. We don't care about that.
Oh, there you go. I'm out. I'm out. Good shit, Fish.
At some point over the next 2 weeks.
I already did. I'm gonna put 904 to go back in. Greedy. I'm over trading though for sure. That's Phil.
We're going to sit down and we're going to put very fair numbers down, and we're going to say, here's what this country, what we want, and congratulations, we have a deal. And they'll either say great and they'll start shopping, or they'll say
94.
we're not going to do it.
Yeah, I have one at 96 on my funded one, so if it hits, my other one just sold off.
And we'll at some point, in some cases, we'll sign some deals. It's much less important than what I'm talking about.
Awesome. I'm already out. So I got another long at 905.
We want to be friendly with Buffett.
Yeah, let's keep hitting.
Order submitted.
Oh, is he? I'm bored. Alright, I'll cancel mine. I'm out. That could be like a 200-point drop.
They'll drop it to nothing. They've already agreed. They would have never done that for me.
I did pretty good today.
So we're going to put down some numbers.
I'll put 900 for long.
Order submitted.
And they're going to pay for the privilege of being able to shop in the
the United States of America. It's very simple. It's very simple. So I wish they'd keep, stop asking, how many deals are you signing this week? Because one day we'll come and we'll give you 100 deals. And they don't have to sign. All they have to do is say, all right, we'll continue to monitor the
Oh, it looks like he's gone. He's done on my TV.
party in the Oval Office, but I will bring you that.
Oh, is he? CNBC took him off.
That you do here on the S&P 500 when asked directly about talks with China, the president said, I haven't met with them. They want to negotiate. They want to meet. But as you heard at the very top of our program today from the
That's good. Me too. I ain't gonna jinx myself.
headline of the day, and it was reiterated just now by the president.
Good shit, fish.
And the Treasury Secretary, who was said to be running point on that part of the trade negotiation, hasn't either. In terms of the relationship with Canada,
You still looking too long or no?
in the Oval anyway, what has been an extremely contentious couple of months for certain. The president saying we're going to be friends with
See,
Canada.
15 minutes still looks like it's gonna go up more. 3 minutes, I can't tell. Just flatlining.
You can see a little bit of a turn lower, whether it's on that remark about no talks yet with China. Hard to know for sure, but it was coinciding the move with the comment there. We'll watch all of that. What do you guys want to do? You want to take a break or you want to keep going?
I want to keep going.
We want to keep going. Yeah. Steve Richardson joined us now, our senior economics correspondent. Steve, so
Or I just heard myself.
I wanted to talk to you.
Echo.
What the Fed finds itself in, and it plays off of what you just heard from the president and the Treasury Secretary today, that there are no talks as it relates to the most important counterparty
903?
trade war, that's that being China. At the same time, you heard Mike Arrighetti of Ares with favor this morning that the economy's good. Sure, no one's really hiring that much, and no one's really doing that much in terms of big, capital deployment because there's this paralysis to some degree. So the Fed is watching all of it and trying to be ready for it.
Look like it's going to hit. I have long at 900. 900.
I mean, I guess I would argue with Michael Arrighetti. Hard to argue that the economy is good if nobody is investing or doing CapEx and if they're not hiring. That is not my idea of an ideal economy. I saw a report today from Reuters that M&A is about the worst it's been at the worst month since 2009. That's also not a good development. So,
Oh, that little bounce.
a standstill is not a positive for the economy. It's not a positive for stocks. Right now,
Man, let me go pee. I'll be back.
is that the
I just heard him say I'm gonna go pee on.
Going to have to navigate a recession or stagflation. Neither one is going to make Jay Powell and company very, very, very sanguine about the situation.
no, and people should not be. I mean, there was a fascinating conversation you guys were having as to whether or not the stock market has embraced the outlook here. And I thought Green's comment was really important, the notion of the extent to which small business has taken this on the chin. When Benson, the Treasury Secretary, said this is for Main Street, well, Main Street's about to get hit the hardest of anybody. Think about a large company. Scott, they go in there, they can negotiate for an exemption, they can borrow money, they can reduce a dividend, increase a dividend, do all kinds of stuff. The small folks are just going to let people go. They're going to shut down their business. It's a very bad situation, and the reality is that catches up in the statistics later. So I don't see how the Fed has a good choice here. I think it has to take what's coming to it and if it's only follow what Powell said, or
Nah, I'm back.
Fed Chair Powell said,
You made money?
look at our mandates, each side of it, figure out which one
All right, let me go long again.
from our goal, and then that's what it has to do. There are no good choices here, Scott. Only the least bad ones.
Yeah, I mean, they say patience is a virtue for a reason. And the luxury of patience. And the jobs report maybe gives them a little bit better feeling about that, too. We'll just have to see. The commentary tomorrow down in D.C. when you're there is going to be really, really interesting, along with the questions, including the one I know
What the fuck is this?
Steve, I got to bounce. I'll catch you later for sure. We'll see a lot of you over the next 24 hours. That's Steve Leisman, our senior economics
I didn't even touch my Lucid. I got his email.
We'll take a quick break.
That is weird. I don't have that account. What is it? 488.
Access to the growing opportunity in private markets, empowering advisors with solutions
I gotta
for the portfolios of the future.
text those guy.
Alternatives by Franklin Templeton, your trusted partner for what's ahead. Introducing AG1 Next Gen.
Nice.
The Dairy Health Drink is backed by 4 rigorously designed clinical trials. Next Gen is clinically shown to increase healthy gut bacteria by over 10 times and to close common nutrient gaps. It's one drink for whole body health. The next generation of AG1 is here. When you list on apartments.com, renters will start coming out of the woodwork.
Single family homes, yes, please.
Nation. Apartments.com.
Nice Mr. Place.
Good morning. Welcome to CNBC Plus. Where to?
Hands out of the opening bell. Don't go anywhere. New York for the open.
On our way. CNBC Plus. On-the-go access to global market data, news, and analysis as it happens. Access any market, anytime, anywhere with CNBC Plus. Start streaming at cnbc.com/plus.
If you want to be surrounded by nature, don't end up surrounded by hotel. Get an Airbnb and go where hotels can't.
That's the good.
Delicious.
Don't forget the neck. The best that we ever. Premium hotel. No premium price. You want to buy. Don't forget the food. No, not food.
Ah, yes. Wendy's new Cajun Crunch Chicken Sandwich. The perfect kick of Cajun flavors. Crispy onions, tangy pickle. I think I can finally tell my mom I found the one. For a sandwich you really love, gotta be Wendy's.
Gosh, there's so much of these and they're just incredibly dry.
You hear that moisture? I'm here to dish out vengeance on dirty dishes.
We're back. I mentioned top of the program, Bill Baruch had some moves. They're related to mega cap stocks for the most part. Joined us now. These are moves that were made yesterday. Are you getting a more bearish on the market in general? It's nice to see you. I mean, you trimmed Alphabet, Apple, Nvidia, and Broadcom. Why'd you do that?
No, that's my account. I talked to Lucid. They say, don't worry about it. It's nothing. Must be some back end issue.
Second week and the following week after that. And we put about 9%, our capital 9% down to 3%. And really what we're doing here is this market ran up.
I missed the long. That sucks.
Yes. But we'll be realistic here. We've had a big run, 9-day win streak. When it comes to Alphabet, the DOJ, the antitrust, I think is a headwind. If the EU friction starts to trade there, there's targeting of services or the anti-competitiveness of their business. Alphabet and Apple as well. Those are the shrinking revenue and the headwind from the margins potentially shrinking on trade. all of this
Are you gonna long again?
and Apple as well had to do a shallow run up from the bottom. So they were worried trimming those could be underweight, but when it comes to NVIDIA
I'm
products,
at long at
they're still
900 again.
semiconductors coming later this week. And I'm going to sit here and wait to see if it becomes harsher than expected. Broadcom's traded very, very well. It's out above the market. And we love their business. We're actually double the index weight on Broadcom still. But NVIDIA, if we want to use this opportunity to compare that, their earnings and bookings are way out a few weeks away. So
I think he he messed up.
interesting that you added a little bit to Tesla. Today we got even more bad sales news from Europe. UK sales the lowest in more than 2 years. Sales in Britain down 62% year on year for the month of April. And that's even as demand for EVs rose. That pretty much tells you what the story is around this name of late. Why'd you buy some? So in our concentrated portfolio, where we own no more than 10 names, after trimming Apple there as well, and Alphabet, and we wanted to really kind of even out, broaden the weighting of the bottom half of that portfolio, right around 7%. And Tesla, given some of the weaknesses in the first half of the year,
Yeah, we missed it. Ah,
also like to look at the base that it's building. I have a feeling here that we're going to see a better second
okay.
Tesla that is coming out of here. So I really would that we could trade higher, especially compared to some of the other EV traders like
I'm gonna cancel my long. It's not coming down.
We're going to cancel.
Great that a little bit from the waiting and swap. All right, thanks for joining us. I appreciate you going through that. I just wanted to make sure we fit that in. Let's fill the room. Get the headlines now with Silvana Hanau. Hi, Silvana.
Hey, Scott, good afternoon. A new report from House Republicans released today accuses the FBI of jumping to conclusions over the shooter's motivation in that 2017 congressional baseball practice shooting. The report argues the FBI ignored facts that the shooting was politically motivated. 3 people were shot at the practice, including House Majority Leader Steve Scalise. The Legal Defense Fund for Luigi Mangione, who is accused of fatally shooting United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson in December, hit $1 million in donations. Said today more than 28,000 contributions were made with a
Word, right? That's about it.
of $20. The funds will cover expenses associated with the 3 criminal cases against Mangione. And travelers who aren't real ID compliant by Wednesday will still be able to fly, but federal officials say they should expect extra security steps. Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem said this morning
At 20? Okay, I'll go in with you. YOLO.
identification for those who don't have the ID.
It's okay.
The travelers are already real ID compliant, Scott.
If it hits 20. Oh, you already got in? Okay.
Bruno is that name. We'll do that coming up as well.
Oh, come down.
You were made to chase your passions. We were made to put them in a package.
So sick.
Are you okay?
I'm incredible. So many in-network docs, tons off. This one never rushes appointments, and that one makes patients feel heard. What?
You've got options. Look now. The average dog only lives to be 10. At the farmer's dog, we don't think that's long enough.
You're done?
It's in personalized portions. Because a dog at a healthy weight can live a longer, happier life. Do you have a life insurance policy you no longer need? Now you can sell your policy, even a term policy, for an immediate cash payment. Call Coventry Direct to learn more.
We thought we had planned carefully for our retirement.
I think it might come back down. I don't know.
Policy to help pay their medical bills. Got me thinking. Maybe selling our policy could help with our retirement.
I'm skeptical. So I did some research and called Coventry Direct. They explain life insurance is a valuable asset that can be sold.
Yeah, 920.
Would have fit.
Yeah, my hit.
With no future payments. Who knew? We sold our policy. Now we can
Order
relax,
canceled.
enjoy our retirement as we had planned.
Order submitted.
Well, my 920 hit, so let's hope it pump.
Qualified to sell your policy. Don't cancel or let your policy lapse without finding out what it's worth. Visit CoventryDirect.com to find out if your policy qualifies. Or call 1-800-514-7800.
You said 987?
Finding insurance.
Okay.
It's your money. Use it when you need it. Call 877-CAP now to get a $100 gift card for a free quote. The daily destination for advanced technical analysis, next level trading and hedging strategies. Eastern, CNBC.
There we go. 928 is what I'm gonna sell. Take my money. Give me my money.
We are back.
Hey, where you going?
Markets commentator Mike Santoli's here at Post 9. We've been talking a lot about catalysts. And you heard directly from the Treasury Secretary today. They haven't even started talks with
Nope,
China.
I didn't take my profit.
Doesn't seem poised to do anything anytime soon. That's not a catalyst.
Yeah, I'm long at 920.
I do think we're going to be kind of sort of swinging from vine to vine, which is the macro data, right? It's like what's going to catch us next time. Now, I do think that the way we entered the week is relevant, right? On this rare 9-day win streak, short-term overbought at the index level, definitely up into some obvious resistance, right back to the April 2nd level. Just makes all the sense in the world.
Uh-oh.
Chop around a little bit.
Should have just taken my money. I got greedy. Still holding that too.
It's all dependent on whether retail or whoever decides to keep buying the rumor of deals, of the imagined trade deals, and how much institutions feel compelled to ramp exposure.
Should I long? I want a long on my funded one. So scared.
The stock was up 40-something% in a month. You know, there are other stocks in this market.
I put one at 88. See if we can hit.
Just thinking, this is not like it was a bad report. It wasn't a bad report. No, I think you have to be at least on alert here for what it could be for flows and for retail sentiment. Look, retail.
Oh shit, my long hit. Oh, my funded one. Let me get out. There we go. In and out. I need $40 more. Playing it really slow till payout.
Yeah, and also this was up a ton into a print. Yeah, I'm thinking of, Netflix has been up a ton, but it already reported. It's not like we're
My trade station charts looks bad. Looks like it's gonna go down.
You almost think the bear case in the short term for Netflix is we have a risk on money.
Yeah.
Because that's kind of been what people are hiding.
Are you still stuck on the long?
I'll see you on closing bell. That's Mike Santoli. We've got some calls of the day to go through and some committee stocks on the move as well. We're back right after this.
There's no point. It's the Expedia Family Getaway Sale. Members save 25% or more on select hotels. Expedia.
It's terrible. Politics teach into everything.
What do you mean? Talk about climate change or the economy or, of course, elections.
I hope we don't get low today.
Order submitted. Of course you can. Go to IPKR's forecast trader.
Damn, look at gold. Wow.
Order filled.
All right, 68. I need $32 more.
What it's very bold about is not even a website. I'm going to here use AI to make a beautiful website so fast it'll blow my customers' noggins while they're shopping for gougers for their noggins.
Some people like doing things the hard way, like doing their finances with a spreadsheet instead of using Quicken. Quicken pulls all your financial info together in one place and updates it automatically. How easy is that?
Rivian earnings after the bell. First on CNBC, Rivian CEO before he talks to analysts. What's driving EV strategy and consumer demand? John Ford, Morgan Brennan. Closing bell overtime. Today for Eastern and streaming on CNBC Plus.
You want to be a better investor? Join the club. My investment strategy has changed since joining the club. I feel like I'm always on top of things because I know Jim has my back.
Join the club today. Go to CNBC.com/join.
That's a bot? What a bot doing? What's the bot doing? Oh, that's ES bot shorted. Ew. Think I should get out on this one. I'm even. Yeah, I'm gonna get out. Just got one account now. I'm stuck at 920.
Looks different. I play different.
The greatest defense ever played again. I mean, it comes to lifestyle now.
3 minutes looks like it's gonna go down. Let me check. Up. Everything else looks like it's gonna go up. Yeah, everything else looks like SQQ looks like it's gonna go up. So wait, no, SQQ goes up. I mean, NQ goes down. No, I'm sorry. TQQ looks like it's gonna go up. So that's good for us.
Stock made a classic double top. It was at 120 just in February of this year. And don't forget the stock was at $25 this time last year. It's just had a monster move. I know everyone says this is just a retail
We got it.
but I do think it's trading at 64 times sales, which is nosebleed territory. In the SaaS business, a lot of investors look at what's called the rule of 40. Very simply, you take the year-over-year revenues, which are 39%, to their operating margins. If it's over 40, this is a great company. Well, theirs is 83. And so I think you're going to continue to see investors play this AI name. Their commercial business guy was up 19% just quarter over quarter. And so I think that from a technical perspective, the mid 80s, give it close to the 1500 day.
Yeah.
So I think as a new investor, if you don't own it, you've got to look at the technicals because it is at 64 times revenues, which is a special situation to say the least.
Okay, I mean, Malcolm, the take I get there is if you don't own it, don't buy it here.
Yeah, I don't think this is the territory you want to be buying it, but at the same time, it is one of the most beloved stocks owned by retail. So maybe there's
Yeah, 3 minutes like it's gonna drop more. So not looking good for us.
He likes it and it says that, right? That technically speaking,
So hamster.
it's probably set up for a little more
Yep.
downside.
I'm gonna add one at 8:57.
Order submitted.
Yeah, it's not looking pretty. 870.
Just on the technical, so I don't know. It's a trade, it's not an investment.
All right, well, there's a chart that exactly tells what Brent's talking about and really tells the whole story. We're back after this.
Check that. That's pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, bot's still short.
Asking the right question can greatly affect your future. Are you qualified to do this? What? Especially when it comes to your finances.
Do you have a question?
Are you a certified financial planner?
Yes, I'm a CFP professional.
CFP professionals are
I'm gonna long on this account just for fun.
Are you a CFP professional, or let's make a plan? It is amazing to have a college student. I used to have.
What up, Chip?
green juice, I replaced it all with this Arma colostrum.
Steven.
You don't know what colostrum is. It is
Yo, Steve, speak Vit. I want to hear it.
all the essential nutrients.
Steve, speak Vit. Come on.
Gut, energy, focus, mood, performance, your hair, like immune system. It strengthens, supports all of that. The first thing I noticed was the energy and recovery that it had to work out. Want to try it? Try Arma.com.
Life insurance is a wonderful asset, but what happens when you no longer need it or you can't afford it any longer? Meet Tom and Susan. They chose to sell their policy for $200,000 cash. Now they're sailing through retirement.
I blame
If you
Trump.
have a life insurance policy of $100,000 or more, you may be able to sell it for cash. Get an instant estimate at overlife.com or scan the QR code on your screen. Or call 1-800-502-0100. That's 1-800-502-0100.
The Daymaker pants by Public Rec. More comfortable than jeans, more stylish than sweats. With the Daymakers, you can choose your waist and length sizes to guarantee a perfect fit. Now comfort looks good.
Well, come on.
Subscription for streaming movies and music, maybe even one for food. But what about when it's your streaming? Repairs are expensive. Good contractors hard to find. The plan from HomeServe is like a subscription for peace of mind. For one small monthly fee, when a covered system breaks, we'll send a qualified contract and pay for the repair.
Got out one long.
Get HomeServe and chill. Plans from HomeServe start at just $4.99 a month. Call 1-833-812-2141 or visit homeserve.com. Introducing AG1 Next Gen. The daily health drink backed by 4 rigorously designed clinical trials. Next Gen is clinically shown to increase healthy gut bacteria by over 10 times and to close common nutrient gaps.
What yours?
One drink for whole body health. The next generation of AG1.
That's right.
Franklin Templeton Custom Tax.
Let's go. Pump it, baby.
Create custom SMAs with our Canvas platform and help investors keep more of what they earn. Franklin Templeton.
I did not. I had it at, I think, 859 or 57. It didn't touch. I'm still at 919. But my other long I got out, so made some money.
Sorry, Netflix today for our calls because it got another one. The stock's been unbelievable. Reiterated by
I don't know, man. I just need $40. I really want just to long and get my $40 and get this payout.
It did break the 11-day win streak,
Ah,
but it has been the best performing Tom Services stock year to date and over the
I'm gonna put a long at 72.
see the price action stock is 28% year to date. The EPS growth is over 25%, rent growth is above 12%, and I think to the point earlier, it has proven to be a safe haven in its market. And I think that's what's been positive. The optionality with some premium to ad-supported
It's only 12 o'clock. Damn.
What about ServiceNow, reiterated by BofA? That's yours too. I should also mention that Bill
It's going
McDermott
slow for me.
today Power Lunch together, so you don't want to miss that. About 2:30 Eastern. That's from their ServiceNow's annual knowledge conference. So it's a big interview coming up. What about your stuff? They had a really strong report. Let me say that 19% EPS growth, 18% revenue growth. I think the concern coming into the print was their government business, which is continuing to grow given all the changes that this administration has made. They're still growing there, so I think that's why the stock is bumped nicely. Brandon, what about Diamondback, which beat today?
Yeah, I mean, they're the best operator in the Permian. I will say, Travis Spice, the CEO, said, at these prices, it just doesn't work. And I think you also see the rig count is down.
860. Okay, let me cancel mine. Let me go down to 860 to long. Trying to get $40. There we go. I'm scared. Last time I was like $100 away from payout, ended up blowing my account. Yeah. Thanks to Apex.
Full-year guide by 55th due to a more cautious outlook, they say, in their U.S. and Canadian regions. Stock's positive, though. And that's interesting to know. Jenny, you on that name?
I think we've been talking a lot about expectations versus reality, and expectations are probably for a worse cut given how much uncertainty there is. But here's the thing on that. What I like about this is it reminds you that there's still things to do, even in a very uncertain environment. We've owned this since 2013.
I should not touch this one. Yeah, I'm gonna not long cancel this one.
Order cancel.
I'll try it tomorrow. I'm gonna rush.
You don't need to worry about the next year. You worry about the next 5 years.
Okay.
$40 away. I'm gonna show you the screenshot. Yeah, so I need 53,600 for payout. I'm at $68. Oops, wrong channel. There we go.
Life is always changing, and our love staff couch adapts to it all. Gathering around for game day one moment, reconfiguring for entertaining the next, and tomorrow a new look entirely. Because love staff adapts to life. I like.
Agriculture is the main life in Sussex County. They're very proud of that.
Your bot's short, right? Yeah, you did.
Everybody around us seems to have internet, but we do not.
Well, here's why I am. Yeah, my NQ bot's still short from the morning or early morning.
Help us move our farming, our small businesses, our recreation forward. And now future generations will thrive here in Sussex County.
I guess I'm not the easiest person to please. I like things just right. That's why I love Redfin. They show me homes that are perfect for me. Not too big, not too small. Yeah. It's like they know.
Are you in anything, Fish, or no?
We're like family.
Oh, short. Okay.
It sucks. But it's time for me to start.
Nice.
Find a place that I like. It's just right. I know, baby girl, miss you.
Oh, we had a bond auction in 2 minutes for the 10 years, so might be good or bad coming up 2 minutes.
Spin and swirl. Enjoy endless options of soft serve, fruit whip, frozen yogurt, and more. Scoop indulgent classic. Create mix and masterpieces, or enjoy low-calorie protein-packed treats. Unlock your imagination with the all-new Ninja Swirl by Cream. Ring it.
You again. Everybody's loving that Grubhub deal with Prime, huh?
Amazon Prime member, you can get $0 delivery fees on Grubhub. Go to Amazon.com/Grubhub. Activate your free Grubhub Plus membership and start ordering with $0 delivery fees on Grubhub for top restaurants and your go-to spots.
Oh, that dropped.
And additional fees.
Radio. I hope you join me 3 o'clock on Closing Bell. Looks like it's going to be an interesting last hour of trade. Ed Yardeni, Stacey Rascon, Jim Stewart. New York Times is going to be with me too as we look ahead to Disney, and I hope you'll join me then. Bruno, what's your final
I
trade
think
today?
the auction is going on right now.
Robinhood, the stock will break above 50. Tons of call premiums to buy on the stock as well.
All right, going a little bit in the opposite direction today. Malcolm, what about you?
Yeah, I like Zscaler, ZS. It's been rained down for the better part of the year, but I think it's going to break out heading toward earnings.
All right, much love cyber stock. Speaking of Jason Snyder, Palo Alto, I think the new platform strategy is gaining momentum here. Jenny Harrington.
Letter O, Realty Income, no tariff exposure, 5.7% dividend yield.
All right, good stuff. Good day, everybody. I'll see you at 3 o'clock.
Yeah, thank you very much. Can the market move higher if there's no movement on trade deals and no move on rate cuts? Welcome to the exchange. I'm Kelly Evans, and here's what's ahead today. Billionaire hedge fund manager Paul Tudor Jones says the market will hit new lows even if Trump cuts China tariffs to 50%. One of our guests sees it differently. He also sees another potential catalyst on the horizon, and it has nothing to do with trade. He joins us ahead. Plus, shares the freelance work platform Upwork soaring 20% nearly on earnings, on pace for their best day since last October. We'll talk to the CEO live momentarily with what went right, and we'll ask her about a comment she made on the earnings call that really got our attention. And President Trump says China wants to negotiate, but they'll have to meet at the right time. We'll speak with someone who's running out of time to pay for business if China tariffs stay at 145% much longer. So we begin with President Trump meeting with Canadian Prime Minister Carney in the Oval Office with tariffs at the top of the agenda. The president saying there isn't anything Carney can say today that would persuade him to drop the U.S. tariffs on Canada. That's top of mind in the latest CNBC Fed survey. Steve Leisman joins us with those results. Hi, Steve.
Hey, Kelly, high tariffs are here to stay, even while the president might back off some of those individual levies that he's imposed. Responding to the CNBC Fed survey, believe a sharp rise in the average tariff rate will remain.
Yes, I'm green. Let me get out. What the hell? It didn't let me sell. Back to red.
16% with the chance
Order canceled.
20%.
Damn it.
For an average of 63% for the full group.
Order submitted.
Inflation, what are the tariffs are negative for inflation? 77% say that's true.
Dude, I was green. It won't let me sell.
And 92% say they are bad for growth. So not a lot of love from our 31 respondents for tariffs or any of the key metrics that matter for the economy.
Yeah, no, I gotta fix that tomorrow.
Economist intelligence
Yes, I'll fix that shit. Back face.
objectives are weighing on planned investment and new orders, that according to Constance Hunter from EIU. Now,
Was there some news on that? That big pump?
Deregulation will offset the tariffs. 74% say no, they will not. There could be a broader impact, though. 70% say the impact of tariffs, immigration policy, and foreign policy from the Trump administration is negative for U.S.
So yesterday was Sal hour, and I think today's gonna be Pow hour. Keep going up.
The Fed is seen cutting rates in the face of these high tariffs, despite the inflationary threat.
Still in. Haven't got out yet.
Respondents believe economic weakness will outweigh the inflationary effects.
The economic weakness will outweigh ultimately the inflationary effects. You stay right there. Let's talk to our next guest about this. He says the Fed will hold until the labor market cries uncle, and that tomorrow is all about the Fed solidifying its control of monetary policy, especially with some of the different cross currents that have been on that. Joining us now is former PIMCO chief economist Paul McCulley. So, Paul, in a way, we could all make a lot more hay of the Fed's dilemma if the labor market was cracking, but inflation was sticky. But right now, the data are actually still holding it okay.
Yeah, I think that's a very fair read, in part because the data is backward looking. When you look at it right now, it doesn't look like the Fed needs to do anything. But when we look at it from a dynamic perspective, I very much concur with.
Are you stuck in a short?
Is that weaker growth will dominate, and the Fed will restart the easing process.
What? Wait, how you up 2K? Are you playing NQ? And you're crazy on your funded account. Greedy fuck. Okay, if you're green, just log off. Oh, size down. Oh. Still, size down before you blow that account, dude.
Hold for a second. Let's turn our attention down there to Eamon Javers, who brings us more of the latest headlines. Dow's down about 288 points this hour. Eamon, what can you tell us?
Well, Kelly, a fascinating moment between Mark Carney in Canada and President Trump here in the United States in the Oval Office just a couple of moments ago. And, if you listen carefully, I think you can detect a change of tone here from the.
Yeah, we'll go down to 62. I'm gonna long. Should have long earlier.
We've been hearing out at the Milken Conference on the West Coast all day, where finance executives have been telling folks on CNBC all day, we're going to wait for some clarity.
I'm starving. Pretzel.
What you heard out of the Oval Office a short time ago, I think, though, was a president of the United States saying we don't really need trade deals at all, acknowledging that he has not spoken with the Chinese, confirming Treasury
Shut up.
comments.
Shut up.
Not to talk to the Chinese, and then having this to say
I'm just kidding.
about the idea that people are looking eagerly toward the announcement of some kind of trade deal in the next week or so. Take a listen.
I wish they'd keep, stop asking how many deals are you signing this week? Because one day will come and we'll give you 100 deals. And they don't
Was Ham on mic today? He wasn't, right?
say, oh, we'll start sending our ships right now to pick up whatever we want or to bring whatever we want. It's very, very simple.
He's not on.
And I think my people haven't made it clear. We will sign
Oh, he was on.
deals. But much bigger than that is we're going to put down the price that people are going to have to pay to shop in the United States.
So the president there saying, we'll sign some deals, but that's not really what's important. What's important is the tariff rate. Also a telling comment there, Kelly, from the president, sort of explaining his view on trade with China. He said that we basically don't have trade with China right now, and that means we're not losing any money. That's the president's view. As long as there's no trade deficit with China, that's a positive for the United States. And so you get a sense of a president here who's not telling markets to look ahead to some trade deals that are coming just right around the corner, but in fact saying we don't really need trade deals because the tariffs will be in place and that's just fine.
And if I'm not mistaken, even at the end of that soundbite, the president said we have to get prices down for shoppers here in the United States, or something to that effect.
Yeah, and what he's talking about there is the price of shopping in the United States. He used the tariff as a price for people to come to the United States and engage with our market there. So what he's talking about is evening out the tariff discrepancies between the United States and countries around the world.
All right, Eamon, appreciate it. Eamon Jaffers for now. Let's get back to our panel. We have Paul McCulley standing by with our seedlings. And Paula, you were just kind of finishing your thought on this. How does the news flow from Washington?
Your bot went long?
Defense calculus. Their decision, of course, is due out about 24 hours from now.
I think it reinforces the notion that now is not the time to do anything except to maintain control of the narrative that they're very much on the watch. They recognize the tension inherent.
Damn, I should have listened and went long at 860 earlier.
I really think that now the only thing that Chair Powell can do.
Yeah, that's still there. 919 still there. 919.5.
What he said in Chicago right before the blackout period. But I don't think that he can respond to day-to-day stuff coming up out of the Oval Office because, with all due respect to the president, he's speaking like a lost ball in deep rough.
Like a lost ball in deep rough. I'm not much of a golfer, but I understand the analogy. Speaking, gentlemen, seriously, there. We had the 10-year note auction top of the hour, and we are seeing yields fall on the heels of it. Rick Santelli brings us the full action and the results. Rick, what can you tell us?
Here we go.
Well, I think the market's telling us everything you need to know. Show that intraday chart. You see those yields? They're falling. And why are they falling? It was a really solid auction. So let's go through it. 42 billion tens. The primary auction will have 2 reopenings. And
he's trying.
This 42 billion 10-year auction, 4.342. Basically, 1 full basis point below the one issued market.
See, 15 minutes, I'm upside. Let me get out. Come on, get up.
Asterisk. We all know QE is important to pay attention to, and we all know it's been morphine over time. But yesterday, something happened in the 3-year. The Fed, for its own account, bought 20 billion of those 58 billion 3-year notes in the SOMA, the System Open Market account. It's the SOMA, okay? And the reason I bring it up is that was the most since 2021. Well, in this auction today, they purchased 14.8 billion 10 years, which means instead of really 42 billion, you could say a little over 27 billion. And last 10-year auction, 6.5 billion. So the numbers of what they're buying for their own account are
Just me and you, Fish. Just me and you.
in to some of the grading. But this
Good.
for Apple, everything about this auction was very, very solid. What really stuck in my mind was the dealers took the least amount since February of 23 and slightly under 9%. The turn auction average is 13%. So a very, very solid auction.
Yeah.
I'm not sure what clues it gives us.
I want to long on the other account. I'll just wait for you. Let me know when you're long, okay? I'm just trying to make $40 so I can just fuck off.
Into the Fed meeting, and remember, instead of having a 30-year auction tomorrow, Kelly, they moved it to Thursday because of the Fed meeting.
To Thursday. Okay, Rick, thank you. Rick Santelli watching that for us. And Steve, jump in here with some thoughts and reaction.
Well, I have not reported this, but I am going to guess live on national television that what we're seeing with this increased participation is the effect of the reduction in quantitative tightening that the Fed was doing. And I'll go and I'll report that, Kelly, and get back to you. But remember, the Fed said it was going to allow less of its portfolio to run off. So my guess is that's what we're seeing. My guess also is that the bidders in these auctions factor that in and knew this was coming. So that's what I think is happening here. And Rick is indeed right that it will have to be factored into future assessments of the bidding and what the Fed is doing ahead of time. But yes, they lowered it down to about 5%. longer involved as its other parts of its portfolio run off. But if I could, Kelly, just a quick semantic argument, minor semantic brush up with my good friend Paul McCulley, who said that the data is backward looking. That is true, but you can't ask the data to measure something that hasn't happened yet. And I bring that up, Kelly, because there's a story on Bloomberg that they are just now unloading the first cargo ship that came in from China with goods that will be tariffed at 145%. So yes, the data will be backward looking, but at the moment it can't assess something that hasn't happened. Those goods at those very high tariff rates have yet to come into the country. So we have not seen the effect of this yet
What up?
in the economy. Hopefully it's not as bad as many has forecast. We have that new 53% recession probability in our CNBC Fed survey. Perhaps that might be overstated the way they overstated the recession back in 2022. But this data that we're looking for has yet to hit the economy
Boring.
because the extreme tariffs have yet to hit the economy.
I thought you were going to quibble with the data is being singular instead of plural, but I think your point is much more important. So, Paul, we'll give you a chance to respond.
Stevenson, I want everybody. We're in a situation where literally we're watching containers come off of ships. I was speaking more broadly from the standpoint of the monthly employment data, even the weekly neutral unemployment claims data, and so forth. That traditionally is looking at the last month. But Steve is absolutely right. This is the ultimate real-time macroeconomic assessment, looking at ships and containers getting on trucks.
Do you, Paul, so the Treasury Secretary get emphasized looking at kind of the 1 year and 5 year, the market break-even levels, which we've been tracking closely here as well. They backed up a little bit this year, but they're pretty calm, they're pretty contained. Would that give the Fed room to be thinking about cutting rates in maybe not this meeting, but even if the data doesn't roll over?
It's an important part of the matrix. There's no question about that. As long as you're having market determined longer-term inflation expectations being calm or benign, it enhances the Fed's flexibility. If those inflation expectations were to go batty, then it makes it an even more complicated game. So I think it's a positive in that it's a benign backdrop, but the Fed is actually looking at the economy on literally the next 3 to 6 months. That's where the data is going to tell us the impact of what's going on with the trade. So I think that the decision to pull the trigger in response to downside risk for the economy is facilitated by calm long-term inflation expectations, but only facilitated. Those expectations don't lead to the Fed pulling the trigger. I think that's going to be hard data on the real side of the economy.
All right. Thank you both. Really appreciate it today. Paul McCulley on the eve of the Fed meeting. Steve, I know you got to literally get down there, so we appreciate it as well. Our Steve Lee-Smith. Stocks are lower today.
What's up?
Investors wait for that decision and for any trade deals that might be coming.
Are you long? Where at?
Paul Tudor Jones took a pretty pessimistic tone this morning, saying even if we get a deal with China, listen.
Good luck.
Yeah, the Fed is locked in on not cutting rates.
You got it. There you go. Are you green now? Get out.
That's not good for the stock market. We'll probably go
Damn,
down
you greedy.
until even when Trump dials back China to 50%.
The next guest sees it a little different. We did lower these 20% of the S&P.
Look, you up 20 points. Oh, you bought long? What level? At what price?
Back with us. He's the chief global strategist at Deutsche Bank. It's good to see you again. Welcome.
Oh, yeah. YM is long. Okay. I thought NQ was long.
Yes, I mean, I would add that,
Okay.
for now, basically,
I guess I'll go long when you pull back. I have 902. My stomach's growling.
600 towards
I'm so hungry.
equity positioning. And in the meantime, we have these wide.
It's going back down.
Wide swings and a big range. Also,
Oh, are you long too or no?
most importantly,
Okay. I have one at 902 for the long.
So it's probably capped here because you will get
Once the market goes up,
I see my bot's gonna go long. No, my bot's gonna go down more. So I'm gonna cancel my long.
Cancel. So let's say we wake up tomorrow and the headline is something about a trade deal with that fill in the blank country. You think that that might not trigger or garner as much of a positive market response as we think?
So, it depends on the deal, it depends on the country, it depends on how important it is, and it depends on some of the details, but there is a very high expectation that this will happen. We are hitting at the top of that range. And I would expect that they have less and less impact over time. But right now,
Oh, dang, nice. Let's go.
Basically, it's already priced in. It's pricing in trade deals.
Some trade deals, I would say.
So how much longer can we wait until it starts selling off, or is that kind of what's happening today because it's not actually seeing that?
Yeah, I think that's the big question, because the longer we wait, the greater the chances that the cumulative uncertainty, the tariffs themselves, which, it should be very clear, or, they're very high, and it's a very large tax, and it actually looks bigger than anything that seems to be on the plate for the new fiscal deal. So there are a big negative. And, adjustment to something like that, if they are going to stay and be permanent, is a big deal and will take some time. I think in a lot of the discussion, there's a focus on the foreign exporters, there's a focus on the consumer, but it's really companies, in our view, that are going to bear a disproportionate share.
We're back and get some food.
Basically for companies, and that's, we took off $42 from our S&P 500 estimate for this year. And if you just put in 3/4 of that, which is the 3 remaining quarters, you're still talking about $40 for the year. So it's a big number.
So although we're always told, companies are incredibly creative and they'll come up with ways to deal with whatever's given to them. And we have the tax bill kind of also percolating out there and now being kind of pushed or promoted as, as something that will help give them relief. I don't know how much. I think there's some changes, accounting changes and that sort of thing.
Right. So, if you just take a very simple measure, because a lot of things are still very open and not very clear what we will get at the end of the day. But, if you look at what's budgeted into the Senate, budget resolution, $1.5 trillion over 10 years, so that's $150 billion. But the tariffs, the static calculation is $750 billion, and many of the new, tax cuts don't really impact corporates.
So you're saying if the package is $1.5 trillion in size, and again, there's big variance here in what it could land at. You divide that out over 10 years, that's $150 billion of stimulus, let's call it.
Yeah.
But the tariff hit is going to be more like $400 billion.
Estimates vary. You start at one end with the static calculation, which was basically the increase in the tariff rate times last year's imports. Of course, volumes will move, so the end result is unclear. But so dynamic estimates put it at somewhere between 250 and 300. Dynamic simply meaning taking into account what would likely happen to import volumes. Yeah, exactly. So that's still bigger than the tax.
It's about double the hit. Yeah. And the tricky thing about that is we've seen a few people look at the data and say, look, the revenues coming in are considerable, as you allude to, and that will kind of help the fiscal picture. Again, I don't know exactly the mechanism, but at some level goes into the fiscal picture. But that also tells you that that's coming out of the corporate pocket. So net, it's kind of a neutral for the economy.
Yes, absolutely. The economy might be fine, but I think so we're not in the recession camp, not yet anyway. But the hit on earnings is very large, no matter which way you cut it.
If you're the Fed, does this give you an argument to cut rates?
I'm with the prior guest. Basically, I think their hands are tied. I think it's just a very different inflation environment from Trade War 1.0 when they could afford to do that. And so I think, they're between a rock and a hard place. So,
and that's because of COVID. You think that the dynamic is quite different this time around?
No, I just think the particular shock we're talking about is higher inflation and lower growth. So you want to cut rates for the lower growth, but it's very difficult to do that preemptively. You don't want to be wrong about doing it and then do something that's, and then there's the basically for the fourth quarter.
All right. Well, choppy and range bound in the meantime. 56.14 for the S&P today, so right at the top end of that range you were talking about. Vicky, thanks so much today. Appreciate it. Vicky Chada with Deutsche. Coming up, the freelancing platform Upwork is having its best day since October. Earnings beat, big jump in the number of people using its AI chatbot. We'll talk to the CEO about the quarter and these AI work trends. Plus, a little break into the fast casual industry. Billionaire founder and former CEO of Panera, now the chairman of the company, joins us with his take.
What the hell, we dump?
Speaking of Ron Shake with scholarships,
I'm still stuck in that long. Babu, you still long? Oh. You didn't take your profit at all?
We guarantee our best deal on any smartphone with your choice of our best plan.
Damn.
What we can't guarantee, your employees and similar work stuff.
Your bot's still long, right, Fish? Okay. We hit 60. I'm gonna long just.
For 2002,
Order submitted.
our best deals on any smartphone with your choice of our best plan for any employee. And we need money. For every 1 sentence of opening on call, he has 3 comments, 2 meetings, and 4 emojis to contribute. A flood of positivity during every single meeting. Widow has passion for product management, takes your team from level 0 to level Zane. You need Zane. Zane needs benefits. Work with principals so we can help you help Zane with a retirement benefits plan that's
Oh shit.
let our expertise round out yours.
I am Polestar 3. I am pure electric performance. From the straight away.
Nah, I'm just gonna cancel my long again. Chicken out. It's my 3rd time.
The drive of tomorrow.
What doc has it? I can't see this thing. 664.
You offers at Polestar.com.
I think he is.
Shouldn't have to wonder which bonds go the best riders.
Oh, he's been short. I don't know.
Forest crafts a beautiful bouquet, or what?
No, his thing has a buy at 800.
Transform my mission.
Oh, it's 664. My bad.
After nearly 50 years, we've learned the most beautiful.
Yeah, I just wait to 2 o'clock my time to play.
Well, she's not the easiest person.
Need things to be just right.
Don't get me wrong. I mean, we do love her. But
But she needs a place of her own. In fact,
thankfully, she's on Redfin. Redfin updates their listings every 2 minutes.
that means every 2 minutes, there's a chance we'll be back to having our porridge in peace. Oh, wow. This one's just right.
Shares of Upwork are surging 17% today on the heels of a strong Q1 earnings beat, and the stock is on pace for its best day since October. They saw a boost in the gross service volume this quarter as freelance work continues to outpace traditional full-time jobs. And when it comes to AI-related positions, those workers are being paid a premium. Let's bring in Hayden Brown, the CEO of Upwork. Hayden, a great day to check in with you, both on the job front and, of course, on what's going on with AI hiring. So appreciate any additional light you can shed. Welcome. Thanks for having me, Kelly. Yeah, this was a really strong first quarter for us, both on the top and bottom line. And that's really due to really the resilience of our business model. Because our business is about helping companies from the Fortune 100 to VC-backed startups to small firms like law firms and agencies expand our capabilities and adjust and changing market conditions. And it should be therefore no surprise that one of the things we're doing right now is helping so many of these customers adjust to the new era of AI. So before, and I want to hear all about that, but on the kind of jobs question, Hayden, if freelance work is strong, does that tell you it's because the broader labor market is quite uncertain, or do those trends tend to be kind of negatively or positively correlated? We've seen it both ways, Kelly. Certainly, we've seen positive cyclicality even in recessions because a lot of businesses decide that they cannot go ahead and hire full-time employees. They don't want to make those commitments, and they hire more contingent staff freelancers as a result. So we're definitely seeing continued strength and market share gains in the freelance sector. We saw $1.5 trillion in the U.S. economy came from freelancers, and 28%
of Americans are now freelancing. So this is a trend that is here to stay, and it's really benefiting both customers on the business side and freelance talent itself.
Can you give a few more examples, just as a reminder, of the kinds of industries, the kinds of jobs where you might see these roles or people using your services?
Absolutely. This cuts across pretty much every area of high-skilled knowledge work. So on our platform, this past quarter, we had 131 categories of work, with 58 of those having more than $1 million of gross services volume or spend from clients. And this is everything from marketing campaign creation, website development, operations support for finance teams. I mean, it really runs the gamut. And so this is why we see customers not just coming here for special projects, but actually building their operational backbone using this highly skilled freelance talent.
Interesting. Okay, so on the question of AI, which we played a soundbite from Paul Tudor Jones earlier, but you know, it's good enough.
Every time I chicken out, it goes back up.
You get paid a premium for work in these fields. Is that right?
That's right, Kelly. So the 40% plus premium that freelancers working in AI fields are commanding is real. And I'd also note that there's a lot of winners in this ecosystem. We're actually seeing new jobs being created, new AI roles and projects spinning up all the time, because 63% of businesses say they have AI aspirations that they cannot meet with the in-house AI talent they have. So there's a lot going on under the covers with both new jobs in AI-related fields and more work for those in a broad variety of fields where they're incorporating AI tools into how to deliver productivity and results for businesses.
Yeah, Aura Intelligence told us that insurance and marketing, these were areas where there was a big demand for AI workers. I don't know if you guys are seeing the same kind of thing.
We see it across the board, certainly in those areas. We also see kind of maybe surprising trends like design and creative and legal as categories that everyone's talking about being destroyed by AI. We're actually seeing growth there, and we're seeing growth in more complex long-term projects that really humans are uniquely equipped to deliver, perhaps in conjunction with AI, but certainly they're winning in this new AI era.
Finally, is there a way of telling, and I suppose it'd be hard to know right now, but are they, you know, hiring and paying a premium for AI today so that they can downsize those workforces in the future?
Not necessarily, Kelly. What we've seen is a lot of, maybe disruption in very small jobs. And for us, that's not a big part of our platform, but we do see areas like writing and translation where some of the smaller work is going away. But at the same time, we actually see growth with more complex work, more long-term projects, and actually the size of contracts overall going up as this is continuing. So it's, I think, a misunderstanding to think that all these jobs are going away or people are losing. They're actually just moving on to more interesting and more complex areas of work.
Well, on the 40% wage premium is certainly, I think, going to bring more people into the field. That's for sure. Hayden, thanks so much for joining us today. Good to see you.
Thanks, Kelly.
Hayden Brown is the CEO of Upwork. And coming up, a massive shift in Silicon Valley with OpenAI planning scrapping its planned conversion into a for-profit. We'll have more on what this means for CEO Sam Altman and for its investors and its myriad legal challenges after this.
Some businesses wonder, some missions get keep up. Let's welcome our new coworker.
Up here. That's a great idea. One of us the same idea as yesterday.
Really. Sure, but you still have to deliver.
Anything can change the world of work. ADP Assist is AI, informed by workplace data, and designed for the next anything. Is this your dream of retirement? How about this sweet deal? I like fishing. Or is this a little more your style? Retiring wealth isn't a guarantee, it's a goal. It's easy when markets are going up. But what about when they're not? That's why you need this. Alpha Fisher's Retirement Survival Kit, featuring your guide to surviving market volatility, our stock market outlook, plus the Fisher Investments Difference. 3 indispensable guides, yours free for calling 1-800-213-5317. Fisher Investments' disciplined approach will help see you through the market's ups and downs and give you the confidence you need to reach a comfortable retirement. Our fees are structured so we do better when our clients do better. Call now for your free retirement survival kit. 1-800-213-5317. If your dream retirement is on track. If your portfolio is $1 million or more, call Fisher today. Call 1-800-213-5317.
It's gonna alert.
She has no idea she's sitting on a gold mine. She doesn't know that if she owns a life
Oh, that's
insurance
cool.
policy of $100,000 or more, she can sell all or part of it to Coventry for cash, even a term policy. Even a term policy?
Find out if you're sitting on a gold mine. Call Coventry Direct today at 800-476-0100 or visit CoventryDirect.com. Yoo-hoo! You're making everything orange.
We're showing where consumer cellular gets great coverage. We use the same towers as Big Wireless, so you get the same coverage.
Wow.
For unlimited talk and text with reliable coverage and your second month free, call Consumer Cellular. Come to Sweet Dentist on Dock. Come to staff with a real beauty, and people say you're fascinated about dentistry. That's a sales on 33rd Street. You can practically sleep there. Booked it. Sweet. You've got options. Look now. My hair has gotten so much thicker ever since taking it. To have probiotic green juice, I replaced it all with this Arma colostrum. Gotta take it. First thing I noticed was the energy and recovery that I have to work on. I'm gonna try it. Try Arma.com.
Welcome back to the exchange. I'm Pippa Stevens with your CNBC News Update. The White House has removed Vice Chair of the NTSB, Alvin Brown. The White House official confirming today Brown's removal. He was appointed to the role in December by then President Biden. The move is the latest in the Trump administration's firings of independent agency officials as it works to downsize federal government. The EPA plans to end the Energy Star program for home appliances, according to multiple reports. According to a 2023 federal report, the Energy Star program, which certifies energy efficient appliances, has saved American families and businesses more than $500 billion in energy costs since 1992. And Pepsi no longer ranks among the top 3 sodas in the U.S. Sprite toppled the once dominant brand to claim third place.
Not a damn thing.
It came just 1 year after Dr. Pepper knocked Pepsi out of the second spot. Coca-Cola remained the easy winner, claiming 19% of all canned soda sales last year.
Nice. Which part farm? TBT?
The interests of its biggest backers, like Microsoft and SoftBank, after announcing that restructuring plan that'll keep
Oh, damn, nice. Wait, hold on. I'll type it out. I don't want to talk on mic.
Investors I'm talking to are not thrilled about OpenAI's pivot that you mentioned after months of public pressure. The company is now keeping much of the current, some say messy, corporate hierarchy. The business will become a more traditional type of company, a public benefit corporation, but instead of spinning off that nonprofit, that is now going to control the overall business.
I sent you a DM on that policy thing. Hold on.
Roughly $64 billion from investors so far at a $300 billion valuation. So Microsoft, one of the key backers, has invested over $13 billion and is a reported holdout on all of this. Bloomberg now reporting that the software giant wants to make sure that its stake is adequately protected and is still negotiating some of the details. No comment from Microsoft on that. And then you got SoftBank, another big player in this. Many thought when we heard about this change, it meant that Masasan wouldn't actually need to put in the full $30 billion investment that it pledged recently. There have been a clause in the latest funding round that allows SoftBank to actually lower the total if OpenAI didn't actually become a for-profit by the end of the year. I did ask Sam Altman about that on a call with reporters yesterday. He told us SoftBank is still committed to that full amount. Bottom line, we heard from the CEO yesterday, this does not change any of OpenAI's plans or ability right now to raise what he said could be trillions of dollars. Investors.
Wait, it's only 12:30. We got an hour and a half left.
Want that publicity as a winner. As long as Altman does get to stay in the driver's seat, that is key, especially after he was ousted by the nonprofit board just about 2 years ago. All of us are going to come down. Who is actually sitting on that nonprofit board? So a lot of us are talking about that.
So this is far from over. You said it well. Kate, thank you very much. Kate Rooney. Speaking of AI, don't miss a big interview next hour with Palantir founder and CEO Alex Karp and billionaire Thomas Sowell.
I'm going to change it up. Add at 64.
AI, and that's coming up.
865. There we go.
With shares of the fast casual chain under pressure and concerns about weaker consumer and higher costs, down 35% in the past 3 months or so, but it's up fourfold from its IPO nearly 2 years ago, handily outperforming competitors like Sweetgreen and Chipotle. More after a break.
sponsored by Comcast Business, powering possibilities. When I started Walton Goggins Goggle Glasses, I had no idea what I was doing. But GoDaddy Aero does, using AI to build a logo, website, and social content. Well, I can let the world know. See, goggles ain't goggins. They don't belong on your goggles.
My husband, Dean, always worried that his diabetes would keep him from enjoying retirement. But Dexcom G7 has made it easy for him to manage sugar levels and spend more time in training. We're feeling good about the future, wherever it takes us.
To avoid digital threats, just turn on NordVPN. Your protection against trackers, malicious websites, and malware-ridden downloads. Get the deal now.
Oh, your bot is short, huh?
When you're the leader in disaster cleanup and restoration, how do you make like it never even happened? Happen? Whatever comes your way, there's a pro for that. Serve pro. Like it never even happened.
Yep. I don't want it long anymore. 15 minutes looks like it's gonna go back down. Couple hours should go down, so.
Charcoal, gas, pellet, or griddle, we've got the perfect grill for you. Because only your local Ace has all the best brands in one place, like Weber, Big Green Egg, Traeger, and Blackstone. With free assembly and delivery of your new grill, along with all the sauces, rubs, and grilling extras, you'll have everything you need for your perfect barbecue. That sounds pretty perfect. Around the block, what you need in stock, with service so good it's guaranteed.
See the other charts. A lot of things still said it's gonna go back up, so. Squeeze is bad.
Welcome to CNBC Plus, market destination.
CNBC Plus, on-the-go access to global market data, news, and analysis as it happens. Start streaming at cnbc.com/plus.
Order filled.
Yeah, there's my ad.
Order canceled.
Shares of Sweet Green are lower today by 7.5%.
Yeah, I added on that other long, so if it's 901, I can get out.
Order submitted.
Yeah, it's dropping.
6% over the past 6 months, while other fast casual names like Chipotle, Shake Shack, and even Cava have been under pressure as well. Few people understand the space as well as our next guest. Joining me here on
Yeah, not looking good.
He's the CEO of Act 3 Holdings and the chair of Cava. It's great to have you here.
Good to see you.
Welcome, welcome. Tate is the new project, and it's not publicly traded, so we don't have to dwell on it, but you are always moving on to the next concept.
Yes, we've got 7 or 8 different investments, many with majority control. They're awesome businesses. Tate, $11.99, something called Life Alive, which is planned forward. We are invested in DJ's restaurant. We're invested in Park Technology.
And for people who don't know, you did Ovante, you did Panera, you did, what am I forgetting? Now you're actually Cava. I mean, you've gone from kind of one hit to the next. So few people seem to understand the consumer either as well as you do. Can you give us any granularity about what you think is going on with the economy right now? Like softness, strength?
We're entering stagflation. I mean, it's very clear. If the recession isn't here, it will be here. You've got tariffs which are going to implicitly be a price increase.
Damn, you blew that?
They're going to get reflected.
Oh.
They're going to slow down growth in some form or another. You also have immigration.
Oh no, that's DLL, right?
That is going to diminish the supply of labor. You're going to have pressures.
The lesser immigration is going to put pressure.
Well, it's going to diminish the supply. Immigration is going to diminish the supply of labor. The result is going to be there are less people. It's going to drive up wages for folks like us who have been paying, significantly better than our competitors. We're advantaged. But generally, these are inflationary forces. and they are counter to growth. I don't know how you read it any other way.
And we had the pandemic, but prior to that, have you ever wrestled with this kind of pricing environment in your career?
I have. We've been through, the Great Recession. We've been through economic downturn. I'll tell you something. These are the times of greatest opportunity and the greatest opportunity to develop. In recession, most people are pulling back. If you've harbored your resources, and we have, if you have organizations with fortress balance sheets, it's the best time to develop. Real estate is priced on a spot market basis, but ultimately real estate is locked in for 15 years. Construction costs, which have been skyrocketing, will come down. On every front, you're going to see a recession as an opportunity for great concepts like Kava, for great concepts like Tate, to continue to expand.
So you're contrarian to get. So when I see you opening stores, I need to go, like you just opened this bakery in New Jersey, Tate, that everyone's excited about. But it's not like you're doing that from a position of, tons of capital and tons of enthusiasm about the environment. It's almost like, I know it's a good concept. We're starting to get opportunistic deals to pull the trigger right now, and there you go.
I mean, you can take Kava. Kava's stock skyrocketed from its IPO sevenfold. It's now receded. It's only fivefold better than its IPO. The reality is, it's been a phenomenal company. It's delivered. It's delivered what Wall Street expected. It's got great expectations ahead of it. Here's the point. Those are all about valuation multiples. They're really nothing about what is the underlying business.
What do you think about the fast casual concept broadly right now? I mean, I would argue you almost pioneered it. And is it tired now, or is this firmly here to stay and we could still support 10 or 20 different offerings?
Well, I'll share with you something. I don't believe a consumer wakes up and says, I want to go to a fast casual restaurant. A consumer wants a better alternative. Whether, they want a Mediterranean food. They want, pizza, yes. And so the fast casual is a paradigm for financial analysis.
What do you think about Starbucks and what Brian Niccol is doing there? Yeah, I have to imagine. Do you ever think like, what would I do, or what would I? Yeah, you must.
All the time. And I know Brian. I know Howard. I think the world of what Brian's doing. He's doing the right thing, which is returning Starbucks to a point of competitive advantage. A point of.
This looks bad. I think it's gonna go down more.
Restaurant, another coffee bar that is an automated beverage machine. We need something that touches people.
Yankee bot still long? That would flip by now.
That's what we're talking about in our restaurants. That's what we're talking about in the businesses we invest in. That's what Kava is working on, and that's what Brian is trying to bring back to Starbucks.
Finally, what about the traditional kind of restaurant business? We're seeing, I guess Chili's has done well lately, but where does that go from here?
Well, I think that the restaurant industry is the second oldest profession. It's been around for a long time.
And the reality first, but yeah.
Yes, right. The reality is the restaurant industry is a terrible business to be in unless you create competitive advantage. Unless you do something that your target consumer is working past your competitors and choosing you. You got to figure that out. Otherwise, it's their fun. It's a mediocre business. We've had great success because we've really focused on delivering something that's special for guests.
Oh, Ron, I appreciate you taking the time to stop by while you're here today. It's very good to see you, and I'm gonna try Tate. I'm looking forward to it.
We'll see you in Ridgewood.
Tate.
I'm on my way right now. We'll see you tonight.
They're open till 8 p.m. I thought about it. Always for dinner. Ron Shaich is the chairman of Kava and CEO of Act 3 Holdings. Coming up, let's get another name in the restaurant space. Shares of DoorDash are lower after missing estimates. Company also announcing they'll acquire hospitality software firm 7Rooms and a $1.2 billion all-cash deal. Squawk Box will have an exclusive interview with DoorDash CEO Tony Xu tomorrow morning at 8:30 a.m. Eastern. Don't miss it. And The Exchange will be right back.
How will you shape the future of energy with confidence? From supply and demand to pricing uncertainty, EY understands disruptions energy companies face.
The mission for power utility companies is to provide reliable, affordable energy.
We're helping our
Yeah, you overtraded big time.
across the entire value chain of energy.
I keep telling you log off.
Pipeline and on the grid. EY's full
It's not blown though. You just hit DLL.
profitability and performance. EY, shape the future with confidence.
Overtrading, dude. That's just a killer.
Like my coffee. So when my doctor prescribed Vidgard
Mm-hmm. Keep telling him like 10 times today. Log off now.
Vidgard makes sure
Sorry, man.
From Weekend Away Steve.
Yeah, go sleep.
Travel ready and can go
Later.
Self-injection fits my plans. Do not use Vyvgart Hytrulo if you're allergic to its ingredients. It may increase infection risk and cause serious allergic or infusion or injection-related reactions. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, fever, recent or planned vaccinations, allergy history, or kidney problems. Most common side effects include respiratory and urinary tract infections, headache, and injection site reactions.
My Vyvgart Hytrulo self-injection.
Reducing my symptoms.
That's treatment? My way. Ask your neurologist about Vyvgart Hytrulo.
Don't buy another stock before reading this book, because when you see the returns you could be making on options versus stocks, you'll realize that in today's market, buying and holding stocks alone, it's not enough. The simple, beginner-friendly option strategies you'll learn in our new book could take your investing returns to a whole new level. And today, we'll give you a copy for free. Get your free copy while they last at itsnotanoption.com. Itsnotanoption.com. Double check that. That's pretty good. Not right, right? What was that? What?
Asking the right question can greatly impact your future.
Are you qualified to do this? What?
Especially when it comes to your finances.
Do you have a question?
Are you a certified financial planner?
Yes, I'm a CFP professional.
CFP professionals are committed to acting in your best interest. That's why it's gotta be a CFP. Find your CFP professional at letsmakeaplan.org.
I guess I'm not the easiest person to please.
Okay.
I like things just right.
Your bot's already short, right?
That's why I love Redfin's home recommendations. They know what I want even before I do. A home that's just right.
Yes. Yeah, I get my ideas from Mad Money everywhere. I look at everything as a stock. I study it all the time. My viewers are my bosses. You come to my show and you learn how to do stocks.
Mad Money, weeknight 6 Eastern, CNBC.
I love the viewer. He's everything.
Welcome back to the exchange. We're keeping an eye on markets as they're weakening again this afternoon. The Dow's down about 410 points or 1%. The low is down 459. A 1% drop for the Nasdaq also, and the S&P down a little less than that. 431 on the 10-year yield, so that better tone out of the auction top of the hour. I'm not doing too much to help equities, at least for the time being. Coming up, rather than repealing or exempting some products from sky-high China tariffs, the administration is promising small businesses relief in the form of tax cuts. But that might be too little, too late for Walter Strange, whose fourth-generation CEO says they're about to decide whether or not to stop production. She joins us next. See that face is really cool. That is so good. Innovation changes everything. With one investment, you can access the Nasdaq 100 innovators while rethinking the world. Before investing carefully, you can consider non investor objectives, risks, charges, expenditure, and at investor.com.
Some people like doing things the hard way, like doing their finances with a spreadsheet instead of using Quicken. Quicken pulls all your financial info together in one place and updates it automatically. How easy is that?
If anything happens to me, I don't want my family to stress over money. I searched that online like an ethos came up. It took maybe 10 minutes. I got covered 100% online. Ethos made it fast and easy to protect my family.
Check your price at ethos.com.
Goldilocks needs a place of her own, and fast. Thankfully, she's on Redfin. They update their listings every 2 minutes. And with so many options, she's bound to find exactly what she wants.
This one's just right. The Infiniti QX60. Comfort redefined, luxury rediscovered. Sit back and immerse yourself in the Infiniti QX60. Discover true luxury at InfinityUSA.com.
Rivian earnings after the bell. First on CNBC, Rivian CEO before he talks to analysts. What's driving EV strategy and consumer demand? John Ford, Morgan Brennan. Closing bell overtime. Today for Eastern and streaming on CNBC.
It's boring. No, Nothing to do. I'm just eating mangoes. Mangoes, yeah.
Which farms grow the best flowers, or which local florist crafts a beautiful bouquet, or what handmade cake. You shouldn't have to wonder how we transform I miss you into just in time. Or I can't be there, so I'm thinking of you. After nearly 50 years, we've learned the most beautiful thoughtful gifts come from the simplest of intentions. Yours. 1-800-Flowers.com. Gift you.
President Trump doubling down on tariffs during a White House meeting with Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney, saying the U.S. has nothing to lose by not trading with China, but China is suffering greatly with 145% tariffs.
They want to negotiate it, and they want to have a meeting, and we'll be meeting with them at the right time. I have not met with them. Of course, you would know if I met. But they want to meet.
While the president waits for that right time, my next guest says she's running out of time to make production decisions ahead of her busy season. Joining me now is Stacey Walters-Nava, the president and CEO of William K. Walters, which is a model train manufacturer and distributor based in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Model trains in some ways are a little model of this tariff economy. Stacey, welcome. What's the impact been so far for business?
Thanks for having me, Kelly. Yes, we are a microcosm of the broader world because we produce and distribute little miniature replicas of everything to create little worlds. So the impact has been significant. Well, we have a lot of product that we create, and it is produced primarily in China, the highly technical stuff, and it's been that moved about 30 years ago for certain requirements of our product that we don't have reasonable alternatives here in the U.S. Not that we don't have U.S. manufacturers, we have some, but they do only segments of what we do. They do not do certain things that our customers have come to expect. So those are the things that are in question right now, and we, as a producer, have to make decisions on production, and all the distributed lines that we also represent have to make that same decision, which is a challenging one to make right now in a time of uncertainty.
It's pretty good, that guy on YouTube.
A model train set myself, but I should. So let's say we're going to do that for my sons this year. How much would it cost normally? How much might it cost now? And at what point do you have to say, well, maybe these products aren't going to be available?
Type it out to me.
I think that I know that you have lots of kids, Kelly, and it's a perfect hobby to engage your kids in really good learning activities.
I gotta fix a setting. The delay is like 30 seconds. I know how to fix it now for next time.
But that's a double, right? Or more than double. And that makes it really hard for families to get involved in our hobby. And at the same time, the people who've been enjoying it for many years, our core customer is a boomer, a grandparent who's excited to possibly get a young person involved, and they're on fixed incomes, and so their discretionary spending on hobby products, whether it be model rarities or other hobbies that also have high value for people of all ages, young and young at heart, that's going to be really a pressure point on their budgets, which it's sad because hobbies are a community for people to engage with one another. It's not even just all about the product, right? It's about like learning. It's what you gain from connecting with people.
And the company was founded in 1932 in the Depression, so you've weathered a lot of different seasons. What happens if the tariff rate stays, where it is for then? Do the prices just go up, or are there bigger problems?
So prices absolutely would have to go up. I think if we see a protracted extension or of this 145% tariff, you will see product not coming on the market. Our business and our industry small businesses. So we're one of the largest businesses in this industry that's comprised of small businesses. So you'll just see that I'm going to have to make a decision like you led off with, that like the product that we plan to bring in later this year, we just won't be able to. There's only so many containers you can cash flow for a certain point, and we might have a little bit more than some of the smaller businesses inside of our industry. But everybody has to make those same decisions. And if you're paying, over and above what you planned or budgeted to spend on anything, you have to cut back somewhere else. So that's the trick.
Have you tried to reach out?
It's a pretty big issue. Yeah.
Sure. I don't know if you can just kind of pick up the phone and call the White House, but is there any effort to to engage or to have lobbyists engage with people on Capitol Hill or that kind of thing to say maybe it's an exemption for model trades.
Yeah, and that's so I'm glad you asked that. We are actually, since we are such a bunch of small businesses, we've come together and created a happy industry coalition. We just launched it yesterday, and it's kind of a scrappy effort, low budget, but we're doing all the right things, I think, to respectfully communicate our position. We don't believe we understand what the administration is trying to accomplish. And we really don't make an appreciable impact on the trade deficit or national security. So we're trying to respectfully express our position that we believe that we should be provided with an exemption, and we hope that there would be an exemption process that was stood up, that we participate in. We participated the last time around, and so we're really hoping that there will be some response to our efforts, and we're rallying our hobby shops and our small producers of product to do the same. So lead that coalition. Hope that we make an impact.
Thank you for joining us to tell us about it. And it gives us a whole different perspective on what's happening with your business. We really appreciate it. And I think
Thank you so much. I invite your kids and you to join us.
We'll think about it.
Some people like doing things the hard way, like doing their finances with a spreadsheet instead of using Quicken. Quicken pulls all your financial info together in one place and updates it automatically. How easy is that?
Yoo-hoo! No. That is against the HOA bylaws.
Bylaws, my laws. We're showing where consumer cellular gets great coverage.
You're making everything orange.
I know, right? We use the same towers as Big Wireless, so you get the same coverage. Difference is our plan started with $20.
No, that can't be true.
But it is.
No. I hope you're using primer.
Do we use Primer? For unlimited talk and text with reliable coverage in your second month free, call Consumer Cellular.
You want to know where to invest $1,000 right now? Well, forget about AI, quantum computing, electric vehicles, cryptocurrencies, or robotics. A little-known technology is expected to become roughly 10 times bigger than all of those technologies combined. The World Economic Forum says that it's arguably the most exciting human discovery since fire. Hi, my name is Whitney Tilson. I'm a former hedge fund manager. I've been featured in virtually every single major financial publication and TV show. Now I'm stepping forward with what could be the biggest story of my career. One market insider predicts that this technology could be even more important than the
Kind of went along just for fun.
And I want to give you free of charge the name and ticker
Yeah,
symbol of
I
the
can't
company
long
that
because
sends
15 looks
technology.
bad.
Visit the website on your screen to secure your free recommendation now.
I just want $40 more so I can request a payout.
I like things just right. That's why I love Redfin's home recommendations. They know what I want even before I do. A home that's just right.
Huh? What? Sorry, I didn't hear you.
Yeah.
At Public Rec, we develop premium performance fabrics that are built to last and hard to live without. Our Daymaker pads with their various sizes.
Bonux?
More comfortable than jeans, more stylish than
Yeah, I just need $32 actually. There you go. 568. I just need to hit 600.
California, the Milk Institute Global Conference, and we are about to be joined exclusively by CEO Palantir Alice Karp, billionaire Thomas Tull. They just signed a big deal with Elon Musk, XAI. Kelly, they are here. We're going to figure out what's behind it, talk more about the deal. It's all very exciting.
It is.
Oh, I got paid. Who paid me?
Market check first.
Tick, tick.
And that's not the only big interview coming this hour. We'll also hear from NVIDIA CEO Jensen Huang and ServiceNow's Bill McDermott. But let's start with a look at the markets, which are lower across the board.
Yeah, it's green now.
The Dow's down 406, the S&P, the Dow, the Nasdaq, all down about 1%, a little less than that for the S&P 500. And we're 24 hours away from the Fed decision on rates, and there was a major change among our mock Fed. 5 of our panelists say the Fed should not change rates tomorrow. Don Peebles once again calling for that 50 basis point rate cut. But now, Jefferies Chief Market Strategist Dave Zerbos joining him and calling for that upsized cut. And in fact, we've got Dave standing by now to explain. Dave, really appreciate it. Listen, if he was at a quarter point, I might even be on board. But a half point?
Kelly, I think we learned a lot.
Oh, damn, nice.
We learned a lot about
I just need 901 to get out, and I'll be done.
wants to take on, which is
Damn, I should have long at 45.
disruptive in as big a way as we've seen. We
That's it.
probably the most complicated April of my
Yeah.
and came out reasonably unscathed in the end, but it certainly was touch and go there in the second and third.
Let me change. Damn, look at that. Yeah. Let's go.
The Milken Conference, which I just left. And I think it's a time where you can move a little bit back toward a neutral policy. I think you've got all the information. One of the reasons that I think we were all waiting a little bit is we didn't know the priorities and how aggressive this administration would move, and clearly they moved very aggressively on tariffs, and they moved very early. So
I'm gonna advertise a big booty icon. Where is it?
It's actually going to be so large that a half point cut is necessary to more or less support the economy.
I think it's a risk management. Kelly, you always catch me in these because I'm really not a believer in talking about what I think the Fed should do. I always try to tell our clients what I think they're going to do. You put me in the position on this committee to talk a little bit about what I would do if I was in that position. So take it with a grain of salt. I'm not saying that that's my prediction for the Fed. I don't think they will, but I think they could be quite dovish, and I think they have a lot of reasons to be dovish. A lot of the intermeeting movements in inflation expectations related to break-evens came down substantially, and a lot of the sentiment that I've seen with our corporate clients, our CEOs, companies we deal with is just pullback. And I think as a Fed, as an FOMC member, you're listening to that. As a Fed president, you're listening to that locally. And I think it's just a prudent risk management story in a position where we know tariffs.
You made $2 grand? Nice.
It's to the price level, they're not sustainable.
Oh, my bad.
Prices paid measure be sticky. And again, I'm trying to argue it from the point of what will they do, because I think they all lean, frankly, towards being slightly more hawkish and less inclined to cut rates right now, especially now that the jobs report and the ISM service have been okay. I bet they go, why would we take on that risk? They never want inflation to come back again. So I just think, again, kind of from a real politic point of view, wouldn't the risk be on the side of hawkish for tomorrow?
I think you can definitely make that case. You can definitely make a case, especially when the Fed kind of sat back in the second week of April, let the 10-year note have one of its biggest weekly rises in 30-year yields, rising more than they had risen since the 1980s. And they didn't really say anything. They didn't seem to care. So I think there is a disconnect between the administration and
I want a long when it goes back down.
there's a lot of love lost there, surely. And I think when the president
But 40.
prodding Jay to cut, it makes it harder for him to
53? All right, let's do it.
So there's a lot of things
853, right?
to say.
Okay.
Something.
I was going to do 4-5, but yeah, 5-3 is good.
The surprise would be if the actor says, you know what?
I just want to get in.
There is a little bit worrying. And yes, the data are okay now. Yes, the consumer seems fine, but we're about to rebalance our fiscal and our trade deficits in a very big way. And if you're a prudent steward of monetary policy and you look at maximum employment and price stability over the long run, there are some real dangers during that rebalancing that you want to mitigate against, and you can mitigate against, and you have the ability to mitigate.
I think going forward, we need to ask everybody what they would do, and then what they think the Fed will do. That would be fun to show everybody as well.
That would be fun.
David Ferdell, thanks very, very much. David Jefferies. Brian, back up to you.
All right, guys, thank you very much. All right, welcome back to the Milken Global Conference here in Beverly Hills. We got a big crowd behind us here.
Maybe not.
Down today. They had their earnings last night. Milken said the earnings were good.
Let's see if it hits or not.
Elon Musk, XAI, TWG Group, which is Thomas Tull, Mark Walter Investment Group, and also the aforementioned Palantir. We're joined now by Thomas Tull and the CEO of Palantir, Alex Karp, in a Power Lunch exclusive. Guys, thanks for your patience. Appreciate you being on. Why do this deal with PWG, XAI? What does Palantir get out of this?
Well, first of all, Thomas is a legend in the investing community, and almost all of his successful defense tech startups have been financed by him, and has a reputation second to none. And I know his work and his reputation in the defense tech startup world, which we know very well. And without him, many of the great startups that come after Palantir would not exist. The mission of Palantir is to give an unfair advantage to our friends. And if you look at what regional banks have been saddled with regulatory hurdles and deep technical issues, almost all of which could be solved by the combination of his insights into banking, which he's one of the most successful people in the world at, our tech infrastructure, and large language models and compute. And that combination will bring the unit economics of a company like Palantir to regional banks and allow them to do what big banks are claiming to do, and grow the revenue at much lower cost.
Those are very, very nice, Thomas. I mean, very complimentary. But here's the sad reality of AI. Every company wants to say, I've joked now, we're going to change our name to CNBC AI because you get like a valuation pump. AI is really good at making money. It's not been very good at making money.
Yeah, I think that's exactly right. You get pitched things like that all the time. And in our case, we hired Drew Kukor, who's a very well-known practitioner in artificial intelligence, built JP Morgan systems, and built out our team. And before we put this together, we use it at Guggenheim. We use our platform on all our systems, and it's made an impact, a material impact. And everything we talk about is, if you made $1 before, are you now making more than $1, or are you just talking about it? So that's what
Most people are just talking about.
This is the thing. You've got to judge a company or an institution by the fruits they bear. And the thing at Palantir is we're quite good at making money. So we're highly profitable. There's a rule of financial hygiene called a rule of 40. We have, I think, the highest ever recorded, or one of the highest ever recorded at E3. We make money by being downstream of value creation. At Palantir, with our partners, we own value, and we take a part of that value and get paid on it. So we're not going to be making any big money unless the people we work with make even more money. And one of the problems of the AI revolution is a tale of two cities. It's a tale of people who take your money and give you flowery language. In the past, it was low. Now it's like you get to feel good about something that's not true. Or you can partner, and we partnered together in his bank. So you can already see the value creation, and we see this across every industry where the unit economics change, which is why Palantir is growing 71% in the U.S.
We're going to get to that in a second, but I think I would say this. It's fair to say that AI, Thomas, is like the seed. We're planting a seed and hoping it grows into a tree. With this deal, you're kind of already buying a tree in a way. Palantir's built out. XAI, they've got the infrastructure sort of built out. That giant processing center in Memphis, Tennessee. Right. Lots of land, lots of fresh water, by the way, lots of electricity and stuff it takes. How quickly does this put you sort of, quote, in the game to sell money-making AI to Wall Street and insurance companies and more?
Right now. Because, again, we have been doing this. Mark built an incredible financial empire. My partner, Mark Walter, 30 years of doing this, has an incredible deep knowledge set around finance, structure, etc. We know that world deeply, and we know what's possible now because we've done it. So we're not asking others to do anything that we haven't done ourselves. So by this year, we'll be out with major customers across banking, insurance, money management, and I think by having Palantir, they're
in my head.
interested. We absolutely
Order submitted.
Yes. Already. And you just announced it this morning. Yeah, we've been working on this for a while. You better have some substance by the time you announce this. We're very excited about it. And with XAI, not only do you have their models, but as you mentioned, their compute is unparalleled.
By the way, it's not just making money. It's making money with less money invested. And what makes AI very special is not just that you grow the revenue in partnership, but the cost of getting the revenue should go down radically. And this, again, is particularly important for smaller institutions, because in the past, the way you would do this is by investing billions and billions of dollars into complexity.
Yep, I'm out on that one.
weave their way.
$22 more. Thanks, Fish. I'll try to get back in at 52.
And that pre-built tree lowers the cost of revenue and allows you to increase the amount of revenue you can take.
But you know what I'm talking about, okay? When we talk about, let's go back to what they call greenwashing, right? Every company was climate
Nice.
friendly.
Just gonna do in and out real quick.
Were climate friendly. There's a lot. Every company wanted you to say.
Yeah.
A lot of going on.
I'm not in a rush to get a payout.
To do this, but now we're doing straight. How much of it is just BS? I was gonna say something else.
You've got to judge the product by what they bear. So again, is the revenue cost of revenue less? Is the revenue going up? Are you able to deal with complexities you couldn't, like regulatory complexity? Are you able to impose unique business strategies onto your business? And those businesses are going to flourish. And yes, there's a lot of BS, but you can really, really see the numbers. One of the things, by the way, I would say that's very contradictory is the people who are most interested in making money are going to gravitate to the things that actually work. And it's very similar to the battlefield. It's like there's not BS on the battlefield, and if you're going to partner with Thomas and his partners, you have to deliver real financial results, or they're not interested.
If you're not doing magic, this is about success.
You better have metrics to weigh and measure everything you're doing and to be hyper honest about the results. That's it. And look, I believe artificial intelligence is ultimately going to have an unbelievable impact on almost every aspect of life, but it's early, right? And it's not magic. It's going to take time to develop use cases, find out what works, and that's what we're diving into.
Millionaire hedge fund manager Paul Peter Jones, who you probably know, said on CNBC this morning that AI was like going to kill half the human population or something like that. It's an existential threat to humanity. Sounds like you would disagree with that.
Well, I have to have the context. He's obviously a very smart guy, but I do know this. We have adversaries on this planet that are pouring everything into artificial intelligence, quantum computing, space. And if the United States is not willing to compete and go all in, I think we're going to have very big problems.
One to just tie these in, the biggest danger to your company or to our country is not being able to know what to invest in and what's BS. The stuff you can invest in on the battlefield all over the world has already changed the course of history. And right next to it are a bunch of complete BS products where the unit economics are completely favorably.
Like what? Give me an example.
Oh, I mean, look, I'm not garbage shape. We're focused on making our business great, but every business is going to have to reach out. And one of the things that makes Thomas so special here is you can't expect everyone to have the taste to pick out the thing that's BS or the thing that's not. Thomas went and found the world's leader in battlefield operational AI and hired him. So you don't have to trust your taste on AI. You can trust it. You don't have to trust
Dang, that
your
pump.
taste.
It's a good long fish. I should have stayed in. Oh well.
By lowering their unit economics and growing their revenue and/or on the line of battlefield, have a partnership that looks a little bit like the three of us.
Eric, I want to ask about Aaron Rodgers, but I know he's going to walk off very quickly. Your numbers look. I got to ask you this: stock's down today, but you printed money. You made a lot of people millionaires. A lot of our viewers and listeners, hopefully, very rich. What's the market getting wrong about today?
Hey, if you don't like 71% growth in US comp, 45% growth in USG, a rule of 83, 55% growth in 90% of our business, 55% growth in the US, 49% growth in 90% of our business. You don't like that? Go look for something else. We're pretty happy. You don't have to buy our shares. We're happy. We're going to partner with the world's best people, and we're going to dominate.
Let's go.
And you can be along for the ride, or you don't have to be.
We're going to see Aaron Rodgers in a Steelers uniform this year.
Flat, nice.
Here to talk about It's a more complex issue than artificial intelligence. I don't know if that's an existential threat, but we won't get into it. Don't worry. Thank you. I've got a panel later with Peyton Manning. Maybe I'll ask. He's a good man. Thomas Tull, Alex Karp. Great conversation. Big deal. Palantir, XAI, change in financial services and it's not BS. But Kelly, I am BS, and I'm going to send it back to you.
Great stuff, Brian. Thank you so much. We really appreciate it. Brian Sullivan. We'll hear from him again shortly. We have some news close to home. The group of media brands, including CNBC,
Oh, my headset died.
and NBC Universal later this year, now has a name, Versant. The name chosen as a blueprint for versatility, growth, and innovation. This is the company's new logo. Cable networks CNBC, MSNBC, Golf Channel, USA, Oxygen, and more will all be a part of Versant now, as well as digital assets including Fandango, Golf Now, and Sports Engine. CNBC media and sports reporter Alex Sherman is here with me. Alex, you have more details on this new name. Very exciting.
This is corporate history that we are living right now, Kelly. Yeah, Versant, like unversant. The name was chosen, I'm told, to speak to the versatility of the brand and the company. You just listed them, a lot of different brands covering different things, news, sports, digital assets, Rotten Tomatoes, and Fandango are part of this company. Also, I'm told that originally, through the process of this, choosing the name, I spoke with the CEO of the company, Mark Lazarus. 1,000 names, or even more than 1,000 names, were thought.
Oh shit, I'm about to be green. Let me get out.
Process kicked that list down from 1,000 to 43. That's how difficult it is to actually find a name. That's not already taken.
What a fit. I got out. I'm good now.
To go through both nationally and globally.
Yeah, I just got out even. I want to play with it. I like long. If it dumps again. Everything's green today. Good job.
The word versant itself is an actual word, something that I learned through the process of this. It means the slope of land. Mark Lazarus joked with me that perhaps he could see that as a slope.
Oh, so on Apex, it's 180 days now. That sucks.
Simple. So perhaps the pathway has been set for this company of assets once it trades publicly, which will be later this year. To be a rise.
Is there any more clarity on when that date might be?
It is?
Sometime in the next few months?
We don't know exactly still. Like, so it's toward the end of the year, which has always been the plan. I can say that none of the market, volatility of the past month or so has moved Comcast off the date of spinning off the assets later this year.
Versant. Alex,
get used to it.
Yes, indeed. Try it on for size. Sounds good, Alex. Perfect. As we hit the break, check out
His bot's going along yet. Nope, bot's not going along. But 3 minutes look like it's going to go up more. I don't know if I should long on my cash. Too late now. It's at 825? Oh, 865.
Introducing AG1 Next Gen.
Oh, okay.
The daily health drink backed by 4 rigorously designed clinical
I'm
trials.
going to long on
Next
this
Gen
little
has
one.
shown healthy gut
Order
bacteria.
What a
I'm long at 906.
And to close common
But
nutrition.
915 to get out.
It's one drink for whole body health. The next generation of AG1 is here.
Of course, it's going to dip.
Create custom SMEs with our Canvas platform.
Order canceled. Order filled.
What they earn.
Order submitted.
Franklin Templeton, your trusted partner for what's ahead. Goldilocks needs a place of her own.
Order filled.
Thankfully, she's
Okay. Got out. Now I need $17.
She's bound to find exactly what she wants.
This one's just right. Is she leaving?
910. Cool. Goes down. I'm going to long again. What up, fish? Not fish. That's cat daddy. Good night, buddy. Toodles.
Meet the new Ninja Swirl by Creamy. Turn almost anything into ice cream. And now, soft serve. Just prep, freeze, lock, spin, and swirl. Enjoy endless options of soft serve,
Order
frozen
submitted.
yogurt, and more. Scoop indulgent classics. Create mix and masterpieces, or enjoy low-calorie
Come on, go down a little bit so I can get in.
with the all-new Ninja Swirl by Creamy.
Yeah, the ABA playoff review. And it's about to be ridiculous. This isn't about who wins. This is about who lost. This guy with
Oh, there we go.
All right, welcome back.
Order filled.
Out on that one. I'll put 905 to get back in.
Energy Capital Partners, the founder and executive chairman is a guy named Doug Kimmelman. Doug Kimmelman is sitting right here, and if you don't know this name, you will, because this may be the greatest and most profitable energy deal once it's done, not closed yet.
Damn, that's my 916 over there.
But Energy Capital Partners, you got a pretty big act to follow up on that. I saw that, but thank you, Brian. But you know, it's all connected because what Alex and Thomas Tull just talked about, on a tease there, is one reason that Calpine is selling itself or will be closed soon to Constellation Energy, which is, by the way, the number one stock in the S&P 500 right now, about 12%, because the demand for power to do the kind of stuff they're just talking about is driving that deal. You saw it years ago. What did you see? Well, believe it or not, I've been in decades in electricity. Demand has been flat. Very boring for a long time. Very boring. Now I'm an exciting guy. That's what I say. The demand has been flat for decades because any growth in population, GDP, all of that has been offset by energy efficiency. Kind of changed all the light bulbs and made homes more efficient and all of that. But all of a sudden, demand has come in. It's not just AI, though. Think about electric vehicles. Think about onshoring manufacturing. All of this LNG export, we need electricity, right, to liquefy and freeze that natural gas. So we've got multiple sources. But even bigger than all of this demand growth, we've got aged infrastructure, aged power generation. 40% of our electricity today comes from coal and nuclear. Coal, a lot of environmental challenges, at least many people view it that way. But nuclear's old. Right? It was built in the 60s, 70s, 80s. So we're losing supply at the worst possible time that we got all of this demand. Where did we go wrong? Because somebody somewhere.
I want to get back in.
Well, a lot of somebody's screwed up because I like to say,
Yeah, that's a nice long.
I'm in the business of reliability. We've got to keep the lights on. We've got to keep the factories going. We've got to keep the cities working. And Portugal's just learned that the hard way. One of the biggest blackouts in history. And it's not just a human issue. You got people in the hospital.
Alright, I just went back in 927. I'll get out 935.
Order submitted.
Because somebody screwed up.
It's not funded, so I'm not too worried.
The economy, we talk about economic growth, and we had Treasury Secretary.
Yeah, I think that would help.
Talks about 3% GDP growth. The near term is really critical to grow us out.
It looks good too.
Deficit, $37 trillion of debt.
I thought you had that before, right?
We've got, I call it the triangle of AI.
I thought you had that set up before.
And the natural gas production that is needed to fuel that power generation. We're talking about $30 trillion.
Yeah, that would help a lot.
The economy now. Power, yeah, I said all of the nuclear and coal that's going to be shut down, and this demand growth coming. You know, 300,000.
Thank you.
Megawatts, that's $1 trillion of investment. We'll lower oil prices and we can throw oil up, guys. You know, mid-50s. If it keeps falling, is that going to hinder natural gas growth in America? Because natural gas is largely a byproduct of oil drilling. To some degree.
There we go. It's 80%, 83% now. Let me change that.
Such a resource of natural gas. And this country that's
Boom,
economic growth
boom, 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 boom.
needs to stay in the United States, and it needs power to make it happen. I normally don't do this, but you're a friend. So your wife was a teacher in inner city LA for a long time? Yes.
I'm a child of a, long time ago, downtown LA.
Yeah.
You guys are spending your own money to help build this awesome playground and park for the underprivileged use of LA. I normally don't do this. It's not part of our deal. I'm doing it because.
But okay, NQ is long now. I'm gonna just get in. I'm in on my.
Los Angeles, partnering with Tiger Woods and the United States Tennis Association. We're very proud. We're going to change lives of the kids that most need it here in LA.
Hulu's Place. Yeah,
Hulu's Place. That was
you
a good
didn't know I was going to do that. It's not, there's no deal, but it's a great cause. Great kids.
Thank you, man.
And
Appreciate it.
Doug Kimmelman, the Capital Partners. Thank you very much. Kelly.
I think that's very cool to know about, Brian. Thanks very much. Up next, forming a new bond with orders. Treasuries and corporate credit have been in focus, but our next guest has a new idea. Market Navigator tackles that next.
What up?
Crypto Watch is sponsored by Crypto.com.
What's up? Your sizing is too much maybe, and you went in too early.
Platform.
Every shot is an opportunity, and success requires
I cut a little bit of it.
resilience, and sometimes luck. But what if luck had less to do with it? What if we had the tools to help us practice smarter? Order filled.
Now I'm out.
Order submitted.
I'll go back in. The bot's long now, you know. So gonna.
And performance insights are transforming the game for the entire LPGA tour.
Do you have a life insurance policy you no longer need? Now you can sell your policy, even a term policy, for an immediate.
If it goes down, I'm gonna go back in. I'm like fucking $10 away, dude. This is BS.
Our friends sold their policy to help pay their medical bills.
I need 5 points.
Maybe selling our policy could help with our retirement.
I'm skeptical. So I did some research and called Coventry Direct. They explain life insurance is a valuable asset that can be sold.
We learned if
I,
all of our policy or
yeah, I won't long till we dip again.
we sold our policy. Now we can relax and enjoy our retirement as we had planned. If you have $100,000 or more of life insurance, you may qualify to sell your policy. Don't cancel or let your policy lapse without finding out what it's worth. Visit CoventryDirect.com to find out if your policy qualifies, or call 1-800-512-7800. Coventry Direct, redefining insurance.
My hair is thinning all around my hairline.
Dermatologists recommend Nutrafol. It's 100% drug-free and clinically tested.
My hair is longer, thicker.
Nutrafol is life-changing for me.
Get growing at Nutrafol.com. I guess I'm not the easiest person to please. I like things just right. That's why I love Redfin's home recommendations. They know what I want even before I do.
What is this? Long ES, long NQ. Oh, this is late.
Yeah.
ES is long. Okay.
Customer experience, a game-changing approach to development. Behind them all with advanced 5G solutions from T-Mobile for Business. Disney chose
Yeah. Let me get it. On the fish, right?
T-Mobile fuels
Yeah. Alright, let me get it.
And innovates with PGA of America to elevate the game. Business goes further with T-Mobile.
Yeah, that's the web hub.
With the president pressuring the Fed to cut rates and the outlook uncertain, how will the Fed balance the threat of lower growth and higher unemployment? Fed Chair Powell's message to investors. Powell Live, tomorrow 2 Eastern, and streaming on CNBC+.
Welcome back to Power Lunch. Just keeping a quick eye on markets. We're down near session lows top of the hour, but we're coming back somewhat. Dow's down 300, S&P and Nasdaq down about 0.5% right now.
83% off. Bonox. Bugatti.
Favor somewhat. Treasuries and corporates have always been a story. It may now be the time, though, to shine for another type of bond, and one might be a little bit less taxing on your portfolio and peace of mind. So joining us now is Patrick Schaefer of UBS. He's talking about a new power asset in the market, and we're talking about an old one, it's municipal bonds. He was just involved with 2 major orders from family offices for millions of dollars. And Patrick, let's talk about why the high net worth, ultra high net worth clients that you service as a private banker and wealth manager are now looking at muni bonds. It's an old asset class, but why are they in vogue again now?
considerably relative to other bond asset classes. And we're seeing incredibly attractive tax equivalent yield right now in high tax jurisdictions such as California and New York for high income earners. What that means in dollars and cents is we're seeing yield in the 4.4, 4.3% range, and from a taxable equivalent basis, that's approaching 9%. And with some issuers, we're actually seeing yield in the neighborhood of 4.5, 4.7%, getting close to 10%.
So this is crazy, Kelly, because what we're talking about is a bond that in many cases has a triple tax advantage. It's exempt from state and local and federal tax, and it's yielding on an after-tax basis in that 4 to 4.5% range, which means that it would have to be yielding on a taxable basis around 8 to 9 for some people.
Yeah, and in fact, even above 9 for people in the highest marginal tax brackets in California and in New York. And so this is attracting significant flow over the last 2 weeks. We've seen
Give me 921 again so I can long. Yeah, 15 minutes looks like it's going to go up more. Same thing with 3 minutes, so we might go up to 20,000 again. Maybe.
Market disruption. But I mean, again, if you're looking to get in or you're looking to hang on for a while, sometimes you look at the stories, you go, we want to make sure all the financial situations be okay. Like in Boston, this is a great journal story today where they said, their revenues are down so much from a vacant office building, so they're having to turn and increase taxes on homeowners who are furious, and they're pushing back. And so, are there any areas of the muni bond sort of world where you have a little bit more concern about their long-term ability to service their debt?
Not right now. I don't think we necessarily see major credit concerns in the muni bond market. There are certainly some policy concerns that have focus around the tax-exempt status of municipal bonds remaining intact. That's been a big story.
Looks like it's going down.
A big reason for the relative underperformance to Treasury. But for the most part, we think that's a relatively low probability event that has stayed intact since 1913, despite multiple Congresses taking a look at it. There are areas of municipal bonds that may be more at risk, such as private activity bonds. That's obviously gotten a lot of focus because of some potential policy there from the administration. But in general, we do not have credit concerns in municipal bonds.
So let's talk about those high tax areas, places like California, places like New York, New Jersey, Connecticut, Massachusetts, and others. When you are looking at trying to buy bonds on behalf of your clients, if your clients come and say, hey, we need to place X million dollars of an order, and we want to be in a tax advantage situation, how do you identify what kinds of bonds? You mentioned private activity, but we talk about general obligation bonds. We talk about revenue-based bonds. We talk about certain jurisdictions. Are they local school district level, stadium fixtures, anything like that? What exactly is attractive to you right now?
Longer dated bond from large issuers.
Order filled.
I'm long on one of them.
That's where our focus is right now.
Order submitted.
Yeah.
General obligation bonds, city revenue bonds, things of that
Going.
nature. Out in the 15 and 20
Order filled.
And I'm out.
last week, we were buying
Go back in again. I'm just doing maybe 5 to 6 points.
bond with yield in excess of 10-year treasury.
Order filled.
Order filled.
100% of the treasury curve last year.
Order
on a
submitted.
25-year bond that had a 10-year call. That is the exact sort of structure that we're looking to buy in this market.
I don't know. Maybe you just go with Palantir.
Or again, yeah, it's not as exciting as the Mag 7, but there's a lot to do.
I think for a lot of people, especially in this week, is approaching 529 type of events, or retirement, I may have to be a little bit more careful with that confidence there. Patrick, thanks. We appreciate it today.
Great.
Appreciate it as well. Patrick Schaefer, Dom Chu, Market Navigator. And up next, NVIDIA's Jensen Wong joining us live. The stock is still about 26% off its recent highs, but it just came off its first back-to-back positive weeks since February. So, what's next for the chip giant? Powerline, we'll be right back.
Market Navigator is sponsored by Charles Schwab. Trade
Order filled.
Okay.
Order submitted.
Schwab is now powered by Ameritrade, unlocking the power of Thinkorswim, the award-winning trading platforms. Bring your trades into focus on Thinkorswim desktop with robotic analysis tools, including over 400 technical studies. Tailor the platforms to your unique needs with nearly endless customization. And track market
Order submitted.
to the minute news and insights. Trade brilliantly with Schwab.
Order filled. Order submitted.
Oh, don't go down. Come on.
Order
There we
filled.
go. I'm at now $5 more. Fuck.
Order submitted.
People like doing things the hard way, like doing their finances with a spreadsheet instead of using Quicken.
Oh, damn it.
All your financial info together in one
I would have got
place
out.
and updates it automatically. How easy is
Still
that?
got the other ones, but
Just signed on our third shop. My assistant went to customink.com to get new uniforms with all the locations. He found great products, uploaded new art, and had boxes sent out.
Order filled.
yeah, it's
Customink
flat now.
makes it so easy. Get started
Order
today at
submitted.
customink.com. Order filled.
Order filled.
Order submitted.
First on CNBC, Uber's CEO, quarterly results, consumer demand, and the outlook for growth. Before he talks to Wall Street, he talks to Squawkbox. Tomorrow's
Order
Order
canceled.
filled.
and streaming on CNBC Plus.
$73. This is how much you spend every month on subscription. I only have like 2 or 3. Right? That's a reality. But in reality, there's so much more that we don't even know we're paying for. Why do I put more of this cash? Rocket Money is a financial app that shows you every subscription you're paying for, even that one you forgot about from.
Order submitted.
Give me some pay for this. I'll plug that like that. Whoa. Rocket Money didn't even cancel it for you. Really? Yep. All you have to do is tap a few buttons and they take care of it. Download Rocket Money today.
Meet the new Ninja Swirl by Creamy.
Yeah, for real.
And now, soft serve. Just press, freeze, lock, spin, and swirl. Enjoy endless options of soft serve, fruit whip, frozen yogurt, and more. Scoop indulgent classics. Create mix and masterpieces, or enjoy low-calorie protein-packed treats. Unlock your imagination with the all-new Ninja Swirl by Creamy.
Welcome back to Power Lunch. Quick glance at the markets. The 10-year yield around 431 right now. A little bit of relief there after the bond auction top of last hour. We will check in with Rick Santelli and get his thoughts on that now. What can you say?
Well, there's a lot of moving parts to what the market's paying attention to today. Let's start chronologically. 8:30 Eastern this morning, we had a record-setting trade deficit. Look at the chart going back to the beginning, 1992. Boy, this is what it looks like when you're pulling forward import activity due to uncertainty. It's just unreal. Keep in mind, pre-COVID, the biggest trade deficit we had was about $64 billion. We're more than double that. Now look at intraday effects. You see that big slide on the right side of that 24-hour chart? That was a 10-year auction. It was fantabulous. However, there's something to pay attention to. Yesterday, the Fed bought $20 billion of the $58 billion 3-year notes. Today, they bought $14.8 billion of the $42 billion of 10-year notes. If you do the math, it's about 35%.
Yeah, it's going. Fuck.
Order canceled.
Starts to grow again. And remember, every Thursday afternoon we get to see the size. We'll pay particularly close attention this Thursday. And finally, the last chart is 1 week of Fed Fund futures.
But tomorrow's FOMC, right? Yeah, I think it is. Let me see today. Yeah, it is. Cool.
Easy. Notice how it's moving sideways at this point? That's important, especially in front of tomorrow's Fed meeting. Kelly, back to you.
All right, Rick, thank you very much. Rick Santelli. We're now a few years into the AI boom, and some of the biggest
Order
vendors are still
canceled.
grappling with
Three
how to get the best out of
contracts.
AI while avoiding its worst potential.
923.
Order submitted.
There we go.
Talking about some of the dire warnings that are coming from the people most involved in developing AI.
We just have to realize, to their credit, all these folks in AI are telling us we're creating something that's really dangerous. It's going to be really great too. But
Yeah.
we're not hopelessly doing anything about it. And that's, to their credit, what they're telling us. And yet we're doing nothing right now. And it's really disturbing.
AI advancement continuing the pace. We just heard from Alex Karp of Palantir about his company's continuing efforts. And today, ServiceNow announcing a redesigned AI platform utilizing agents for customers. ServiceNow also saying they expect to reach $1 billion in annual contract value for the AI business by the end of next year. That would be a quadrupling from current levels. Let's get out to Las Vegas, where John Ford is at the ServiceNow Knowledge.
Yes, he's trying.
Some special guests, John.
Experience and firsthand. Sam, what's that? I'm telling you, I'm in mid-conversation with Bill McDermott and Jensen Wong. Bill, CEO of ServiceNow. Jensen, of course, CEO of NVIDIA. Thanks for having me back here now in 25. It's bigger than it was last year and the year before. Let's jump right in, right? This is where it's happening right now with AI. You have this $1 billion Now Assist-driven target by the end of next year. Tell me, how much of that is ServiceNow working directly with customers' data? How much of it is Control Tower and your agents able to orchestrate even other competitors? Sure. John, first and foremost, I want to thank Jensen and the great NVIDIA company, because ServiceNow would not be the company that it is without Jensen and without NVIDIA. So it's an honor to be with him today. Thank you, Jensen. Thank you very much. And I would never miss a knowledge conference. Who doesn't love knowledge? I love it. And so, John, we are the control tower for transformation in these enterprises. And what's happened is the 20th century software industrial complex is now consolidating onto the ServiceNow platform because it goes east to west across all the functions and north to south up and down the tech stack. And so we integrate with all the LLMs, the large language models. We obviously have our own built into our platform thanks to NVIDIA. And so we welcome
Come on, pump it. Come on.
from all data sources in the enterprise. We can be that control tower. The big announcement with NVIDIA today was the reasoning model that we've announced. And we want to be the workflow data fabric.
Oh, come on. Should have waited. I should have waited. I'm long at 26.
Glad that Bill mentioned this reasoning model of the partnership, because you've been saying for a while, we're not just about the chips. This is platform, software is included. I want to talk to you a lot about software. Tell me about the role of companies like ServiceNow, who you've been working with for longer than kind of open AI-driven hype around this, in building the sort of value and productivity.
How much I need?
First of all,
$5. So 27, 28, yeah, 29.
are the most complex of software that the world's ever built. Remember, this is software that can understand almost any content.
Order
Any
submitted.
media file you give it, it can watch video, it can look at websites, go into your database, look at SQL. These agents understand data of all kinds, raw data, unstructured data, structured data. They can reason about solving problems. They can think. And so this software stack is insanely complicated. The reason why we do it is so that we can help the world build new software on top of this new computing platform, GPU. And so that's the reason why we have to do it. Working with ServiceNow has been incredible. 6 years ago, we shared a vision that ServiceNow can very much be the enterprise AI operating system. And on this operating system, we would have all kinds of incredibly smart AIs that help us do work. And it's accessing data from all these different sources, just as Greg was saying earlier. Today, we announced this brand new reasoning AI model. It's called April Nemotron. It's fast, it's smart, and it's integrated deeply into the ServiceNow platform. So really exciting day. So your communication about the AI vision has been consistent over years. But the back on the ground is changing. The goalposts keep moving. You just had that huge write-off over these issues of what chips exactly you can sell into China, for example. How much does it affect the ecosystem and NVIDIA's influence over how AI pans out when the rules are changing? Well, the world's dynamic today. You just got to stay agile. We took a huge write-off, about $5.5 billion. China is a very large market. It's probably going to be a $50 billion AI market in a couple of 2-3 years.
it would be a tremendous loss not to be able to address it as an American company. It's going to bring back revenue. It's going to bring back taxes. It's going to create lots of jobs here in the United States. And of course, we just have to stay active.
Wait. I get it. Fucking hole. 599. 5 fucking 99. A fucking dollar shy. Wow. Commission my ass. I'll show you the screenshot. This is a slap in the face. Ah. Yeah, I'm gonna try one more time. Okay. Come on, don't fuck with me. Let me get out. Come on. 23.25 is my long. You get 24.5 to get out. You just need a fucking dollar. You long in this account. There we go. I think I got it. Yeah, I got it finally. Shit. I'm done. I'm logging off. It's stressful for $10. Thanks, fish.
Delta, how do you think strategically about how much more value through partnerships like this, through your internal work, you can get out of the hardware resources and how that translates into profitability?
John, you got to think of it this way. Between now and 2030, there will be a $22 trillion business impact from AI in the global economy. 4 trillion of OPEX will come out of these enterprises. So the prize is gigantic. We are also putting a different spin on AI than let me sell you an AI for a silo somewhere in a company. We're talking about autonomous agentic AI that goes across the entire corporation. So what's different about us is many companies want the predictability of the number of users that will be using their
Change that account so I don't touch that account. So I don't. 433.
Order filled.
That's not mine. Yeah, eval. I'm not touching that one.
Yes, the consumption model kicks in, but that's only
Eval for the itch.
hundreds of millions of dollars. So, John, the prize here is bigger than anything we've ever chased before. And that's why I love NVIDIA and Jensen's vision so much, because this is exponential here. And NVIDIA is the exponential company. And to think that we have that vision, Jensen had a great conversation with me. He said, Bill, we have to build a company that if everyone called in sick on the same day, the company would run just fine. And so there's a lot in there. And that's what we're doing.
Order filled.
The autonomous company. Smart building, autonomous vehicles, even a smart lawnmower. The best products will be AI driven. They'll be smart products.
Just I want you to peel back for me another announcement that you guys had this week around Parity. So this software that you guys have built, of course, on top of your stack, on top of your platform, that I'm hearing is able to translate kind of audio, voice to text, an hour's worth in 1 second with a 6% word error rate. So this is competitive, incredible, with the most efficient proprietary models out there that I think are in the 2 to 3% range. But this is open source. You guys just put this out there. I imagine it's going to be built into games. It's going to be built into enterprise software. It's going to be built into a lot of consumer apps. What's the role of that kind of work that you're doing in seeding the kind of innovation that you're talking about that's going to grow the AI use case and demand for NVIDIA? Fundamental. We're one of the world's leading industrial laboratories. Incredible research.
Oh shit, I need to touch my Apex. Where's my Apex? Here.
Future of algorithms, the future of technology, so we can build the necessary computing platform for
Order filled.
We also do
Order
fundamental
submitted.
AI research, so that we can partner with companies like Bill. Our researchers and their researchers could build this revolutionary.
Order filled.
Order filled.
Now, the future of our AI agents are going to be
Uh oh.
in the sense that they'll understand information of any form, including voice and vision.
of course, all of your digital employees will be able to understand information of almost any form. They'll interact with it in almost any way, practically everywhere. And so,
I went long at 9:13.
explore the future and build the
Just
best
got greedy. It'll come back up.
to the industry and use it to partner with great companies like ServiceNow. Now, one of the things that you were leading up to just now, and it's ServiceNow is unique in this way in enterprise AI today. They are a full stack company. They build their own infrastructure,
Orders
host
submitted.
their own AI supercomputers, deliver the services directly to the enterprise companies. They work with the cloud. They work on-prem. As a result, they can deliver excellent quality models, really smart models.
Order filled. Order submitted.
Come back in. Just over trading.
Accelerating now. Talk a lot about customer service and sales.
Order canceled.
There we go. There we go. All out. That was nice.
Industry that you see really the first big one we did together years ago was
It works. Let me see. Yeah, it looks good, dude. Tag it back so they can see it.
We're into retail. There literally isn't an industry that we're not touching.
I like it.
Agentic AI right now.
Order
What's
submitted.
happening in logistics, given everything that's happening with fair question, John. That's a great question.
Should.
Think about the systems that these companies are tied down with today. They were 60-year-old systems that are running the companies we know today. I'm not even getting into the 1959 systems that are running public sector. I'm just talking about the main companies that you know and recognize. They've been around 6 decades, and they were built around rigid org charts. So they serve a particular function within a company very well. The problem is when Steve Jobs brought the iPhone to the market, everybody started with mobile business, and they work in teams, and all the decisions are made across functions. So that's why having an east-west, north-south platform powered by NVIDIA is such a critical success factor. So what I want to put out there is today, when we announced this reasoning model, we showed people that last year, Jensen and I were talking about avatars, we were talking about voice and animation, and really demonstrating the live agent in an enterprise. 1 year later, we're into reasoning models that are solving complex corporate problems across every function of an enterprise. Everybody wants to get started right now.
Get to the policy forces various different developers to effectively build on Huawei. Right? Build in that ecosystem. What happens?
The United States has to recognize that we're not the only country in that race, that we have competitors. And so, look, we're confident people, we're a confident country, we have confident companies.
Yeah, it's going back up.
We look forward to a race. Just let us go race. And so I think that now is the time when the United States needs to realize that we have to put the pedal to the metal. We have to fly that plane the way Maverick flies that plane. And we just
Odds up 20 points.
waiting around, talking about it, trying to hold other people back, is not necessarily the best move. The best move is let Americans do American. Let us go after it and win it. And so I think that the world is right now hungry, anxious to engage AI. They're hungry for it. Let's get the American AI out in front of everybody right now.
Speaking of competition, there's some other chip companies out there that would like to try to muscle their way into the data center where NVIDIA has been so strong. One of them's reporting today. How fast is the pace development-wise? I know you're on this yearly cadence of new platforms that you need to keep on in order to feel like you're keeping that distance, that Usain Bolt distance ahead of the other runners.
We've got to keep reinventing ourselves. When Bill and I first met, NVIDIA was really a processor company, a GPU computing company. And then we became a data center company. Today, we're an infrastructure company. The projects we are talking about, people are talking to us about, are $50 billion, $100 billion large. $100 billion. Now,
are gigantic. AI is
Bot's doing pretty good on choppy days.
factory play, industrial play. It's a new industry, and every country realized that this is now part of your social infrastructure. Every country needs to have it. Just as we have the information infrastructure called the internet, we now have an infrastructure on top of that called the intelligence infrastructure, AI. Every country wants to engage it. So now is the time for us to go after it. Our company has really evolved to now becoming an AI infrastructure company.
On that industry, so I'm talking a little bit to the CEO of Active, one of your customers in the auto business, which is certainly in the eye of the storm here with the tariff stuff that we've been talking about. What can ServiceNow do for them? What are the unique sort of challenges that you see in an industry like that that has, and I'm not talking about Active specifically, but the broader auto industry, the labor cost issue, the geographic issues, the interconnected supply chain issues?
Yeah. So think of it this way. Right now, if things were status quo and Jensen and I weren't here and we weren't innovating, there's a $10 trillion legacy tax on the companies run in America. That's 7% of global GDP. So doing what you always did and getting what you always got is insufficient. Change is in the air. So with regard to
MA payout. Let's go.
as policy changes, geopolitical dislocations hit,
Hardest
you have to
$10
have
ever.
your company. The platform has to be able to change in real time. So if you now need to manage around the tariffs and you need to think about tier 2, tier 3 suppliers signing on new ones, a car has 30,000 parts. If you don't manage,
I think I'm gonna do a giveaway once they pay me, so it might be next week.
the price to the consumer, they may or may not be able to handle it. So what do
Bonox?
the companies have to do? They have to say, okay,
Yeah, it takes a long time getting paid. They forgot how is it Wednesday? You get it next Wednesday or something like that, like 7 days. Yeah, but hey, it's free money.
different scenarios that AI will give them on how to do that, headcount, cost, etc. But at the same time, they can't roll over and play dead.
It's gonna go up more.
Businesses and business processes. So let me give you an example. You could sell a commodity piece of hardware and have a certain
So request my MFU tonight and Bonox.
with AI.
Yeah.
Service model. AI can figure out how I can sell a service contract and give
And I'm gonna tag Fish on Twitter. You see my tag, Fish, this morning?
on the ServiceNow platform.
Yeah. On Twitter. You hardly get on Twitter anyways.
You might be able to make the change. We can make the change on the fly with NVIDIA and ServiceNow.
Jensen, there are some companies that are rightfully concerned about
Fish to trade.
like Meta that are upping their capex range, $5 billion. Frankly, we know a lot of that money is going to be spent on your technology. What is, and you told me around earnings time, you're hearing about these build-out plans years in advance, but sometimes it can be lumpy going forward. What is the role that you see of the largest customer, these hyperscalers, in driving the pace of innovation and, frankly, the competition to have the power that these early movers need to really build that? The early hyperscalers realize
You don't see it? Let me find it.
that they are now intelligence factories.
Tweeting too much on Twitter. There we go. There. It's in chat.
It's a factory that produces intelligence. And these
That is you, right? Fish to trade.
use it in the
Yeah.
recommendations of music, movies, or supply chain optimization techniques. And so
You should post more on Twitter, dude.
they realize that they built factories now. And
I
these
know.
factories are gigantic in scale. But the whole data center industry is still going to get reformulated into AI. It's a
Should I keep trading or log off?
It's going to be reinvented. But on top of that, it's going to be a multi-trillion-dollar industry. It's going to require energy, but it's going to generate growth. This is the new insight. Some of the old thinking is, how much of the old data center capex is going to be used for AI? That's interesting,
But the big idea really is that there's a new industry in town called AI factories, and they're producing intelligence at scale.
I'll leave it there for now. Bill, thank you. Jensen, thank you. Join me at
I'll be back. But again, I want to thank you, Jensen. It's an honor to be with you as always. I just want to say I want my service now. Do that, Jensen. We're going to give it to you. Thank you, Jerry. Kelly, back to you. Okay.
John Ford, Jensen Wong, Bill McDermott, our thanks, and that's it for Power Lunch today. Closing bell starts now.
Who came in? Oh, oh shit! Thanks for coming in. Oh, hold on. I'll DM you. Oh man, thank you. Oh, check your DM.
60 to go in regulation. A defensive day, really from the jump today. Utilities are the best performing space. That kind of says it all. The VIX pushing 25, yields are steady. The 10-year, though, has been backing up lately, and that is something to keep an eye on, too. Plays into the Fed decision and the meeting, obviously. We'll get to all of that in a bit. We'll also ask the Wall Street Journal's Nick Timmermans what Chair Powell might say tomorrow about the Fed's policy path and the current economic environment. Can't wait for that. They'll take us to our thought of the tape today. The road ahead for stocks, given the big comeback and the very big issues still hanging over this market. One of those, of course, being a trade deal with China. Did get some insights into that today, both from the Treasury Secretary and the President himself. For that, we go to Eamon Javers in Washington. Eamon? Hey there, Scott. That's right. In an Oval Office session where he notably shifted his tone on trade, President Trump confirmed what Treasury Secretary Benson had said earlier in the day. There have not been negotiations with the Chinese on trade yet, although he suggested that the Chinese want to have such conversations. Now, in his appearance alongside the new Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney, the president minimized the importance of reaching trade deals at all. Since the president put in a 90-day pause on his tariff regime, the White House has been suggesting that intensive negotiations are going on with countries around the world, and a slew of trade deals should be coming soon, and the market has been waiting for those announcements. But now the president suggests he's getting annoyed with expectations that he'll sign deals soon, and suggested that he's happy to keep current tariffs in place.
I wish they'd keep, stop asking how many deals are you signing this week? Because one day we'll come and we'll give you 100 deals, and they don't have to sign. All they have to do is say, "Oh, we'll start sending our ships right now to pick up whatever we want or to bring whatever we want." It's very, very simple, and I think my people haven't made it clear. We will sign some deals, but much bigger than that is we're going to put down the price that people are going to have to pay to shop in the United States.
Now, Scott, the president also said something that really gives a window into his thinking about the trade war with China. In his view, a trade embargo effectively with China is not an economic disaster. Instead, in his view, it's effectively an economic tie, because he says the U.S. won't be running a trade deficit with China if there's no trade, Scott. Dr. Lee. And the big comments really of the day came from the Treasury Secretary himself today, Eamon, on the Hill, right? Where he told Congress right then and there that no talks at all have started between the United States and China. It's one thing to talk outside of your arm in the air on the Hill. It's another to be sitting there. And he said,
Are you still trading, Fish? Or are you done?
Yeah, and Scott, it's been a couple weeks.
Good. Me too.
Talks, who's talking at what level. I mean, it's clear that there are no substantive conversations between the United States and China on trade right now. If you put yourself in Xi Jinping's position, with the last shipments of non-tariff goods having left or leaving China this week, arriving in the United States, within days, there is a leverage point that Xi Jinping is going to have in this negotiation once tariff goods start hitting the shelves in the United States, or maybe not hitting the shelves in the United States as U.S. importers dial back on their imports, and there's a real supply crunch here. So if you're Xi, wouldn't you want to wait for that negotiating leverage to kick in before you have significant conversations with the President of the United States? Interesting headlines on both accounts. Both ends of Pennsylvania Avenue, right? From down in the Capitol area, and then obviously in the White House. Eamon, thank you. Eamon Javers joining us from Washington. Ed Yardeni joins us now. He is the president of Yardeni Research. Good to have you back. What do you think of this, right? We're waiting and waiting and waiting. With all due respect to the president, of course, we're going to keep asking, like, when are the deals happening? Those questions aren't going to go away. We'd like to have some answers
sooner rather than
It's
later,
going back down.
particularly when it comes to China, no?
I think I have a long at, where's my long? 9:17.
There's going to be a lot of noise.
Just for fun.
Then today's message is likely to be different from what we're going to hear tomorrow and the day after. And I think the market's going to focus on the fundamentals. And the question is the economy resilient enough to handle this kind of uncertainty? My bet is it is. I think that the consumer is going to continue to spend, and I think capital spending in some areas will weaken.
Yeah,
But
it's
in the
going down
areas
again.
of technology, onshoring, I think will be very strong.
So you think we're going to get through this? Doesn't sound like you think we're going to have much more of a slowdown, and certainly not a recession.
Order filled.
Yep. Put in 9:25 to get out.
Tremendous rebound we've had in the market. I think I was on your show on April 9th, and we were all kind of looking at this market just kind of going straight up. I was concerned about a negative wealth effect on consumers. I'm not worried about
Order filled.
What? Okay, got out. That was quick.
what was lost, that we're not going to have a negative wealth effect on the consumer, and I think the consumers are still doing.
No way. Hold on. Who's this guy? Hold on. I think this is the guy Doc was talking about. Future scraper. Oh, yeah, hold on. Let me show you. Let me show you that Nutty posted something. Hold on.
Nothing, and I think in that environment, the reason they'll do nothing is because the economy is starting
Check this out.
more inflation, and then I think by the end of the year, things will ease off. Look, I think China and the United States have to get this behind them. There's a video posted with an article today about some riots going on in China. Here in the United States, the midterm elections are something that the Republicans have to start being concerned about. So I don't think we can go kind of day by day at this. I think we have to look at what is the interest of both sides. And the interests of both sides, I think, are going to be to get this on the way to being resolved by the summer.
It's interesting. The economy obviously resilient. You point to the wealth effect as it relates to the
That's
stock
crazy.
and the comeback that we've had from the S&P, up 16.5% from the April 7th lows. Now, the other side of the wealth effect is knowing that you have a job. And so far, the labor market has remained equally resilient. But there is a question, though, going forward, the longer this plays out, as to whether it will, right?
Absolutely. The labor market is the key. I was a little bit disturbed to see initial unemployment claims jump up by about 20,000 last week. But a lot of that was New York State, so I think there was something funky in the data. But I'll be watching the initial claims week by week. But look, I think employers over the past few years found it pretty hard to get workers, especially skilled workers. They're not just going to really start so I think they're going to hold on to it. And I think they're going to look beyond all of this noise and conclude that once we get past this, the outlook for the economy, for earnings, is really quite good. But to participate in that, you've got to increase your productivity. And so I'm still to the idea that productivity will continue to make a comeback.
Let's bring in Truist Wealth Co-Chief Investment Officer Keith Lerner. He's here with us at Post 9. It's pretty sad
Later, buddy.
on the situation. Are you?
A little bit less so, at least on a short-term basis. Our view at the lows was we were embedding a lot of bad news, right? We were embedding basically a recession to happen. And I would say, what are we embedding today? I think we're embedding the situation that Dr. Ed outlined, the economy that gets through, earnings that push forward. But what we're seeing in the data is we're seeing global economic trends move down. We're seeing earning trends or revision trends start to move down. And then we look at the valuation of the overall market, the S&P. We're about 20.5 PE. And that's with forward earning estimates where they are today. If you look at where we were at the peak, we were at 22. So today we have more uncertainty. We have earning revisions moving down. We have an economy moving down somewhat. So I would say the risk reward up here is somewhat less favorable. I'm optimistic longer term that we'll get through this, that technology will come through. But on a short term basis, after this big move back up, again, our view is the risk reward is somewhat less favorable.
How about that? And, I mean, those points seem to make perfect sense, right? And we only can figure that earnings growth is going to slow. We can only figure that the longer the tariffs remain in place, that growth is going to slow. Yet with the rally
again.
Yeah, I think those are all very good points. I think much depends on the time horizon at which investors are thinking about the economy and about the earnings in the stock market. I think increasingly the market is looking at 2026, and at 2026, this tariff issue will be behind us. And if that's correct, then I think, and I'm getting confirmation for the market that with this tremendous V-shaped recovery we've had in the market, the market's kind of thinking this along the same lines. Remember, it was not too long ago that everybody was thinking that DeepSeek was going to deep or DeepSeek the earnings outlook for the Magnificent Seven because they were going to they're spending too much on AI infrastructure. I think everybody's calmed down on that issue, which is one of the reasons the Magnificent Seven have made a pretty impressive comeback. But all relevant points for the next few months. But I think the market's looking beyond that.
Yeah, I mean, should investors look beyond that too? I mean, that's the great conundrum that investors find themselves in.
Yes, correct.
It's so foggy, right in front of us, but we still think the sun's going to come out. We do, because we think we're going to get the extension of the tax cut, and we think we're going to get the deregulation that was promised, and we think we're going to get the overall better economic backdrop. What do I do with that?
Well, I think time frames matter. Are you a trader? Are you an investor?
I think most of our audience, I'd like to say, probably skews on the investor side. Not to say there aren't traders here too, but I think most of us think of
What up, buddy?
the longer term, not the next 10 minutes.
Sure, and that's how we think about it too. We're dealing with private wealth clients as well, and what we try to do is focus.
Are you done?
Anchored on that long term, and then we try to smooth the ride for our clients. So I think again on a short-term basis,
Are you done?
we're slightly below benchmark equities. We have a little bit
Not you.
more cash. We're overweight utilities.
No, Gonzalez.
30% equities or 30% cash. So we're just saying.
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Be a little bit less aggressive here. If you get pulled
Stop.
back, we step in at some point. But
You should log off, dude. Since you're all green now.
get more interested in boosting equities for the time being.
Yeah.
15% move.
Don't mess up because Babu was doing that and he blew his shit up.
Nick Timmerow, so the journal's going to join
Log off, dude. Log off. Yeah, I told him to log off like 10 times. So, you know, a couple more $100 here and there and just dump on you, you know?
There's in no hurry to lower interest rates. They're still
Yeah.
to the other side.
But you know what? I need to log off myself too. I can't be telling people to log off. There you go. I'm logged off.
It also said, and Powell said, that the tariffs, at least on April 2nd, turned out to be larger than expected. And then, of course, they were postponed. So it'll be good to get an update from Powell on Wednesday for how they're thinking about the impact of the tariffs.
That's not my guy. I don't know anything about him. Now they just tell me all the stories about him. Like it's all BS and he's. Oh shit! I'm on Discord. I'm on YouTube. So yeah, I can't talk shit on here. Oh no, I don't know anything about him. But in Asian scammers,
should stay around 4.2, 4.3%, while the inflation rate instead of 2 to 3% could be 3 to 4%. All the money is not to do anything. So I completely agree with Keith. You mentioned the word choppy. That's exactly the word I've been using since the beginning of the year to describe the action in the first half. We started chopping at the downside. Now we're chopping at the upside.
Yeah. Do you agree with that? I mean, they're certainly not going to do anything tomorrow.
No,
it's all in what they say, and I think bets are still being placed pretty heavily that June could be the time.
Yeah, we do agree that they're in a holding pattern. Our best guess is probably July. Maybe they cut 75 to 100 basis points, but they are in somewhat of a pickle, and they're somewhat more constrained because of that inflation, and it's complicated relative to the past. Normally, if we're down 20%, the Fed comes in. That's a really positive environment for the equity market.
yeah, I'm gonna log off and get off Discord and YouTube. Toodles. Yeah. Bye. Bye.
And thank you. Keith, thank you. Ed, thank you. Got a lot going on up there right now. All right. What the Fed thinks about all this will be top of mind tomorrow when Chair Powell meets the media following its decision on interest rates. The Wall Street Journal's Nick Timmeros joins us now with some insights. It's nice to welcome you to our program.
Thanks, Scott.
No hurry, but bias to the dovish side. That's what Ed Yardeni just said. Is that square with how you think Jay Powell's thinking?
Well, ask me again at this time tomorrow. I mean, that's right. This is a meeting where they will do nothing, and where Powell has every incentive to say less. So I think the press corps will have its work cut out for itself in the news conference to try to get Powell to say anything, because I'm not sure why you would tie yourself in at this point. You know, the mistakes that the Fed made 4 years ago, yeah, they did forecasts, but it was really about tying yourself to a course of action, and you didn't know just how things are going to go. So there's even less incentive now for the Fed to tie their hands and then wait.
Interesting. But you do point to what you think could be a lose-lose scenario.